好，谢谢费翔。那么今天我们看到啊，今天的上海上空呢是一个多云的天气，对比昨天的这个体感温度呢是下降了一些。那我相信今天现在的一个温度情况，对于所有的车手还有他们的赛车来说，都是一个完美的工况。那今天的话，我们来到这里的话，也是会见证连续第3年的上海8小时耐力赛。那么我们看到，现在距离维修区这个出口开放呢还有2分钟，所有的赛车现在都还在这个批房当中。在远处我们那边看到了一台这个718的 Cayman GT4 赛车已经是推出了他们的批房。那今天早晨我在逛这个批房的时候呢，也是看到了非常多的车队很早的就来到了他们的车房，然后来做这个准备，包括像这个换人，然后他们的换胎环节。都会在这个我们的批房当中看到，在我旁边的这个批房呢是今天的这个杆位的批房，最后一间批房呢这边是18号的一台 M4 GT3 赛车，今天这台赛车将会处在杆位来进行发车。昨天呢这台 M4 GT3 赛车呢是以2个跑进2分钟以内的成绩，那么今天是拿下了杆位来进行发车。那么这台赛车呢也是来自于 Parking Park by ZSpeed 车队。今天的第1棒发车的车手呢，是我们 CTCC 的4冠王车手张真东。我们一起来通过镜头来看一下他们的这个批房的情况。我们看到这个就是他们整个批房的一个停车位，但是这个停车位的话呢，是属于27号赛车的。在远处这边有个18号的这个加油位呢，是属于这台18号 M4 GT3 赛车。这2个批房呢，都是分别停了2台来自于 ZSpeed 车队的 M4 GT3 赛车。我们来看一下，近距离看一下这个加油的设备。这边我们看到了王一博的85号赛车，粉色的赛车已经是驶上了我们的维修区的快速通道。今天的第1棒85号赛车呢，将会由潘君林来担当。但是我们看到驶上赛道的车手，应该是他们这一站的全新请来的外援卡马拉。卡马拉也是第2次来到这条赛道，来看一下。Limax 车队的2台赛车，710号和777号赛车都是驶上了我们的维修区的快速通道。这边看到 Gaha Racing 的2台 M4 赛车也是来了，这是87号赛车是我们前2届上海8小时耐力赛的冠军赛车。我们来看一下610车队的这台911 GT3R 赛车也是非常醒目啊，黄色的涂装。稍后呢，车手们将会进行一圈行驶之后，可能部分的车手会选择再回来做一个 pass by， 也就是再次通过这个维修区的快速通道。我们看到这台 M4 GT3 赛车已经是发动了它的直列6缸涡轮增压的发动机。来看一下这边，它即将会离开它的维修区。来看一下，这是全场的唯一一台 TCR 赛车，本田的思域 FK7。然后画面当中驶过来的是99号，同样是来自于610车队的这台保时捷911 GT3 Cup 赛车。来看一下这边18号赛车，张真东已经在这台赛车里面了，离开了他的批房。这边我们来近距离的看一下这个加油设备啊。每次加油之前呢，所有的车队都会把燃油灌进这个加油的储藏罐里面，大家可以看到这个刻度的位置。那么我们知道。GT3 赛车的油箱呢，大概是100升左右。在我身边的这台 M4 GT3 赛车呢，他们的油箱容积可能会比其他的赛车来得更大一些，可能会达到110升左右。大家可以看到这个管子呢，就是加油的管道。可能大家会有疑问，为什么会有2个管道？一个管道是用来进油的管路，那另外一个管路呢是用来这个走空气的。因为你每次把油加入到这个油箱当中啊，都会有这个空气来排出，所以说这个管路是用来排出油箱当中的空气的。我们知道所有的加油，耐力赛当中的所有加油，只能够进行这个重力加油，不能够依靠这个油箱当中的这个真空设备进行这个抽油的动作。我们看到这边车队的工作人员也是把他们的这个所有的设备啊，已经是带上了这个发车格的位置。稍后呢，我们将会走上这个发车格来看一看。先来看一下，这个 ZSpeed 车队的这个批房，这是2台赛车的一个位置。来看一下，这边又是有赛车来通过了这个维修区。这边是710号赛车，好像上面的车手是来自于芬兰的00后小将塞帕宁。 这是50号来自于 GTS 组的一台 MG GT4 赛车，而身后跟随的再次是85号赛车，卡马拉在车辆当中来到这边，777号第2次做 pass by。我们现在来跟随所有的这个车手一起走到我们的发车格上面。这边是168号 Gaha Racing 的 M4 GT4 赛车，车辆当中的车手应该是梁家彤。这是中宝宝马 Zenith 车队的53号宝马赛车。看，还有台赛车也是过来，这也是 GTS 组的一台718 Cayman RS Club Sport 赛车。而后方这台87号赛车，大家可以看一下，这就是去年和前年的卫冕冠军车组。今天的第一棒呢，将会由经验非常丰富的一位绅士车手袁波来担当。这边是他们车队的另外一台 MG 赛车。这边我们看到还有赛车也是远远的驶过来，我们跟随我们的镜头、我们的脚步一起，稍后来到这个发车格上，来看一下今天发车格上的情况。来看一下，这是张振东所驾的18号赛车，这是今天的杆位赛车。我们这边是来到了 Level Motorsport 的车房。那么 Level Motorsport 呢，今天是带来了一台MG GT4 赛车来参赛。那么 Level Motorsport 在昨天的排位赛当中啊，也是一个非常有竞争力的表现。这是33号，那么33号是来自于332 Harmony Racing 的一台296 GT3 赛车，也是今天场上的唯一一台法拉利赛车。他们在今年年初的雪邦12小时的耐力赛当中呢，是获得了全场的冠军。今天呢，继续是由陈维安来驾驶这台33号赛车来进行发车。我们看到这是 ZSP 车队的另外一台 M4 GT3 赛车。这边我们是逐渐的来到了 Uno Racing Team 的这台85号的坯房。我们来看一下，这边他们的车队好像已经是在这边给他们做好了这个加油的准备啊。不知道他们的车一会儿会不会过来进行补油的动作。我们先往前走，因为我们现在站的这个位置啊，可能一会儿会影响到他们85号赛车的这个停站的一个动作。大家可以看到，他们的技师已经是准备好了全新的轮胎，然后全新的这个，这边我们来看一下，应该是要准备来进行停站了。我们看到他们的棒棒糖人已经是准备好了。稍等，我们来看一下，应该85号会从我们的身边来通过。85号赛车应该现在是进入到了维修区当中，我们注意一下现在的这个安全啊。85号来了，这边应该是卡马拉。进站之后，我们看到进行了一个补油的动作，然后插入到了气动千斤顶。大家可以看到这个在排气管当中插的一个，这是静电的一个装置。这也是最大的程度的隔绝了一会儿加油所带来的这个着火的可能。因为是耐力赛，赛中有这个加油的环节，所以我们看到所有的技师啊，在我们的今天比赛当中都会穿着全套的 FIA 认证的防火服，来进行他们的整个8小时的耐力赛。现在还有赛车不停的来进行这个 pass by 的环节。87号赛车刚才也是再次经过了维修区。那现在呢，我们来看一下张振东的赛车也是再次的回到了我们的维修区。好，现在我们来跟随镜头啊，走上我们的这个发车区去看一下。我们在跨过这个快速通道的时候，一定要去注意左侧的来车。这边我们通过这个介入口来上到我们的发车格上。这个来，我们现在已经是到了这个发车格上的一个这个位置。在这边的话，我们看到2台这个安全车和追击车已经是在前方就位了。在我的后方呢，我们看到头排起跑的2台赛车，目前还没有到达我们的这个发车位上。我们稍等一下，稍等这个18号赛车就将会来到这个发车位上。那我在我的手里面呢，也是拿到了今天的一个发车位的情况。稍后的杆位呢，将会在我们的1号弯的内侧来进行发车。 这边的话，第2排的2台赛车，33号和37号赛车已经是就位了。那另外的话，我们看到头排的2台赛车，85号和18号，我们还在等待着他们的落位。我们这边缓缓地走到我们的发车格的前排来，等待这2台赛车的落位。这边我们也是看到了很多的技师在进行最后的一个准备的情况。很多的赛车也是选择了在发车格上来进行更换他们全新的轮胎。那么本届比赛呢，是从排位赛开始到8小时正赛的结束，所有的车队将会有10套全新的干胎可以使用。大部分车队呢，在昨天的排位赛当中都是分别使用了全新的3套干胎和4套干胎。所以说，对于很多车队来说，今天的比赛呢，可能只剩下了7套干胎和全新的7套干胎和全新的6套干胎可以使用。不过今天早晨的赛道温度来说呢，应该不是非常的高，所以说待会儿的暖胎圈对于车手们来说也是相当的重要。今年的上海8小时耐力赛呢，这个参赛的车辆的阵容啊，比去年和前年都要来得更多，因此要在今年去获得一个更好的成绩，也将会变得非常的困难。现在我们看到发车位上排在头名的2台赛车都还没有到达我们的这个发车格上啊，我们来等待一下。这边后方的2台赛车在我的左手边，这边是37号赛车。昨天在排位赛当中啊，罗开罗也是遭遇到了爆胎的情况。这边我们看到85号赛车已经是来到了发车格上面，这边是从1号弯的外侧来进行发车。第1棒的车手呢，将会由潘俊麟来进行担当。在我的左侧，大家可以看一下，这边18号赛车就是张真东所驾驶的，来自于 Parking Park by ZSpeed 车队的这台 M4 GT3 赛车。昨天呢，张真东也是做出了一个非常强有力的这个单圈。当然，他的队友约翰森也是做出了这个周末到目前为止的一个最快单圈。今天的气温真的是非常凉爽，让我们感受到了一丝丝的秋意啊。我们这边来走过来看一下这台 M4 GT4 赛车，来看一下，这是本站比赛全新将会使用的一个倍耐力的配方 DHG 的配方。那么这款配方呢，已经是在今年的 GT 世界挑战赛亚洲杯当中来使用了。很多的车队呢也是有着非常充足的这套轮胎的一些数据和经验，因此对于他们来说呢，这场比赛也是会非常的游刃有余。这边我们看到张真东刚才是走出了自己的赛车，然后是来到他身边。这边张真东，昨天你和你的队友也是非常的出色，以2分之内的成绩拿下了今天的头牌来起跑。我们来问一下你们这站比赛，其实我们知道这是你们车队用这台赛车在这条赛道的第2次比赛，来问一下你们车队这站比赛的一个大致的情况。
其实从上次的 China GT， 然后我们这台新车落地到现在为止呢，其实我们收集了非常多的数据。那因为从这台车来说，其实我们是一台全新的赛车，那对于我们数据收集，包括我们零件的一个准备，其实也是非常重要的。那直到现在我们也没有准备足够的零件，然后来应付整个车，因为像宝马这个车，它在国内没有一个技术支持，所以就只能我们自己去囤这些配件。那昨天能够拿下那个杆位，我觉得我们也有运气的成分在里面。包括这次我们也有场队车手 Eric Johansson 的一个加入，然后我的队友张明阳我们其实这3个人的 pace 是非常的平衡，所以能够让我们昨天拿下杆位，然后其实我们也是非常的高兴的。
我特别现在想去找一下这个 Eric 在哪里啊，来问一下昨天他创造这个最快单圈有什么样的想法。Eric 是在那边吗？对。Hey Eric, can you come to talk with us a little bit? Fastest lap so far this weekend, and you got a new team and the new team of this weekend. But 2 weeks ago, you dominated like China GT Championship on this track. But this time, you have a new team and a new teammate. How did you feeling?
I mean, it feels good, obviously, to be back after 2 weeks and a really unforgettable season here at Shanghai. So it's just nice to kind of end the season here as well in the Shanghai 8 hour. Obviously, with a new team this weekend, they're doing a great job so far. So a bit new things to learn, obviously new people and everything, but so far so good, and we have 8 hours of racing now, so anything can happen.
Thank you very much. Have a good luck.我们刚才是采访到了昨天做出最快单圈的这个约翰森啊，约翰森也是说这场比赛来到了这个新的车队，然后和这个新的队友来进行这个搭档。那么此前拿到这个 China GT 的这个 China GT 的总冠军之后呢，他也是非常的开心。那么这站比赛呢，来到新车队也是非常的高兴，能够和队友来参加8个小时的耐力赛。这边我们看到旁边呢是待会儿潘君麟将会驾驶的85号赛车。这边我们看到，几乎我们的这个看台上，可能95%的观众都是来为这台85号赛车来进行加油助威的。这边看台上的观众的声音已经是要比这个赛车的声浪声音还要大了。然后在旁边我们也是看到了坎马拉。我们现在通过镜头，然后来走进后方的这个发车格。这边的话，我们是来到了第2排这边。这边我们看到了陈维安和他的队友在进行这个合影的环节，而且邓毅和他的队友罗开罗也已经是在远方那边，然后来进行了准备。我们继续往后来走一下。我们来看一下，这是37号赛车。昨天在排位赛当中，这台37号赛车也是发生了爆胎的情况，然后非常的不走运。那么今天是从第3位来进行发车，但是对于这台赛车来说呢，今天我们还是可以给他们更多的一些期待。在我后方这台87号赛车，就是前2年的连续2届的卫冕冠军车队 Origin Motorsport 的保时捷911 GT3R 赛车。那么这站比赛呢，他们和去年2年不同的是，虽然袁波和叶红丽都还在这个车组当中，那么今年呢，他们是多了2位全新的搭档来开始今年的比赛。昨天在排位赛当中呢，他们也是来到了第3排来进行发车。今天第1棒发车的车手呢，将会是袁波，但是袁波还没有来到这个车的身边啊。今天的话，我们也是可以看到这4位车手将会为了这个卫冕冠军来进行最后的一搏，而这台赛车呢，也是应该是去年的这台冠军赛车，在在我们的这个一会儿呢，我们将会来。
尊敬的各位领导、各位来宾、女士们、先生们，来自五湖四海的车手、车队成员，以及现场和直播间的观众朋友们，大家好！欢迎来到上海8小时耐力赛的开幕式现场，我是今天的赛事主持人邓希丹。金秋10月，丹桂飘香，恰逢国庆黄金周。我们怀着无比激动的心情，相聚在上海国际赛车场，共同见证这场速度与激情的巅峰盛宴。此刻，赛道旁争奇烈烈，看台上人声鼎沸，期待着澎湃的引擎声奏响国庆最激昂的乐章。本次参赛的多支车队带来的超级跑车，不仅是速度的象征，更是科技与匠心的结晶。就像我们的祖国，始终以昂扬之姿，向着更高、更快、更强的目标奋勇前行。现在，请允许我为大家介绍今天莅临开幕式现场的领导和嘉宾，他们是中国汽车摩托车运动联合会专职副主席兼秘书长何建东，欢迎您。上海市科技体育运动管理中心主任徐志刚，欢迎您。嘉定区体育局局长周万春，欢迎您。嘉定区安亭镇党委书记严建明，欢迎您。上海国际汽车城集团有限公司董事长陈刚，欢迎您。上海九市国际体育中心有限公司董事长卢岭，欢迎您。上海九市国际体育中心有限公司总经理王磊，欢迎您。上海市汽车摩托车运动协会常务副会长林国平，欢迎您。上海竞速赛事策划有限公司 CEO 邓大伟，欢迎您。接下来，请全体起立，奏唱中华人民共和国国歌。礼毕。接下来，请现场的领导与嘉宾合影留念，共同为我们本次赛事点赞，也为我们每一位奋勇争先的车手点赞，也为我们来到现场的每一位热情的观众点赞。好，谢谢。接下来，让我们掌声欢迎中国汽车摩托车运动联合会专职副主席兼秘书长何建东先生宣布赛事开幕。
我宣布，2025上海8小时耐力赛开幕。
感谢我们莅临开幕式的各位领导和嘉宾，也请各位移步至嘉宾席观看比赛。在这举国同庆的日子里，我们感谢每一位车手的全力以赴，也感谢每一位工作人员的默默付出，更要感谢到场的每一位观众，是你们的热情让这条赛道、让这场赛事充满了生命力。谢谢你们！ 祝愿每一位车手都能够赛道平安，在赛道上赛出风采，赛出水平。也祝愿现场每一位观众朋友在黄金周和我们共同见证难忘的巅峰盛世。谢谢大家。开幕式现场就到这里，接下来让我们共同比赛，让我们期待赛事精彩。
I fall for you and fall asleep. If I'm dreaming, don't wake me up. If I'm dreaming, don't wake me up. No, let me sleep in this fantasy. Till the lights off, baby, let's live a dream. If I'm dreaming, don't wake me up. If I'm dreaming, don't wake me up. No, it's the sweetest dream. You're all I need. Keep the lights on, baby, let's live in a dream.
他跟车。
好的，现在站在我身边的这位呢，就是今天位于杆位起步发车的车手，来自 Parking Park Racing by Z Speed 的18号车手张真东。So now the racer behind me is actually today's pole position, number 18, 张真东。So 张真东，你今天位于杆位起步，有制定什么比较特别的策略吗？
其实对于8个小时的比赛来说，其实比赛非常长。那对所有车手来说，其实是一个需要保持自己平衡的一个比赛，而不是说像之前的冲刺赛，大家全力冲刺。所以呢，8个小时比赛，我们希望我们的车组能够安全的完赛。然后其次呢，因为我们早上其实已经有部件坏掉了，所以呢，我们换了部件以后，我们将会在暖台圈以后维修区发车，也就是说我们会在最后一名发车。那但是对于8个小时比赛，我们还是非常有信心能够回到前排的。
好的，那也希望今天安全完赛，然后呢可以达到一个理想的成绩，加油！ Okay, Zhang Zhendong just mentioned that actually safety is the first principle today at this 8 hours competition. And now we also hope he will have good luck in his later competition. 这也是同样位于前排发车的85号，来自 Uno Racing 的赛车。今天呢，位于这个第一棒其实是潘君林选手，但是呢，我们可以看一下他现在可能我们还需要稍后期待他的比赛吧。And this is actually also the first row, actually also from the front row, David Pan from 85 Uno Racing Team. 那么我们现在就来到这个今天同样也在前排位置发车的，来自 Wing Here Harmony Racing 的37号车手这里的位置。可以采访吗？好。So now we are going to interview actually also the racer from front race today. 来自 Wing Here Harmony Racing 的37号车手邓毅。邓毅你好，想请问一下，今天就是对于比赛有没有什么样的一个期望呢？
现在还不太好说，因为比赛还没有开始。我觉得，我们在场上能做的就是把自己的每一棒给好好，然后希望一切顺利，车辆也不要出现什么机械故障，是最重要的。
Okay, Deng Yi just mentioned that also safety first for today's competition, and we also wish you good luck. 也希望你今天比赛加油，加油！好的，那我们就今天一起共同期待所有车手的精彩表现。Let's looking forward to the exciting competitions later.
Harry send the invoice to Leo, not me. This time he's the asshole.
大不肉来了。
I heard a story. It was that.
他们为什么没有被卡？
不知道，应该。
Get some KFC. Eating on the street.
One of the driver from the Ferrari car, he's a
So there's plenty of very stellar drivers to discuss and talk about over the course of this race battle. There is the number 50 car. That is the Audi being prepared for this race by the 326 Racing Team. They've got an incredible combination of drivers. James Yu, Lu Zichen, Wu Yifan, and Zhu Zheyu are going to be in that particular car. They are bidding for the victory in the AM category, as well as overall, of course. Anybody who's got a GT3 car will be pushing for the overall running. Hello to everybody who is watching along on the live stream. Great to be with you. Myself will, of course, be in English, and then whenever we need to grab a word with the drivers, we'll have Nick Zhang and his female colleague down in the pit lane as well. So a fascinating situation for all of the contenders as the battle is ready to get under starters' orders. But we are ready to have exciting battles down there. We've got Nick Zhang and Kelly Dung down there in pit lane. It'll be great to catch up with people over the course of the race. There is Haziq Zadel O, the Malaysian driver, who's going to be sharing his H30 Fortis by Absolute Audi with fellow countrymen Akash Nandi and Aaron Lim. The 777 Audi on your screen, that's the other car entered by Climax. They have two cars. One of them is a Mercedes, one of them is an Audi, essentially just to hedge their bets, if you like. And the 777 crew consists of Li Donghui, Lu Wei, Zhu Liyuan, and Li Dongsheng. Four very talented racing drivers within that particular squad, and certainly contenders for the AM category, if not for overall. That's the 51 car, the incipient racing team. And they've got Xiaomin, Yutong, Yang Xiaowei, and Hu Haohuang in that particular car. So there's going to be plenty of excitement from that particular team. They're actually going to be starting this race a little further back than they would have liked to. 10th position on the grid for this particular car. And there is the 86 crew. This is the Origin Motorsport car in their Mercedes, with the car that is in the tribute livery to its Formula One counterpart. Looks pretty exciting, this car, to be fair, and it is great to see the amazing engineering work that's gone into it for this particular event. Their combination of drivers, very, very strong indeed for this one. Jiang Jiawei, Bian Fengjun, Wu Jiaxin, and Chuang Qishun in this particular car. We'll tell you more about the drivers themselves when we get under starters' orders. The 27, that is the Z-Speed community car from the Wuhan province, the BMW M4 GT3 of Yang Haojie, Jiang Nan, and Tang Zhihao. They're one of the few crews in this race that have elected to field 3 drivers. There are other competitors in the field who have only decided to go for 4. Most of the teams have actually decided for 4. So an exciting battle is certainly in prospect here. The number 22 car, that is the very talented trio of Zhou Yiran, Louis Pret, the Monegasque, and Shigei, who of course is the former CEC GT4 winner earlier this year. Also picked up a win this year in the F4 Chinese Championship. So great opportunities to see what these competitors will give us. That was Louis Pret getting ready to take the start. The 610 Racing crew in the number 610 Porsche, Li Tiandu, Wang Yang, Li Weiqiong, and the Singaporean Roy Tang, all going to be part of that one. It's actually going to be Wang Yang that takes the start of this race for the crew. So it will be a fascinating charge forward from all of our drivers at the start of this one. The Gaha Racing team, made up of Zhang Huilin, Wu Shiyao, Bao Junbin, and Ye Zichao. Great combination of drivers aboard this one. This is a dark horse for the podium for me in the GT3 AM category, partly because of the fact that they are running the Mercedes AMG, and partly because their long-range pace actually looks really promising based on what we saw in the practice session. Just one car entered in the GTC category. Their bid is to come home ahead of the GTS cars. And this Porsche Cup car will be piloted by Wang Jiahao, Gan Erfu, Zhang Meng, and Liu Chao, and run by the 610 Racing Team. There is the number 15 car, the leading competitor from the GTS category. It's the Level Motorsport team from Taiwan, and their three drivers, Chen Zhenhua, Li Weiqie, and Chang Qianxiang. So they are going to be fascinating to observe off the lights. The next car on the lineup is the Zenith BMW, the 53 car, Li Xiongling, Li Neng, Heitze Yu, and Li Jun, as they get themselves prepared for the starting battle. It's actually going to be very close indeed in the GTS category. Very difficult to predict who's going to get the victory. You can already hear the crowd going nuts for Wang Yibo, who's not going to be starting the race for the Uno Racing Team, but that's why the legion of fans have come here just to see him. The 56 Pointer Racing Mercedes, that's going to have Huang He, Lo Quan Kit, the team manager for Pointer Racing, and Huang Weibo, all getting involved in that particular car. This is the car that fields the only female in the field, the Jiangxi Racing Team in their Aston Martin Racing Vantage GT4, based of the four drivers Liu Peiji, Han Dongchun, Shi Wei, and Liu Taichi. So with everybody getting them geared up, ready for the start in the Tianxi Racing Team AMR Vantage GT4. There's a big competition from them from further back as well. The Ultimate Racing Porsche 718 Cayman. That's the team being made up of Yang Chunlei, Zhang Bangui, Wang Hahu, and Zhang Wenyan. So everybody geared up for the start of that one in that particular crew. And keep an eye on the number 13 Mercedes. This is the team from Mogan Team Track Day King, based out of Hong Kong, with their three drivers, Tang Yuqing, Chan Kaping, and Billy Lowe from Macau. That'll be an interesting one to see what he can do and how he can contribute to the sharp running of this particular squad. I can definitely see them putting on a great showcase. Here is the incipient racing Audi in that category as well. Wu Zhenlong, Che Xiaoyi, Zhu Jianwu, and Heibi Fang. The 168 BMW in the mix there as well. That's the car from Gaha Racing of Liang Jitong, Chen Shugang, Wang Chen, and Chen Xiaokei. So they all want to be right up at the sharp end of the field, but it will be very tricky indeed to see how they will go. They had some difficulties in the practice session yesterday, to be fair. Here's the 88 car. This is the team that's going to be starting from the back of the grid, the TCR, the only TCR car in the field. And they've got a Honda FK7, again from the Mogan Team Track Day King car. And that's going to be made up of the Hong Kong driver and the two Macanese drivers, Eason Wu, Ching Chiu-on, and King Son Chang, all of whom race in the Macau Touring Car Series. So they will know the car, but obviously the Shanghai circuit is not exactly in the forefront of their racing season. They do race there over the course of the year, but it's not the first car that they go to battle with. Great to see everybody on the stream already getting fired up and rooting for all of the teams. It's going to be fascinating to see how it all goes. Here is your starting grid for the 2025 Shanghai 8 Hours. Parking Park by Z-Speed on pole position, with the Uno Racing Team Audi alongside on the front row of the grid, with Shendong, Zhang Ming, and Johansson alongside Pun, Wang, Rio, and Sergio Sette Camara. The Win Here Harmony Audi versus the 33R Harmony Ferrari, Dong Liu and Li, along with Lo, Zhang, Liu, and Chen. And the third row of the grid will see the Origin Motorsport machine alongside the Climax Racing Team, with a fantastic squadron of drivers, including Elias Sepinen there in the sixth place car. Alongside him is Chen Fangping in that squad, but of course Bob Yuan going off from P5. The 326 Racing Team alongside the HZ040s by Absolute, the crew of Malaysians trying to break their way through the Chinese forefront at the sharp end of the field. And then the Climax Racing Team number 777 alongside the Incipient Racing Team, 10th on the starting grid for car 51. Outside the top 10, the Origin Motorsport combo alongside the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW as they finish off the GT3 contingency. Just in behind them on the starting grid, it will obviously be a very competitive charge through the field from the Frankenstein Racing Mercedes. They're going to have pressure all the way from the 610 Racing machine. Then the Gaha Racing BMW is the last of the GT3 runners, and then the 610 Racing Cup car from Porsche, 16th on the grid. Next up will be the Level Motorsport versus Zenith Racing teams. Those two will, of course, be battling away nice and early in the GTC ranks. Pointer Racing versus Tianjin Racing Team. Then it's the Ultimate Racing crew beside the Moga Team Track Day King contingent. And then on the 12th row of the grid, we'll have the Incipient Racing Machine alongside the Gaha Racing Team and the Moga Team Track Day King Honda TCR at the back of the grid. So compared to last year, it is a bright and sunny day. Last year, of course, it was absolutely pelting down with rain, and it was there for the entirety of the 480-minute encounter. This year, a much faster circuit for the 2025 running, and yesterday's average qualifying time actually broke the record for the fastest qualifying combined trio of times, with the fastest lap from qualifying coming from the newly crowned Chinese GT champion Eric Johansson, who managed to get a fastest lap time on the board yesterday of a 1:59.881, just a fraction of a second quicker than Andy Dung managed in the Win Here Harmony Audi. But it's going to be such a difficult race to predict here. We know roughly who's going to do what over the course of proceedings, but we know it's going to be very difficult to see who will get what done. Of course, we know who's going to be in the car first from pole position. The Parking Park by Z-Speed car will be piloted at the start by the four-time Chinese touring car champion Zhang Zhendong, as we ride on board on the formation lap with the Uno Racing Team Audi that will be second on the grid. It's David Pun who will start the race for them. Third on the grid, the Win Here Harmony Racing Audi. That's going to be piloted by Andy Dung at the start, so expect him to be charging for the lead very early doors. The 33R Harmony Ferrari will have David Chen at the wheel. And then the Origin Motorsport Porsche, well, that will see Bob Yuan take the car first. The 710 Climax car will have Elias Seppänen at the wheel. It wouldn't shock me to see him charge his way through to the top three in the early stages of this one. And then in the 326 Racing Team, the number 50 Audi, that's going to have Liu Zichen to start us off. The Edgestado Fortis by Absolute Audi will have Hazikzadeh O, the team captain, as you were, leading the charge off the start. The Climax Racing Audi Treble 7, well, that will see Li Dongsheng start the race off for them. Incipient Racing, the number 51 car, that'll be Xiao Min at the wheel to start with. The 86 Origin, that will be Bian Fengjun at the wheel to begin. The Porsche at the head of the field for this pair of formation laps. They'll go around twice, which gives me a bit of time to talk about who else is going to be taking the start. The Z-Speed Wuhan BMW will have Li Zhuanyu racing at the beginning. The 22 Frankenstein Racing Mercedes, that'll be Louis Pret, the Monegasque. And then we'll have the 610 Racing Porsche, that's going to have Wang Yang to kick off the charge. And then the Gaha Racing BMW number 678, that'll have Ye Zichao at the wheel. In the 610 Racing Porsche Cup car, the starting driver will be Liu Chao. And then we go through the GTS runners. In the Level Motorsport 15 Mercedes, that will see Chen Zhenhua at the starting line. The Zenith Racing number 53 BMW, that'll be Li Jun. And then for Pointer Racing, the number 56 car, no major shocks, but it'll be Huang He who starts the race for them. In the number 20 Jishan Racing Team Aston Martin, there'll be Han Dong-jun who will start the race. The Ultimate Racing Team 718, well, that'll be Wang Hao Hao. And then the Moga Team Track Day King number 13 Mercedes will have Billy Lowe, the Macanese driver, start the race for them. For Incipient Racing in the Porsche Cayman, the number 650 car, that will see a very strong start, I'm sure, from Zhu Jinwu. And then the last two cars on the grid, 24th on the grid, the Gaha Racing BMW number 168. That'll see Liang Zhetong at the wheel. And then in the Honda FK7 TCR, that will probably be lapping about 15 to 20 seconds a lap slower than everybody, to be fair. They just want to finish the race. The Moga Team Track Day King car will have Cheong Chihom starting the race. So the race has already technically started, but we have started behind the safety car. That's just to give everybody a chance to run in position. You've got to remember that this race is not quite at the same level as your stereotypical Nürburgring 24-hour races. For safety reasons, and because we have so many different drivers at so many different racing levels, the race is being taken at the start under formation laps. So 2 formation laps and then we'll get underway, despite the fact that we have a very strong weather condition for this race. And you're absolutely right, Irish. This is a beautiful condition for the start. Couldn't be more different compared to last year when we had an absolutely horrendous start to the race under wet conditions, and it stayed that way for the entirety of the race. The lights are out on the safety car. So at the end of this second formation lap, all according to schedule, we will go green for the first time in the Shanghai 8 hours. Get ready for some exciting drama in this race. But interestingly, at the Sepang 12 hours at the beginning of the race, at the beginning of the season, sorry, we had an incredible race of 12 hours around the Sepang circuit in Malaysia. And we had no yellow flags, no crashes, no safety cars, barely a penalty in sight. And yet, despite that, we had an amazing race that went down to the wire. Couldn't believe it when we saw it when it happened at the beginning of the season. I was there in the grid, on the starting grid at the start of the race at Sepang, and couldn't believe that we had an amazing race that lasted 12 hours without a single yellow flag. Genuinely can't believe that one. I have a feeling that today it's going to be very different. We've got more cars on the grid. We've got more battles to come through. So we'll come through the final hairpin before the start. It's the parking park by Z-Speed BMW, the Uno Racing Audi, the Win Here Harmony Audi, the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Keep an eye on Garfield's progress from P4. Origin Porsche, Climax Mercedes, HZ040s by Absolute, Audi. Then the 326 Climax and Incipient Audis from the Origin Mercedes and the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW, ahead of the 610 Racing Porsche, the Frankenstein Mercedes and the Gaha BMW, followed by the GTC, GTS and TCR cars as the safety car peels in. And it looks as though from pole position, we've already got the pole sitters coming in. So the pole sitters have come in straight away, but the race is going to get under starters' orders regardless as the lights go out. Let's race in the Shanghai 8 hours of 2025. So David Pern goes into the lead straight away as the pole sitters go down pit lane. It looks as though they're going to have to take a drive-through penalty at the start of the race, which is exactly what they've done. And as we charge through the first couple of hairpins, it is going to be an amazing launch forward. Indeed, the Z-Speed parking park car has taken a drive-through penalty and rejoined at the back of the field. I believe that is already part of the action, but the 37 Audi has gone nowhere. That's the 37 Harmony Audi. Oh my word, the Win Here Harmony Audi has already had a problem. That's Andy Dung. The car has broken down. And as we work our way through, it looks like we're already going to be under yellow flag conditions potentially as the Ferrari makes its first pit and takes the lead. Great start from the Ferrari from David Chen. It's already launched forward in front of the Uno Racing Audi that has already slumped to 4th position. So, incredibly, Bob Yuan in the Origin Porsche has already got ahead, and so too has the Climax Mercedes of Elias Seppänen. So an amazing start to the race for the Ferrari crew. And look, there is Garfield on the front bonnet, really enjoying having some free air at the front end of the field. But already some big problems as the 37 Win Here Harmony Audi is already in dire straits, having broken down on the way to the grid. And we know already that the drive-through penalty for the Z-Park BMW that was originally on pole position, they've now got to try and work their way forward. And so the battle remains a pretty exciting one down the back straight. Already Elias Seppänen is going to try and take on the battle. Well, there's yellow flags. So the top 3 were caught out there. Certainly Elias Seppänen was full course yellows, and that has got to be for the 37 Win Here Harmony car of Andy Dung. Now, he was the 2nd fastest driver in qualifying yesterday. So let's see where his car is. But I can't make out where the Win Here Harmony Audi was stopped out on the circuit. There is his car. So a big disaster for the Win Here Harmony Audi team with his car already parked on the sidelines. I want to try and make out where on the track that car is based, because that's a pretty sizable disaster already for this race. I'm going to try and figure out where that car is, because that's the absolute catastrophic failure for the start of this race. And we should get some idea roughly as to where that car has been parked. But it's the Ferrari that leads the way under full course yellow. That didn't take long, did it, for our first full course yellow of the race? Now, interestingly, I want to try and make out that car was going around the Win Here Harmony Audi on the 1st formation lap. So it was during the 2nd formation lap that it pulled off, and that was the car that was meant to be starting from 3rd on the grid. It made it as far as the 1st sector, and then I think that's where the car pulled off. So a big disaster for the team at the Win Here Harmony Audi team, putting to a stop before the race got underway. I didn't actually see where the car became stationary, but certainly a devastating opening part of the race for them. They certainly made it round a fair part of the lap. I want to try and figure out where the car was stationary. It actually broke down on the back straight by the look of it, and then it didn't make it through the first part of the course. So a very early problem for the Win Here Harmony Audi, because that car broke down on the final bend, I believe. Yes, indeed it did. So on the way to the grid, it stalled as the race was getting underway. The Z-Speed BMW was coming in for its normal scheduled stop, and then the Win Here Harmony Audi parked up at the back of the field just as the race was getting underway. So a devastating start for those two teams. Obviously, one knew they were going to take a drive-through penalty. That's part of the handicap system. But the other one, well, that's definitely not in the script for the Win Here Harmony Audi. So I don't know, M209, whether that car is out of the race or not yet. We'll try and figure out what the situation is, but certainly that car has not moved. Trying to see whether it is now actually circulating. I'm told that the car has restarted. So they are a lap down, but the car has restarted. So the safety car will be in at the end of this lap now. So the 37 is still circulating, albeit a lap down now behind the rest of the field. Zhang Shendong had already made his way up into 21st position, and if you look back, you should see that BMW having already made up several places in the field. But the safety car is coming into the pits at the end of this lap. Any moment now, those lights will go out, and we will start racing again. If you look in the background, you'll see the Z-Speed by BMW car coming into view in amongst the GTS machines. There are the lights out on the safety car. Look at the background, and we should see the Z-Speed BMW. There it is. The white with the blue grille insignia. The Win Here Harmony Audi shouldn't be too far behind that, so those two cars will be going through the field. But the Win Here Harmony Audi is already going to be a lap down on everybody else. So that's pretty devastating. So out of the final turn, we're going to see when the Ferrari goes for it. They've already decided to put their foot down. So this is going to be the battle early doors between David Chen and Bob Yuan. 33R Harmony versus Origin, and the race is green, 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 green once again here at the Shanghai 8 Hours. And it's Ferrari, Porsche and Mercedes at the sharp end of the field, with the Uno Audi being threatened by Louis Brett in the Frankenstein Mercedes already. So we've got several categories in the mix here. We've got 7 classes in total. We've got GT3 Pro-Am and Silver Am, as well as the GT3 Am and Silver Pro-Am. And then we have the GTS Am category, the GTC and the TC category. So there are 7 classes in total. So let's see if we are going to have a continued battle here. As up to the inside, the defensive tactics of David Byrne are already evident as Louis Brett tries to put the Frankenstein Mercedes up to the inside line. Bit of a run wide there from David Byrne. So Louis Brett already wants to make his presence felt, but the Frankenstein car looking for a chance to get through and move up into 4th position as the top 3 have already started to spread clear. Zyberlo in the background in the absolute HZO Fortis Audi in front of the Origin Mercedes of Bianfeng Jun. So very intense battling already, but look at David Chen. This is exactly how the Sepang 12 Hours ended for the Ferrari crew last time out. They cantered to victory and managed to fight their way into the lead in the closing stages, courtesy of the Malaysian talent Jasmine Jafar, who sadly is not racing here this time. But it's certainly been fantastic racing up at the sharp end of the field as David Chen looking down the main straight with a decent bit of daylight between himself and Bob Yuan. Elias Seppänen in 3rd position behind him. But Seppänen has got a good run here on the Origin Porsche. I think the Climax Mercedes is going to make its bid into the hairpin. Is Seppänen close enough? No, not yet. He's going to have to wait for his bid. David Byrne has still got Louis Brett in the Frankenstein Mercedes all over the back of him. And there is the 37, the Win Here Harmony Audi, getting back up to speed again for Andy Dung. Already a lap and a half behind everybody else, but at least they're still in the race. And this is an 8-hour race, so do not think for a moment that they're out of it. We're only just getting started with this one, as the drivers charge their way down the main straight and up into the first corner for the first complete green lap of racing to be completed. And so after 4 laps of proper racing, the competition is going very strong indeed as the drivers work their way further forward. David Chen, Bob Yuan, Elias Seppänen and David Byrne, the top 4 at the moment. for 33R Harmony Ferrari, Origin Porsche, Climax Mercedes, and then the Uno Racing Audi and the Frankenstein Mercedes in P5. Here comes Louis Brett, trying to make the bid on David Pun. Pun is holding that inside line big time, trying to keep the Mercedes at bay. And as they roll off the turn, this is where David Pun is going to have to work very hard indeed, because Louis Brett is not a man to be trifled with. The Monegasque Italian wants to get his move on the inside line here. We've got two very talented racing drivers going at it here. Brilliant battles. David Pun, who of course is returning to the sport after 3 years out. He actually competed for X-Works in the GT World Challenge Asia back in 2022. What a comeback for David Pun, and thrown straight into the battle against the former Ferrari Challenge European Trofeo Pirelli Pro Champion, Louis Brett, who's been racing in the GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Gold Cup this year. Big dive at the inside by the Gaha BMW as 3 wide we go. Oh, that was a big challenge forward. And a lovely overtake there from the Z-Speed Wuhan car of Li Shanwu. Ye Sijiao had to give best there, and Li Dongsheng was in the middle of all of that too. So a big moment there from the Climax Audi. Li Dongsheng getting out of the way. Oh no, sorry, that's the other Audi. That's the 326 car of Liu Zijian. So Liu Zijian is now trying to get the move here on the inside of Li Tianyu. So is there going to be an overtake, trying to get the move on the inside line when he's spending a long time defending from the 678 BMW of Ye Zijiao. So the Gaha BMW trying to work the way through. Ye Zijiao hoping for an overtaking move here on the inside of Liu Zijian in the 326 car as the HZO Absolute Fortis Audi from Malaysia charges down the straight, try and scamper away from them. But at the moment, it is all guns blazing for the 33R Harmony car. All going well for the moment. We've got the 4 cars in the GT3 Pro-Am category. And of course, we've got 5 cars now in Silver Am. And we've got 3 cars in the GTS Silver Am category as well, along with the 5 remaining cars that are in GTS overall. Oh, bit of a twitch there from the Origin Porsche of Bob Yuan. He's got pressure from this man, Elias Sepinen. Let's ride on board with him. Big defensive moves from Bob Yuan. The Origin Porsche working really hard to try and keep this Climax Mercedes back, but Elias Sepinen is not a man to mess around with. 21 years of age. I do believe he is the youngest man in the race, Elias Sepinen. But as we saw from him in the Chinese GT Championship this year in CGT, as it is shorthanded known, he is already a race winner this year, having teamed up with Chen Fangbing to put in a fantastic job over the course of this year in the Climax Ferrari. But of course, for this weekend, he's in a Mercedes. Let's see if he can get his run in the 87 Porsche. Bob Yuan is trying to hold this move. Elias Sepinen just keeping his place for the moment. No need to go ugly too early in this race. This is an 8-hour. If you get it wrong and end up clattering into the side of your opponent, you're going to give your mechanics a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, we've got a great duel going on as Bianfeng Jun tries to get through on the inside of Hazik Zaralo. You're not on home turf now, says Biang Junho, because of course Bianfeng Jun was the man with no home advantage against the HZO Fortis team at the Sepang 12 Hours. Now the roles are reversed. It's Malaysia versus China again, but this time it's the Origin Motorsport team that are on home territory. Hazik Zaralo in front of Bianfeng Jun, and they've got to watch out because Li Chunyu has managed to drop the cars behind him, and look how close he is getting in the Z-Speed Wuhan car. Definitely getting much closer, as now on the inside line, here comes the Origin. Bianfeng Jun will try and make his bid and finish the overtaking move, but Hazik Zaralo's got his foot in still in the Audi, and they run side by side all the way down from turn 2 up towards 4, and they concede the place again. Big dive on the inside from the Mercedes. Do not clatter into the side of your opponent this early, and straight onto the runoff area goes the Mercedes of Bianfeng Jun. He's got to get back on without causing himself too many headaches from Li Tianyu. Goodness me, I think that's as track limits as it's going to get for the Mercedes, isn't it? You don't really want to drive on the racetrack, do you, Mr. Bianfeng Jun? Certainly for that move. He obviously decided to keep his foot in and drive around the far side. But who would have thought we'd have this intense a battle this early into the race in the midfield? Very close stuff at the moment, as again a little bit of defensive tacticians from Bianfeng Jun, with Li Tuanyu in the BMW already trying to make a move through. But this is pretty intense stuff for the first hour of the Shanghai 8 hours, as it is the HZO Fortis by Absolute car that holds the line down the back straight. They thought they had already been beaten by the Origin, but clearly the team reckoned without Haziq Saralo. They've got two cars hustling them in behind as well. Ye Xichao in the Gaha BMW and Li Dongsheng in the Climax Audi. Careful. Do not trade paint this early. You do not want to give your mechanics too much to do in the first hour. But so far, so good, as things are getting really intense here. Out through the final turn, the left-hander, and onto the main straight again. This, of course, is the race circuit that is the home to Chinese Formula One fans, and has been since 2004. It's amazing. If you look back to the footage of the Grand Prix in 2004 and then compare it with the skyline that we have now, this place was in the middle of a barren wasteland back in the day, but now all these incredible skyscrapers and the fans that have moved in and the inhabitants and all the local businesses that have come in. This is a really fantastic province. There's two big late breakers coming in. Oh, big moments there as the 15 of Chen Jinhua in the Level Motorsport Mercedes almost misses his braking, and Liu Chao in the 610 Porsche does. Oh dear, you do not want to be making mistakes like that this early on into the race. But clearly, drivers are fancying themselves for these overtaking moves nice and early, and they want to settle into the rhythm. Meanwhile, we've got a fantastic intensity shaping up again between these three. The HZO Fortis by Absolute Audi, the Origin Mercedes, and the Z-Speed BMW is round the outside now. Comes Bianfeng Jun. Can he hold that? Round the double left-hander. There's no way he can finish off that move. Might be a bit of a sprinkling of rain or oil as the HZO Absolute Fortis Audi puts the windscreen wipers on. Up the inside comes the BMW. That's Liu Zichen. Li Xuanyu is going to hold this round the outside to fend him off. Li Xuanyu has got Bianfeng Jun still for company. It's the fourth and position. That's to stop it on the circuit. Don't tell me. That's the win here. Harmony Audi again. Porsche has already gone ahead, and certainly Andy has the Climax Mercedes for the first sector. They've got all sorts of problems in that car. And that was a start for Ferrari to win that particular car. I genuinely thought they were going to be fighting for the victory today, but it certainly looks as though their chances of victory are already over. Big dive up the inside from the Mercedes. That's very late, and there's contact. Haziq Saralo holds on from Bianfeng Jun, but he's got to be very careful. You would not think that this was an 8-hour race, would you? Certainly not the way these guys are scrabbling away. I've got a feeling that we're going to go to safety car in a moment, especially if the Win Here Harmony Audi is still stationary out on the course. But Andy Dung has not come through, and that car has been sat there for the duration of a normal racing lap. So they've had all sorts of problems. On the last lap, he actually went quicker than the race leaders in the 33R Harmony Ferrari, but ever since then they've been stopped out on the track doing nothing. I think we're about to go past the scene of that car. There it is. Look, the car is stationary on the track. So I'm not sure why we haven't gone to full course yellows yet. Ivy View Point asks the question, are the Shanghai 8 hours regulations the same as WEC? No, they're not. Very different regulations, as we see the Origin Mercedes now get the move. Bianfeng Jun gets his man, Haziq Saralo, and now the Malaysians got big pressure from around the outside as Li Xuanyu in the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW now makes his bid on the inside. Leave each other enough space. You do not want an accident in the first hour. Great run right round the outside. Can Li Xuanyu keep his foot in the BMW and drive right round the outside? No, he can't. I could see that coming a mile away. Incredibly, the HZO Fortis by Absolute Audi is okay. I don't think there was any actual contact, but now we have gone full course yellow, and I think for the team from HZO Absolute Fortis, about 30 seconds too late. Goodness me. What a dramatic turn of events for them as they just about avoid contact. But the Audi was trying to get his foot on the throttle fractionally earlier than the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW. And they just pirouetted around. I don't think there was actually contact, but that's the reason we've gone full course yellow. For the second time, the Win Here Harmony Audi is stationary out on the circuit. And that is devastating for the team that should have been fighting for the victory. Look at the dejection down in pit lane for the crew. His teammates, Liu Gaoliu and Li Hanyu, were absolutely itching to get behind the wheel of this car. This was one of the favourites for the victory, and within the first half an hour, they have stopped out twice on the circuit. Liu Gaoliu, of course, a double pro winner in China GT this year, as well as being the vice champion at Porsche Carrera Cup Asia 3 years ago. And his teammate, Li Hanyu, who actually won this event in GT4 last season, stepping up to GT3 for this year. Big chance for him, having won in China GT at Zhuhai and Shanghai this year for the Dixel by Gaha racing team. Now the car is moving again, but it's scant consolation because they're already 3 laps down. What a disaster. So here's the incident that we saw between the HZO Absolute Fortis by Audi and the Z-Speed BMW. Now, was there actually any contact that caused the spin? No. The Audi got on the curb. So Haziq Zaralo actually mounted the curb. You can just see it on the inside. Oh no, that angle tells you that there was a little bit of a love tap actually. It's very difficult. From one angle, you think the wheel's gone on the curb. And from the other angle, you can see that there's a little bit of damage. Well, the Ferrari's taken this opportunity to come in. I don't know whether this is scheduled or not, because they're the only team to have done so. Is there an issue for the 33R Harmony that was leading the race? Well, come on. We've signaled you to go out of the pits again. The lollipop man lifted the lollipop in front of the car, and they had to then... Never seen anything like that when the pit stop has happened. And the driver has had to be reminded, come on, get out there. A bit of a splash and dash. Wait for it. They've got to do a minimum pit stop time, of course, for each scenario. Now, if you choose to take a penalty, if you choose to take a pit stop, you are also essentially choosing to give yourself a bit of a handicap in terms of the pit stops, because there are certain rules for each pit stop. There are certain regulations you have to follow. So the refueling minimum time for GT3 and GTS class is 45 seconds. For the GTC, it's 80 seconds. And for the TC class, it's 90 seconds. We're going to see a replay of the start. There goes the parking park by Z-Speed car into the pits. And there you can see the Win Here Harmony Audi breaking down out of the final turn and going into anti-stall. So the race was already compromised for the Win Here Harmony Audi before the lights even went out. Then the lights go out now, and the race gets underway. But the Win Here Harmony Audi already in dire straits before we even launched. So very, very difficult indeed. So a very tricky situation then for all of the competitors concerned. So what will happen to the 37, asks Xenia Faye Milano? Well, as long as they can get the car going again, they can keep going. In endurance racing, you can keep going as long as you've got the car that actually has any power in it. But this is a replay on board with the 33R Harmony Ferrari. This was the move for the lead on lap 1. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from David Chen. No worries at all to get through. And this is on board with Bob Yuan. He saw a very similar overtaking chance. It very nearly closed in on him. Goodness me. That was the latest possible attempt at an overtake he could have asked for on that opening lap. And here is the 33R Win Here Harmony Audi. Now, what happened to them to cause them to break down again? Well, that's the Z-Speed BMW coming out of the pits after its pit stop, immediately engaging in a duel with one of the Audis. Was there some contact there? Well, it was very marginal indeed on the exit. That's the 21 car they were battling with there, I do believe. Sorry, I meant to say the 51 car. It's the incipient Audi that they were having a duel with. And this is also the Win Here Harmony Audi having a similar little hiccup there with the 51. And then we had this monumental battle between these three cars. The fantastic duel between the Origin Mercedes, the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW, and the HZO Fortis by Absolute Audi. As into the pits comes the Uno Racing Team car. Currently at the wheel of this car is David Pun. But of course, he is sharing this car with Rio Lee, Wang Yibo, and Sergio Sete Camara, the Brazilian former Formula E driver. And they're going for a refueling stop. Now, I get to talk about this again. There is a minimum refueling time for these cars, which is quite important to take into consideration here, because each car obviously has its own minimum time that it has to adhere to. 90 seconds for TCR cars. I think it's 45 seconds for some of the others in the mix. So definitely the cars having to adhere to the fact that we've got a minimum refueling time for each of these cars. A refueling minimum time for GT3 is 45 seconds, so that's why the car has to stay there for a fair long time. So David Pun comes into the pits. A lot of teams using this full course yellow as an opportunity to come into the pits, but now the Win Here Harmony Audi has started again. It just seems to be having an issue with the car continuously going into anti-stall, and that's going to be a big problem for them long term. They can't afford for that to continue. They need to make sure that that car is going to be working again. Now, this isn't a full safety car. Now it is. I'm not entirely sure why we took so long there to go from full course yellow to safety car, but there is the safety car now on track. It was full course yellow, which meant that basically everybody had to limit their speed and stay in the same positions they were. Now we've got full course yellow out on the course, and that is the leading car, the pink Origin Motorsport number 87. As into the pits comes the Win Here Harmony Audi, and the team are desperately trying to figure out in pit lane, why is this car continuously going into anti-stall? I've got a feeling they're going to push this car back into the garage. Yes, indeed they are. So with the safety car deployed, and the Win Here Harmony Audi going into the pits to fix whatever problem continues to put it into anti-stall, that's one of the big players in this race already fallen by the wayside. Disaster. And certainly for our enjoyment of the race battle up front, that's one of the big players taken out of it. Fastest lap of the race so far has come from David Chen, a 2-minute flat point 931. So we're going to see how it all continues out on the course. Fans are obviously, and no doubt, rather proudly tuning in, not just for Wang Yibo, but also for the number 22 car, the Frankenstein car of Zhou Yiran. And that is, of course, because as well as Wang Yibo, he is also a fairly famous actor in the world of Chinese cinema, raced in F4 China and the 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi earlier this year, as well as being a regular competitor in the Touring Car Sports Cup. He actually took a victory at Zhejiang last year. So we've got two racing drivers who are the Chinese answer to Patrick Dempsey out on the course. As into the pits comes the Mercedes of Elias Seppänen. That's the Climax Racing Team car, whilst under safety car. That's backfired on them for the moment, but they will rejoin behind the 33R Harmony Ferrari and the Uno Racing Audi that have taken their pit stops and dropped to 10th and 11th places respectfully. But that is tactical. They take 2 steps back now to go 3 steps forward later. So it does actually make sense for them to make their pit stop at this point. And the Climax Racing Team for Li Dongsheng have chosen exactly the same time to make their pit stop. They've got to do 45 seconds worth of refueling minimum, even if they don't refuel for 45 seconds. That's the minimum mandatory stop time. And they've added tyres as well for the Climax Racing Team, so they'll spend a little bit longer for their minimum mandatory stop. If you take shorter than your minimum mandatory, then essentially you're going to end up with a penalty. So they've got to be very tactically careful as to who does what out in the pit lane. So as a result of these shuffles of the deck, it's currently the Origin Porsche number 87 that leads the way. And it's the Frankenstein Mercedes that in number 22 that's now up to second place. That's the car being shared by Louis Pret, Zhou Yiran and Shike. So they are up into second place now by virtue of the fact that they haven't pitted. There is a rather pensive-looking Liu Gaoliu, who is really hoping that this car is going to fire up again. But clearly something is very wrong inside the car for it to go into anti-stall on 2 occasions within half an hour. But they seem to have found the solution. Well, 2 of them have. The other 2 are still working on something. If you're going to fix something, you need to communicate with each other, guys. It's no good putting the windshield back on the back of the car if the car isn't ready to go out yet. Safety car in at the end of this lap, though. So it's a miserable start to the Shanghai 8 Hours for the Win Here Harmony Racing team, who are already 5 laps down. And there is the safety car with its lights out. So we're going to go racing again with Bob Yuan in the Origin Porsche, leading Louis Pret in the Frankenstein Mercedes. And then we have Bianfeng Jun in the Origin Mercedes, the climax car of Chen Fangping. They've actually done a driver change there. So Elias Sepinen's got out and Chen Fangping's actually got back in again. So that's the first proper driver change of this race. I'm not entirely sure why Elias Sepinen why they decided to change driver at this point, but that's what they've elected to do. The long queue that we've got down at the back straight. The 87, Bob Yuan's gone for it because he's got a whole fleet of GTC and GTS cars behind him. And he's just thought, right, well, I can build a decent lead here. Nothing illegal about that at all. And so the race is going to get started with a massive bit of daylight between the two Mercedes cars from Frankenstein Racing and Origin Motorsport. And Bob Yuan went for it. Nothing illegal about that at all. There we go. Green, 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 green. And he's got a mile of a gap over the rest of the field thanks to the BMW and the Honda. Here come the rest of the field. Rather angry, I'm sure, scampering away behind them. Nothing illegal there at all in what Bob Yuan's done in the Origin Porsche. He's taken advantage of the fact that he had 2 slower cars behind him and just belted it. And now round the outside, here comes Li Chuanyu, trying to go wheel to wheel again with Bianfeng Jun. This already caused problems earlier on, and a big slide from Bianfeng Jun. He's made a big error there, and he's lost 2 places already, I think. Well, it's 1 for the moment, because the number 27, Li Chuanyu, has got ahead, but Ye Zichao has got to wait. There is the Frankenstein Mercedes. Louis Pret will be absolutely fuming in 2nd place to have lost so much time so early to Bob Yuan. 10 seconds they've lost on that restart. But again, like I stress, absolutely nothing illegal in what the Origin Porsche did. So that's a very difficult scenario to play with. As now the Ferrari and the 610 Porsche are trying to work their way through the traffic. This is a big risk for David Chen to go wheel to wheel with the 610 Porsche of Wang Yang, and he's there. Lovely overtake on the Porsche that has to bail out mid-apex. And so David Chen's Ferrari has got through. And that puts them up into 8th position. No, sorry, that puts them up even further than that. That puts them up into 6th place. They've made some amazing moves on the opening couple of laps. As now we've got the Mercedes battling wheel to wheel with Ye Zichao of the Gaha Racing team. They go side by side as they run through. That's Bianfeng Jun trying to defend the position. And here comes the Ferrari. Watch out, boys. You've got a prancing horse galloping up behind you. Down to the braking zone for the hairpin. Where is this Ferrari going to be able to go? Because the BMW has placed itself exactly where the Ferrari wanted to be. Little kiss of the curb on the inside line. They've drifted wide, and David Chen in the Ferrari could swing past them both. He might only split them round the outside. Oh, that was a little bit overcommitted from David Chen, but he's able to keep it right round the outside regardless. As a hesitation from the BMW of Ye Zichao gives the Ferrari the momentum. Up into 5th position, and now the 610 Porsche of Wang Yang is trying to get through on the inside. Amazing racing. This is only the first hour. How are we going to sustain this to the checkered flag? David Chen now trying to take the far side line to go round Bianfeng Jun in the Origin Mercedes. This is not going to be easy for David Chen, though. He doesn't just want to dive in on the inside. He's already had a couple of near misses. When you've rolled the dice and come up with 7 each time, you don't want to take that risk that this is where you're going to lose all your chips on the table. So David Chen needs to get back into the rhythm. He needs to calculate, where am I going to make this move on the Mercedes? You can't just go banzai, that's when disaster strikes. And there are the cars making their recovery after their pit stops. That's the Uno Audi being driven by David Pun, and the Parking Park Z-Speed driven by Zhang Zhendong, the 4-time Chinese touring car champion, as they squirt their way through. Has the Z-Speed car got ahead of the Uno Racing Audi? Did they make the move there? I think they might have done. Yes, they've got ahead. So David Pun lost out there to Zhang Zhendong, who's already taking on the 610 Porsche. Thanks, boys. I'm off. on the inside line. He's going to try and dive in at the chicane here. As meanwhile, David Chen finds up, and that's the incipient car come to a stop. So that's the incipient Audi on the first hairpin. It looks like we're going to go to full course yellow yet again. What is it with these Audis in the anti-stall? So down the back straight for the moment. And Louis Pret is going to be breathing a sigh of relief in that Frankenstein Mercedes, because that 10-second gap is going to be washed away if they bring out the safety car again. Big dive to the inside line. Oh, that was always going to go wrong. A big mistake under brakes from Liu Zichen in the 326 Audi. He managed to overtake both cars. He managed to get ahead of Wang Yang in the 610 Racing, but only by barging him out of the way. And he needs to give that place back, because that's advantage by contact. That's going to give him a penalty if he doesn't let them go back through. So Liu Zichen making a big barrel dive up the inside line on Zarolo, missing his braking, striking the side of Wang Yang. They both ran wide, and Wang Yang has lost the place. But in my book, that's going to be a penalty if he doesn't concede the place immediately. Said pointing out, I thought it was going to be racers just maintaining their position and driving slowly. No chance, not when GT3 cars are on the field. And certainly in the CGT-based Shanghai 8 Hours, it's been rip-roaring action since the start of the season. My commentary colleagues Scott Woodwis and Alex Goldschmidt have been sharing all the war stories through the course of the season, and it really has been sensational racing at every single turn. So here is the battle for fourth. Yang Fingjun in the Origin Mercedes and David Chen in the 33R Harmony Ferrari. In the background, you can see the 678 Gaha BMW of Yates Xiao dueling with the Parking Park Z-Speed machine of Zhang Zhendong, and David Chen really wants this place. Ahead of the Ferrari is the Mercedes, but can he make it work? Incredible, isn't it? Just like Formula One, Mercedes versus Ferrari coming out of the hairpin onto the back straight at Shanghai. But can David Chen get his move? The gap monitor graphic there says 0.3 of a second. That must have been at the finish line, because I tell you what, it's certainly not 0.3 of a second now down the back straight. Down to the braking zone, David Chen waits. Meanwhile, there's no waiting around for Zhang Zhendong. Goodness me. A last-minute move from Yen Xichao shuts down that overtake, and I don't think Zhang Zhendong will be happy. What do we talk about in Formula One? Don't move in the braking zone, and it's exactly what they should be doing to enforce that as well in GT3. Because any racing driver shouldn't really be moving around like that in the braking zone, because that's the kind of accident that nobody wants to get involved with. So Zhang Zhendong tries again. This time around the outside of Yen Xichao. Through that long flowing hairpin, and then tucks again in for the left-hander. Now, I should point out that I'm a commentator, not a racing driver. I can't give you any frame of reference as to what these guys are finding it like in these cars, but oh, the TCR Honda's gone up in flames. Big smoke coming out of the car. Well, they just wanted to get to the finish. That won't happen now. That's very unfortunate. So that's one of the classes in this race out, because there's only one TCR car. They wanted to make the end. There's no way that car's finishing. So we're going to go full course yellow, I'm sure. Question on the stream, no live timing available for this event. Do any of you know the link? I can tell you the link. It is live.timing.asia/Shanghai, #screen-results. I'll say it one more time for you if you want to follow it along. live.timing.asia/Shanghai, #screen-results. Oh my word, that is a monumental engine blow for the Honda. Ay, ay, ay. I'm sorry to all TCR fans, because that is game over for you. What a shame. What a shame. They didn't even make it to the end of the first hour in that car. And that's the team made up of three very talented touring car stars, Eason Wu, Chong Cheon, and Kingston Chiang. Not going any further in this race. Even if they recover that car back to the even if they recover the car back to the pits, there's not going to be anything left of it that's race worthy. Oh dear. You don't see smoke like that coming off a race car like that very often. And when you do, you know it's curtains. What a shame. And as Dafa Razaka points out on the screen, that's a lot of fluid that's been deposited on the track. So that's something that the drivers have got to be mindful of heading down to the braking zone on the back straight as well. So moisture on the tyres, heading down to the braking zone. That's going to be fairly difficult for them. And wow, that's a very sensible decision. Pit stop for the leaders as Bob Yuan brings the Origin Porsche in. Have they changed driver? I think they have. So it will no longer be Bob Yuan at the wheel of that car. I will try and report on driver changes as soon as they happen, but you'll have to give me a little bit of grace because all I've been given in the commentary box is the starting drivers. They haven't told me what order they're going to be putting the drivers out in. And of course, in a race like this, that could change quite regularly. I will, however, tell you that Louis Pret is out of the car in the Frankenstein racing car. And I do believe that is Zhou Yiran getting behind the wheel. As in behind them comes the 610 Racing Porsche. So that's all gone well for them. And into the pits comes the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Garfield looking very hungry on the bonnet there, as you can see. And David Chen gets out. So they're going to change drivers. Now, they've got a little switch that they can put on the dashboard of the cars, I do believe, that will basically trigger the transponder within... there's a sensor in the driver's helmet, I believe, which lets people know which driver is in the car at any one time. Not so easy now, of course, when we knew in the CGT, the China GT Championship itself, we knew who it was in the car because there was only 2 drivers to choose from. And into a very aggressive stance in this race comes David Chen in the Ferrari. Look how many times they battled to work their way forward. This is the onboard of that move. God, that is threading the knife edge, isn't it? That was a race-winning overtake rather than a battle in the middle of a race. God, David Chen really throwing the Ferrari around in the first stint. There's enough action to fill one race just from his onboard. Here's the onboard of that move again, tucked up behind the Origin Mercedes. We've got the BMW to our left. And watch, he dives in, turns in, realizes that the BMW's still there, pounds the throttle with the back wheel on the gravel, and just commits. Absolutely amazing. And here's the move that went wrong for the Porsche of Liu Zichen. So incredibly dives in on the Uno racing out. He gets the move and then hurdles into the side of Wang Yang, the 610 Racing Porsche. So an amazing start to the race for the Ferrari. Sunny Hayes at Daytona anyway on the front bonnet, really enjoying having some free air at the front end of the field. Certainly looked a little bit too physical for that team, and you can see that there's been some damage some big problems taken out of the 610 Racing Porsche as a result. Winhair Harmony Audi has already in dire straits. That's definitely not what they wanted. Car 33 under investigation for too short a pit stop time. That's the Ferrari. Well, that's going to give them a penalty. That's the car that was leading in the early stages, of course, of this race. So immediately it looks like we've got our first big penalty, and that's going to go to the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Don't tell me they're going to put the 610 Porsche in the garage. They are indeed. Yet another big car in this race in difficulty. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. What a start to this Shanghai 8 Hours. By comparison to the Sepang 12, at the beginning of the year. The Sepang 12 Hours was a race that literally went without a hitch at any point in the race. The race started, and for 12 hours straight, we had great dueling, great motorsport, no full course yellows, no safety cars, no crashes, no yellow flags even, would you believe, for those 12 hours. And in the first hour, we've had enough to last the season. Into the pits is the 650. That's the Porsche from incipient Zhu Jinwu at the wheel. Very unusual refueling system on this Porsche. You've got to sit on the bonnet to do it. That's a Porsche Cayman for you. Just make sure that everything's tickety-boo. Make sure that you run the minimum pit stop time. M209 says, hope we've got cars left in the 7 hours. Don't say that. Please don't say that. I can recall an incredible sports car race I commentated on a few years ago at Rockingham when the circuit was still open. It was a 3-hour race, and at the start of the race, we only had 5 cars. Don't tell me we're going to have so little left by the finish, please. And now we've got the 87, the Porsche that was leading, the Origin, under investigation for a safety car infringement. I wonder if that's their restart, you know. I wonder if a few teams have complained about it. Well, there's the Pokemon-supported incipient racing Audi. Just call this car the Bulbasaur. It's one of the only Pokemon I know the name of. Thanks to my son for that one. But there is the Aston Martin that is the team with the only female driver in the mix. Currently, that car is being driven very carefully by Han Dongjun, and they are battling for the victory in GTS. They're running second at the moment, behind Wang Haohao in the Ultimate Racing Porsche. So they're definitely in the mix for the win. And another breakdown for another Audi on the way out of the pits. The 51 incipient Audi has come to an anti-stall. Well, no wonder Audi have pulled the plug on the GT3 program. This is a car that's supposed to be super reliable. Not today, it's not. Who would have thought this? First, the 37 Win Here Harmony Audi stops out of the circuit. Then the incipient Audi goes, and now it's gone again. Safety car, full safety car this time. Well, anybody who's an Audi fan is probably choking on their cornflakes right now. 3 breakdowns, 4 technically actually, in the first hour. 2 stoppages for the 37 Win Here Harmony Audi, which by the way has not come back out since they had their pit stop. They're still in the pit lane. In fact, I think they've just come back into the pits again, having gone out briefly. They spent 34 minutes out in the pit lane, and then came straight back in again. And now, having already had 1 anti-stall moment out on the circuit for the incipient Audi, they've just stopped on the way out of the pit lane again. This is a baffling start to this race. M209 wants to know, is it the heat? Well, it is a little bit hotter than expected here at Shanghai, and it is quite warm for the time of year, I have to say. But I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility. Well, very tricky situations then for the competitors then in the 8 hours of Shanghai, as the safety car now punches up the field. Let's have a look at the highlights then of the first hour, because we have just about got to the end of the first. It's been a very dramatic start right from the outset for the parking park by ZSpeed BMW and the Uno Racing Audi. But who knew we were going to get so much drama in the first hour of racing at the Shanghai 8 hours. Before we even started, there were high expectations of a great battle, but as soon as the safety car pulled in, we were under all sorts of difficulties. The parking park by ZSpeed BMW on pole position came in for its drive-through penalty as part of its handicap system, and then immediately the Win Here Harmony Audi broke down in seconds. They've had all sorts of problems in this race, and they have now been wheeled back into the garage to try and figure out what the problem is. But it's been almost no race at all for the Win Here Harmony Audi crew. Out on the circuit, it's been anything but predictable, as we've had yellow flag after yellow flag. This is now safety car period number 3. So we are now currently behind the safety car again after the stoppage on track for the incipient racing Audi that brought out the full course yellow, and then they stopped again, which has brought out the safety car just a couple of minutes after that. So this is the team waiting in the pit lane for the number 56 Pointer Racing Mercedes to come in. Huang He was behind the wheel of that car, sharing that car, of course, with Alan Lowe, who is the team principal of this squad. And the third driver in that car, getting ready to battle for the victory, is Wang Weibo, the F4 China racer, who's also taken a couple of podiums in the Touring Car Sports Cup A1 class. Change of seat as well as change of driver, because of course every driver is different. You have to carry your own seat insert Because the one thing you don't want is to get into the car and do a stint behind the wheel in a seat that doesn't fit you. So you have to have seat inserts to obviously make sure that the race car is comfortable for you. For those who are not used to watching motor racing before, this is very, very different to the world of Formula One or IndyCar. In some ways, it's actually very different to the world of Le Mans as well, because the cars are not the same, the rules are not the same, but essentially all of the pit stop rules and regulations in the fuel times across the classes are to try and make it as even and as contestable as possible. It leaves the racing essentially down to the pit strategies of the team and the drivers out on the course. Safety car in at the end of this lap, and the race lead is now currently held by Li Xuanyu in the Z-Speed BMW, number 27. Yates Sichao is in the Gaha BMW beside, and at this moment in the race, if you're a BMW fan, stop the count, because it's BMW 1, 2, 3 at the moment. And this time, we're going to get a really strong restart. I do wonder if that 87 restart on the last safety car is going to come back to bite them in the form of a penalty. We'll try and keep an eye on that. But certainly for the time being, it is all very strong indeed. We've got Li Chunyu in the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW, Yates Sichao in the Gaha BMW, and then Zhang Zhendong in the Parking Park by Z-Speed BMW. Fourth place is the Uno Racing Audi, the pink machine. Currently David Pun at the wheel. And then it's Chen Fangping for Climax in the Mercedes, and Jason Gu in the Origin Porsche. We are under starters orders again, and the hammer is dropped by Li Xuanyu in the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW. The purple machine takes its way through the final turn, and we go back onto the main straight. And once again, we are green, 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 green here at Shanghai. And look at how long they've been under yellow flags and safety car, because you can see them still throwing the car around left and right under green flag conditions to get the tyres back up. So still very tricky how things are currently going. And there's the Ferrari trying to go right round the outside of the Audi into turn one. Can he really hold this on the far side? This is brave. This is very brave from Dennis Zhang, but I think he's going to get there past Li Donghui in the climax. He has to wait, but he might get the run into turn four. Dennis Zhang has taken over from David Chen, and he's certainly showing that Ferrari's still got incredible bite as Garfield scratches his way up the inside line. That'll do. Thank you very much, boys. We're back in front, and we're charging after the leaders once again. But this is the car that is under investigation for too short a pit stop time. So that could end up being a bit of a false dawn for the Ferrari. Certainly at the moment, it's BMW 1, 2, 3, then Audi, Mercedes, Porsche, Audi, and Ferrari. But the 33R Harmony car is up into 8th position, now makes light work of the 99 Porsche. Why? Because that car is in a completely different class. That car is in a very different league to everybody else. Incredibly, they're up in 7th position because of everybody else falling off the road. They're going to get swamped by the field because they're in a completely different class. So look, they've dropped to 8th, they've dropped to 9th, now they're going to go to 10th, and now they're going to go to 11th, courtesy of the HZ040s by Absolute Audi. So that car has run as high as 7th, and that's as high as it's going to run. It's never going to run as high as that again. As the Ferrari makes its way past the 718 Porsche of Zhang Wenyan, but they've got to wait to get past the Aston Martin. And that's a very important moment, actually, because the Aston Martin has got ahead of the Ultimate Porsche. That's for 2nd place in GTS. And that is a stationary BMW. Did they spin off or did they have a mechanical problem? I was too busy looking at the timing screen for that one. I apologize. But now we're 3 wide down the main straight, so try and pick a car to come through. Would it be the Ferrari, the Audi, or the Mercedes? It's the Ferrari. Nice run from Dennis Zhang, as that puts him up into 6th position, I do believe. So the Ferrari is going through this field like wildfire. Dennis Zhang desperately trying to charge back through. But now I kind of want to see what happened to that BMW. It was a mechanical, and it's coming into the pits, so that's a big disappointment for Liang Jiatong and the Gaha BMW crew. They were fighting for the victory in GTS Silver Ram, and now they are in the pits. Only 3 cars in that category, so there should be a full podium, provided that they all get home, of course. working their way through on the far side of the course. For those of you who are just tuning in, whether you're in Asia, Europe or America, what's this I hear you cry? Live motorsport on a Wednesday? What's all this about? Well, it's a holiday in China, so what better way to celebrate it than with motorsport? The Shanghai 8 Hours, live here all through the day. Jake Sanson in the commentary box, Nick Shang and the crew down in the pits. And already in the first hour, it's been electrifying motorsport. The starting grid is basically ancient history now. If each car was a playing card, you had basically taken the deck, thrown it up in the air, and picked them back up again in a random order. Exactly as we want things in sports car racing. Unpredictable. And it's currently a GT3 AM car that leads the way. We've got a replay up at turn 4. Is this going to go horribly, horribly wrong? Yes, it is. The Aston Martin's been pitched around. So the Tishan Racing out, Aston Martin has been pitched into a spin. That was Han Dong-jin, and there's more carnage. Contact. That is Hasek Saralo going into the side of Wu Jiaxin for the Origin Mercedes team. That is a mess. That is an absolute mess between those two. And the Origin Mercedes comes in, the HZ040 by Absolute Audi comes in, having been involved in that incident. Is the Mercedes going to be stopped there indefinitely? Because that was a fairly hefty hit. Let's have a look again. Down on the slipstream, and they came from a mile back. Diving down the inside, this is brave. Even for Hasek Saralo, car turns in, bang. That's a big impact. I would not at all be surprised if that Mercedes is not going to move for quite some time, and that's going to bring out yet another full course yellow, followed by safety car. Well, the Audi is definitely damaged after that one. Hasek Saralo will get out of the car, no doubt. And it'll be Akash Nandi and Aaron Lim that will get prepared, ready to take over the car. Well, no, it looks as though Hasek Saralo has stayed in. If in doubt, get out the duct tape. There are two things that you need if you want to go endurance racing: spanners and duct tape. Out goes the Audi, back onto the course again, but will still get out ahead of the Mercedes, which looks like it's pretty much done up at that final hairpin. And so we come to the end of the first hour. I can't believe I'm saying that. We've only done an hour. And there's been more excitement in this race than half of the last Formula One races. Astonishing as we go into full course yellow again for the stationary Mercedes. So it's still BMW 1, 2 and 3. And the Uno Racing Team fans will be quite irritated because David Pun was starting to make an impact there onto the tail of Ye Ziqiao in the Gaha BMW. Was looking for an overtake to get into third place, and then he's got to wait again. Behind them, in fifth place, is Chen Fangbing in the Climax Mercedes, having taken over from Elias Sepinen. Jason Gu is now at the wheel of the Origin Porsche number 87, which is still under investigation, by the way, for that safety car infringement earlier on. Then we've got Dennis Shang in the 33R Harmony Ferrari, having worked his way to 7th place, as into the pits comes Ye Ziqiao of the Gaha Racing team, and a very angry Wu Jiaxin for the Origin Mercedes team. So at least they've got the car started again. But there's definitely going to be an investigation into whether that car is actually roadworthy. Take off the tyres, assess the situation. So this could actually be a very long pit stop for the Origin Mercedes crew that is carrying the same livery as the Formula One team does. But this is going to be a long one, I reckon. Oh, not as long as I thought it was. Just double checking that there's no interior suspension damage. My goodness, I think they got away with that one. Well, the Lollipop Man is almost superfluous at the front because the car has not actually started up again yet. As into the pits comes the Uno Racing Audi from what was 4th position for David Pun. And I think he's getting out of the car, is he? So I think we've got a driver change in the Uno Racing Team car. Now, it's one of 3 drivers taking over. It's either Rio, the man from Hong Kong, Wang Yibo, the Chinese equivalent of Elvis Presley, or it's going to be Sergio Sete Camara, the ultimate ringer to bring into this car. Well, the fans have gone ballistic, so I guess it's Wang Yibo. It's amazing, every time that car appears on screen, the fans go bonkers. This is like Justin Bieber mania every time that we spot this car. But the fans have literally tuned in just for this man. Now, I'm not sure if it's Wang Yibo or not yet. We'll let you know. It could well be Rio, or it could well be Sergio Sette Camara. So out onto the circuit again goes the Uno Racing car. And I can tell you that it is indeed Wang Yibo behind the wheel. So while we're under full course yellow, which will very shortly go to safety car, just because of the way the rules work, let's talk about the situation that we're under now, because we've had another shuffle of the deck in terms of race order. So let's try and work out who's where as we look at the number 22 Frankenstein Racing car. That is the car that's currently being driven by Zhou Shikai and Louis Pret, the Monegasque driver. So we'll see how things currently continue to progress from their point of view. It's looking like a very interesting situation. We've got an incident between 22 and 20 noted. That is the turn 6 incident. As into the pits comes the Gaha BMW of Liang Jiatong. So more problems to that car. They're going to be in the garage for a while. Now the incident between the 20 and 22, it was Shi Wei who had got behind the wheel of the Aston Martin, and she got punted essentially by the 22 Mercedes of the Frankenstein Racing driver, which is Zhou Yiran, now behind the wheel of that car. So not the greatest moment for Zhou Yiran as he gets behind the wheel of the car. And there are the fans in the stands in their green and yellow insignia, supporting, of course, the Uno Racing team, because their man Wang Yibo has now got behind the wheel, and everybody else is tuning in, of course, for Zhou Yiran, who is also behind the wheel of his car, but he's got himself into some hot water. And there is the 37 Winho Harmony Audi. That is great news, as that car finally returns back on track. They are sadly now 16 laps behind the race leaders, but in a race like this, keep going. You never know what's going to happen. As into the pits comes the Climax Mercedes of Chen Fangping, sharing that car, of course, with Elias Sepinen, as well as his two Chinese teammates. The other two drivers in that crew, Li Liqiao and Zhou Bihuang. Li Liqiao has a great pedigree in GT racing out in Asia. He's already taken some podiums last year in the GT World Challenge of Asia, in the GT4 category. Sorry, in the GT3 category, I should say. Also won races in the GT Sprint Challenge a couple of years ago. And Zhou Bihuang has been colouring himself in glory this year. Has done a fantastic job, Zhou Bihuang. A GTM winner in 2025 in China GT, as well as taking some prior wins in the GT World Challenge Asia last year. And of course was a regular winner in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Asia in the Pro-Am category in 2021, 2022 and 2023. So a very talented pair of drivers alongside them in that Climax car. But for the drivers who wanted to see the movie stars, well, Zhou Yiran and Wang Yibo are both in the top 10, and they're both out on track. Car 85 under investigation for speeding under full course yellow. That is very bad news indeed for Wang Yibo. So that is a penalty likely coming his way then. You are not supposed to exceed a certain speed when you're under full course yellow, and it looks like he may have done. He's certainly under investigation for it. What I want to know, though, is how badly impeded was Shi Wei after she got struck there in her Aston Martin by the 22 Frankenstein car of Zhou Yiran. Well, the team have dropped to 4th position in that Aston Martin. They only lost a few seconds, fortunately, so they're still in the battle for the victory. It is currently Zhu Jinwu in the incipient Porsche that leads the way in GTS. Currently running in 13th overall. 3 places back is the second car. That's the Pointer Racing Mercedes of Wang Weibo. Then behind them is Zhang Wanyan in the Ultimate Racing Porsche, and then comes the Tieshan Racing Aston Martin Vantage of Shi Wei, with in 5th place the Mogan Team Track Day King Mercedes of Chan Ka-ping. So it's still very much opening. It's still open season for the contenders there. So we'll have to see how it all continues up at the sharp end of the dais for the drivers in that mix. But there is Zhou Yuran, who is now behind the wheel of the Frankenstein Racing Mercedes. And Zhou Yuran, very similar to Wang Yibo, combining his movie duties with racing duties, following in the wheel tracks of many Chinese drivers who have done the same over the years. So we'll see how it all continues on in the fine style of things. As everybody is getting themselves geared up, ready for a restart. Now we've gone from full course yellow to safety car, as we knew we were going to at some point. Well, let's talk you through the order now that the field is going to bunch up under the safety car again. Li Juanyu is the race leader for the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW crew in the number 27. Third place is now Zhang Zhendong in the Parking Park Racing by Z-Speed car that got the original pole position after their drive-through penalty at the start of the race, which was part of the deal of getting pole position. They will now move their way back up into second place, so their work is pretty much undone. That penalty is pretty much undone after an hour. Third position now for Jason Gu in the Origin Porsche, and they are the leaders in the GT3 Silver Am category. So we've got the leaders in GT3 Am, the leaders in GT3 Pro Am, and the leaders in GT3 Silver Am in first, second, and third. Fourth position is now Dennis Zhang in the 33R Harmony Ferrari. There he is, behind the 87 Origin Porsche, the pink pig, as we tend to call pink Porsches these days. Fifth position, Wu Yifan in the 326 Racing Team Audi. Zhang Huilin is the driver in the Gaha BMW, the new face within that particular team. Lili Chao in the Climax Mercedes is in 7th position. And then Zhou Yuran in the Frankenstein Racing Mercedes, currently in 8th position. Wang Yibo is now in the Uno Racing Audi. There he is, the number 85. And to answer the question that somebody's asked, what has he done to get a penalty? Well, he is under investigation. He hasn't been penalised yet, but he is under investigation for speeding under full course yellow flags, because you have to maintain a certain speed. And at the moment, it looks as though he may have exceeded that. So there could be a penalty coming their way. 10th position behind them at the moment is Li Donghui in the Climax Audi, number 777. Then the leading GTS Silver Ram car, Liu Weiqi in the Level Motorsport Mercedes, ahead of Zhu Jinwu in the incipient Porsche, number 650. Then Haziq Saralo in the HZ Fortis by Absolute Audi that obviously ended up having that little moment out on the circuit with the 86 Origin Mercedes. They're down to 13th as a result of that. Wang Jihao is in the 610 Racing Porsche in the GTC category. Then Wu Jiajin, who has got behind the wheel of the Origin Mercedes after that thump from the HZ Fortis by Absolute car. There in green are the fans of Wang Yibo. That's why they're going bananas, because their man is behind the wheel. That'll be the way for the next 45 minutes or so. Safety car in at the end of this lap, by the way. Huang Weibo in the Pointer Mercedes is in 16th place. Then Zhang Wenyan in the Ultimate Porsche. And these are the cars that are a lap down, by the way. Shi Wei is doing a fair job in the Qishan Racing Aston Martin. And she is ahead of Li Zhonglin in the Zenith Racing BMW. Then Chan Ka-ping in the Mogan Team Track Day King Mercedes, ahead of Li Tiandao in the 610 Racing Porsche. And then we've got the cars that are stuck in the pit lane or out of the race. Liang Jiatong for the Gaha BMW is in pit lane. The incipient Audi number 51 is still in pit lane after they had several problems. Jiang Chi-on, we saw that huge engine failure from the Honda FK7 TCR from Mogan Team Track Day King. They're out of the race. And Andy Deng has just gone back out in the Win Here Harmony Racing Audi. They've only completed 9 of the laps in this race so far. There they are at the very back of the grid, so they are going to try and recover some of the time. And now the 27 has dropped the hammer, so Li Zhenhui has now worked his way further forward. Car 37, overtaking under safety car, is noted. That is Andy Deng in the Win Here Harmony Audi. Goodness me, that's like beating a guy who's already on the floor with a broken rib. But it looks as though they have made an overtake under safety car. They'll get a penalty for that for sure. And as we go back under green flag conditions, it's green, 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 green once again here at Shanghai in the 8 hours of 2025. 2 BMWs charge away from the rest. Li Juanyu and Zhang Zhendong. And immediately, we've had the Gaha BMW slip back into 6th position after their pit stop for Zhang Huilin. As round the outside comes the Ferrari of Dennis Zhang on Jason Gu in the Origin Porsche. The Ferrari is up into 3rd position. What a charge from Dennis Zhang. That is one heck of a move around the outside at turn 1 from the Ferrari 296. Oh my goodness. What an overtake from Dennis Zhang. He means business in this one as he works his way further forward, and now the car is in 3rd. So Ferrari are back in the fight for victory for sure, as here are the 2 BMWs. The Z-Speed Wuhan car of Li Jianyu that leads in GT3 Am, and the Parking Park by Z-Speed car that leads in GT3 Pro-Am in the hands of the 4-time Chinese touring car champion Zhang Zhendong. Right, 5 seconds time penalty to be added on the next pit stop for a starting procedure infringement, and that goes to 5 cars, the 22, the 33, the 51, the 53, and the treble 7. So starting infringement procedures for the following cars: the Frankenstein Racing Mercedes, they'll get a 5-second penalty. The 33R Harmony Ferrari, they'll get a 5-second penalty at the next pit stop. The 51 Incipient Racing Audi, they'll get a 5-second penalty at their next pit stop. They're currently in the middle of that, so I don't think they care squat. The treble 7, I think, is in the midst of all of that as well. So they're going to get a 5-second penalty at their next pit stop, and so is the 53. That is the Zenith Racing BMW, currently being driven by Li Zhonglin. So a lot of penalties there. It is, as Dafa Razaka points out, raining penalties at the moment, and there is the message on your screen. So small, you can't even read it because there's so much information on it. We're going to see a replay, or we did see a replay there, sorry, as Dennis Zhang works his way forward. Now we're going to see the Uno Racing car of Wang Yibo diving up the inside of the BMW. The fans will like that one. That's a replay of the earlier move, my apologies. So that might be why they're under scrutiny, but certainly for the time being, the Uno Racing car in 8th position behind Zhou Yiran in the Frankenstein Mercedes, as Zhang Huilin has dropped his Gaha BMW all the way back to 10th position now. So some good overtakes already then from Zhou Yiran and Wang Yibo. Now that they're behind the wheel, there is the Mercedes from Origin, and there is the Frankenstein Mercedes. We're on board with the Mercedes. Let's listen in. This is the Ferrari, my apologies. Is there anything sweeter than the sound of a Ferrari 296 on board? If there is, I don't want to know about it. 610 Porsche going wheel to wheel with the Gaha BMW, trying to fight their way through. This is a comeback for Li Tuandu, and he's got there. Zhang Huilin's really struggling in the Gaha BMW, as through goes the 37. That is the Win Here Harmony Audi right at the back. Andy Dunn already starting to make some progress. His lap times are plummeting like a stone, which is great news. They're dropping all the time as the competitors continue to make moves. So still they continue in close proximity, but there is the HZ040's Absolute Audi, and that's a change for lead. So Zhang Zhendong's got ahead of Li Jianyu. So Zhang Zhendong has got ahead. The Z-Speed Parking Park Racing BMW now leads the way, ahead of Li Jianyu in the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW. We didn't see the move. Hopefully we'll see it again on replay, but look in the background. Here comes the Galloping Stallion. The Ferrari, the prancing horse, is charging after the 2 BMWs up front, and there is Li Chao in the Climax Mercedes ahead of Jason Gu and Wu Yifan. That's Origin versus 326. So they're battling away for 5th position at the moment. 7th place for the Frankenstein Racing Mercedes of Zhou Yiran. 8th place for Wang Yibo in the Uno Racing Audi. Then it's Li Donghui in the Climax, and he is catching up with Wang Yibo at the moment. And Zhang Huilin in the Gaha BMW, who is having all sorts of problems. He's lapping about 10 seconds a lap off the pace of everybody else. So they've either got a problem with that car, or I dare say Zhang Huilin, who is one of the newest additions to the championship, maybe a little in over his head here. trying to get this move on the inside line of the Origin Porsche as they duel away for position. Is the move going to be a decent one from Wu Yifan? It's going to need to be because Jason Gu wasn't born yesterday. Lots of gravel kicked up there. As you can sense that Wu Yifan is not going to be here to make up numbers. Trying to find his move, ducking and diving, trying to find the move on the inside line. Ah, big spin! Too early on the throttle pedal. So easily done. And that car's in the gravel. And I tell you what, folks, it's going nowhere without a tow. Because once that car goes that far into the gravel, you're going to need a recovery truck. That's a very big mistake. And a very unfortunate moment there for Wu Yifan in the 326 Racing Audi. Big pirouette. And that's a very beached Audi. Let's have a look at it again. Follows in behind the Porsche, no contact, just too early on the loud pedal. Whoops. So disappointing. And that throws the whole team's race out of kilter now as well. Full course yellow. So there we go, full course yellow is called. And there it is. Well, this race has had so much flotsam and jetsam already, and we're not even 2 hours in yet. Look, there's no point trying to rescue the car yourself. I know that there's a temptation to do it. He's put his foot on the throttle, the wheels are spinning, but you're just going to be kicking more gravel into the interior of the car, so just sit tight, just wait. Let the safety team get you out. That's unfortunate, and it's certainly unfortunate for us because we were hoping for a bit more of a race than that. And it looks like a driver change is being prepared already for Wu Yifan. Oh, that's the Z-Speed crew. So that's a replacement for Zhang Zhendong. That looks like it's going to be then Zhang Mingyang getting himself ready to get behind the wheel of the race-leading BMW. They've just taken the lead after an hour and 15 minutes, having had that drive-through penalty at the start of the race. So now there is more to do, as they are going to switch up personnel. Great to see everybody really rooting and supporting on the favorite drivers. 3,000 of you watching in. Hope you're enjoying the coverage of the 2025 Shanghai 8 Hours here on the Shanghai International Circuit, the home of Formula One in China. We're going to look back and see some of the highlights from the
来到了天使车队，采访到的是20号车组的车手韩东军。那首先呢，我想了解一下，之前呢，听说过您参加过越野拉力赛，包括房车。那么这一次呢，我们采用的是 AMR 的 GT4 车型来参加上海8小时耐力赛。那你觉得这个车型，包括这个比赛，对你来说有哪些全新的挑战？
首先这是我第一次开大马力的后驱车来进行到这样的一个比赛，所以其实，在驾控上，因为我之前可能四驱车、前驱车开的比较多一点，那这一次尝试到了全新的这样的一个驱动的车型，其实对我来讲是要转变一些驾驶的模式和习惯的，在赛道上。但是这次时间比较赶，所以在今天来参加比赛之前没有进行一个试车和练车的环节，所以这次的8小时耐力赛就是以赛代练。然后也因为 GT 车也很帅嘛，大家都看到 GT3、GT4 都是非常帅的这种跑车的造型，所以如果有机会吧，以后也希望可以多多参与到不光是前驱车、房车或者越野车，也希望可以有机会多参与到 GT 的这样的比赛上面。对。
那其实呢，我们会发现在这个赛事当中，你和自己的队友，包括整个车队的交流是非常密切和频繁的。那自己有些怎么样独特的收获呢？
其实我们这一次的队友，我们也都是刚刚才认识的，但是我们交流起来非常的有默契。然后8小时耐力赛，所以我们的对手之间不仅要配合的默契，而且大家都要把这个车去保护好，因为耐力赛不像冲刺赛。它需要去拼每一圈的极限，所以其实耐力赛更讲究的是一个车组的稳定性。所以我觉得它耐力赛不仅仅像是一个个人的赛事那样那么的简单了，它会有一个整体更加庞大的一个团队在做支撑，然后包括我们的维修团队，然后整体大家都非常的专业且活跃吧，对。
是， 那对于您个人来说的话，您的参赛目标是什么呢？
哇，因为耐力赛真的是第一次参加，然后又是第一次在上赛开大马力的后驱车。其实我更希望虽然我这职业是演员，但是我在赛车方面也想要去好好的学习，然后去进阶。
赛道。
对，然后所以我希望循序渐进的。那我从拉力，然后来跑场地，那我先从前驱，然后慢慢然后再到 GT4，那以后如果有机会再到 GT3。所以我希望是慢慢循序渐进，一步一个脚印的。然后但目标嘛，这一次就是以赛代练，把车完好的带回，然后整个车组安安全全的回来，大家开心玩的开心，然后比的尽兴就好了。然后也在这里祝所有参加耐力赛的车手们都可以安全的、平安的完成这项赛事吧。对。
那也让我们共同见证车手寒冬军一步步开得更好，加油！
谢谢您。
So Kelly Dung keeping us up to date with what's going on down in the pit lane, along with Nick Zhang. They'll be following us all the way through the course of the race action, grabbing interviews with people down in pit lane. So Kelly Dung was down there with the Tishan racing team, I think having a conversation with the starting driver of that team from earlier on. So that's the team that had Liu Pijie starting the race. I think actually, my apologies, I think it might have been Han Dong-chun that she was in conversation with there. So massive thanks to Kelly Dung, who opened the program for you. I hope you enjoyed the contributions, and thanks to everybody for your thanks as well for the live stream. It's a nice collaboration between Top Speed Racing Promotions and Race 10, and great to be part of the stream, bringing the commentary to you in English language. Jake Sanson here in the commentary. As we currently look at the Uno Racing Team car, Yibo, who is currently running in 6th position as a result of the few pit stops that we've had, shuffling the deck a little bit. Parking Park Racing by Z-Speed had Zhang Zhendong at the wheel. We'll give the fans their moment of glory. Green t-shirts in the field, all in support of Wang Yibo. Many of them, of course, are very new to the world of motor racing. And great to see so many people who are fans of not only Wang Yibo, but also Zhou Yuan, who are here to cheer on the drivers as they take on their fantastic new hobby in the world of motor racing, following several movie stars into the world of motor racing, of course. They're not but Cedric Dempsey, Michael Fassbender, Steve McQueen, of course, back in the day. And of course, back in the 80s, we had Paul Newman start going from racing to team management. And if a few strings had been pulled in a slightly different way, Tom Cruise would have been a fairly decent motor racing driver in his own right. I bring up Tom Cruise, of course, because instead of being a full-time racing driver, he then went on to make the movie Days of Thunder. There are rumors, by the way, that there's going to be a sequel to that, and that maybe Tom Cruise might be getting involved in a second Formula One movie. So the distance between the movie industry and motorsport has always been very strong. I actually collect motor racing movies as a hobby, so I'm very well aware of the Chinese offerings in the motor racing world as well, including Racer Legend and the fantastic movie that came out at the same time, Speed Angels, that both came out in Chinese cinema in 2011. And of course, recently, motorsport has been back in Chinese cinema again with the Pegasus movies, Pegasus 1 and Pegasus 2. Pegasus 2 came out last year. I actually watched that on the flight to Shanghai at the beginning of the season. Very good movies, I have to say. And as Zed points out, Yibo is the Chinese Tom Cruise, so it's very fitting that he is here. And there's rumors going around as well that Brad Pitt, after being in the Formula One movie, wants to go racing as well. So to see the likes of Zhou Yuan and Wang Yibo going racing here, it's not a big surprise that Hollywood stars, or Chinese Hollywood stars, I should say, are going into racing more regularly. Into the pits comes Dennis Zhang and changes driver in the Ferrari. Look very closely and you'll notice that it is indeed Garfield on the bonnet, on the roof, and on the doors. This is the car that won the Sepang 12 Hours back in March. For me, that was one of the maddest sports car races I've ever commentated on, because not only was it exciting and thrilling down to the wire, but in 12 hours, we didn't have a single safety car, a single full course yellow, a single crash, a single spin, or even a single yellow flag for 12 hours. It couldn't be more different here in Shanghai in the 8 hours, because of course here in the Shanghai 8 hours, we've had more problems in the last 2 hours, more crashes in the last 2 hours than I can shake a stick at. Back down to the pits, we've got more interviews coming. Good opportunity while we're under full course yellow and safety car. So let's find out what's happening down
好
in
的，
pit
现在
lane.
站在我身边的这位呢，就是来自 Climax Racing 车队的710号，也是刚刚完成第一棒车手的 Elias。那么呢，我们现在就来让他总结一下刚刚那一节的比赛。Hi Elias, congratulations on your completion of the first session. So could you please like summarize what about like the race?
Yeah, so I took the start. We got up a couple of positions, and now it's just focusing on doing a good strategy. There's a lot of safety cars in the race already, so it makes it quite interesting, but also quite tough for the engineers, of course, to find what is the best strategy to do. And yeah, now we're just focusing on the next couple of stints to keep the car on track, and then I will be back in the end to finish the race.
So what about the condition of the tires? Because it's a really long time race.
Yeah, for us it's actually quite good. The Mercedes AMG is really nice on the tires, so for us it's, I think, quite good situation. We can push the tires quite hard and it doesn't drop too much.
Okay, thank you, and good luck on all the races later. Thank you. 刚刚 Elias 就是说呢，因为其实这场比赛有很多的安全车出现，所以呢，他首要的目标还是希望队友可以顺利的完成比赛。同时呢，我也问到了关于轮胎的状况，他说轮胎的状况现在还是非常的好。那么我们也期待710号待会儿可以表现得很好，谢谢。
Great to hear then from Elias Seppänen down in pit lane. By the way, before we actually heard from Dongjun Han, and we heard from Kelly Dung, who was interviewing him. He was telling us that it was his first time participating in an endurance race of this kind. The biggest challenge was actually meeting his teammates for the first time and developing smooth communication, but it has been very smooth so far. The competition he's participated in before was single-seater driving, or single-person driving at the very least, and this competition focuses a lot more on teamwork. He's driven the GT4 high horsepower racing car for the first time. It's a new challenge and a breakthrough for him. His goal is merely to finish the race safely, cooperate with his teammates, and look forward to achieving better results in the future. Massive thank you to our interview team down in the pit lane to see how everybody is shaping up down in the pits. We actually have 3 interviewers over the course of this race, and we'll keep up to date with you over the course of the race action as it goes. Great to see you all on YouTube. I'm reminded, of course, that there is more than just acting talent from Wang Yibo and Xiao Yiran who was out on the circuit, because, of course, there is a third man who is a regular feature of television and movies in the world of China out on the course, because there are talents as well coming from another member of our crew, Han Dongjun, also an actor, of course. So he's not the only one sharing the run. So we're going to have a very exciting run. It's interesting, somebody's pointed out, what were the drivers doing in the 12 hours at Sepang from SZ? Were they sleeping? Was there no action in 12 hours? Well, quite the contrary. There was plenty of action in the 12 hours. There were a lot of great battles, a lot of excitement at the Sepang 12 hours. Just no crashes, no yellow flags, no safety cars. And the race actually went down to the last 15 minutes. So mad, absolutely crazy that we had that kind of race for 12 hours straight. Everybody was absolutely on their best behavior. Couldn't be more dramatic a difference in the race here at Shanghai in the 8 hours when we've already had 4 safety car periods. So it looks like we're trying to even out the balance over the course of these 2 races, as it were. So if you're a regular GT3 sports car racing viewer, or you're watching for the very first time, you are very welcome. And it is great to see you here on the live stream, to more than 3,000 of you watching and tuning in from all 4 corners of the globe, no doubt. Jake Sanson in the commentary booth. And we've got some fantastic support down in pit lane from Kelly Dung and Nick Zhang and the rest of our team, who are keeping up to date with everything as it happens. Safety car coming in now. So we're going to go racing once again. And the leading car is now the Climax Mercedes. Lili Chao will lead us off from Wang Yibo in second place in the Uno Racing Audi. Then Zhou Yiran in the Frankenstein Mercedes. Haziq Zaralo is in the HZO Fortis by Absolute car. Zhang Huilin in the Gaha BMW. Why has the order changed so dramatically? Well, the reason for that is because we've had a lot of pit stops in the last 10 minutes or so. While we've been under safety car, a few of the teams have decided to make a pit stop to change driver as well as change tyres and refuel. So now we're going to see a very interesting restart as the shuffle of the deck continues. When will Lili Chao drop the hammer in the Climax Mercedes? The answer is he already has, as he comes off the hairpin, charges into the left-hander that finishes off the lap here. And we are going to go back to racing conditions with Wang Yibo chasing down Lili Chao with Zhou Yiran in the background. And it's green, 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 green here at the Shanghai 8 Hours. Once again, we go back into action again. So let's see if it all continues on the sharp end of the field. Up through the first turn, and already a mistake from Zhou Yiran. That's a bit of an issue for the Frankenstein Mercedes as he loses ground easily there to the 610 Porsche that's unlapping itself. Li Tuandiu. So that's not for position, but this is because Haziq Zaralo is trying to put the HZO Fortis by Absolute Audi, run by the Malaysian team, into the lead of this race in the GT3 Silver Ram category. To do that, he's got to get ahead of first Zhou Yiran, then Wang Yibo, and then Lili Chao in the Climax Mercedes. This is the car that leads the way in GT3 Pro-Am for the moment, second overall. But there is the 610 Porsche trying to recover. Now, even if it gets past the Uno Racing Audi, don't panic, fans of that car, because this car is a lap down from the pink Audi. But it's certainly a big recovery for Li Tuandiu, who's going to try and unlap the Audi and then unlap himself from the Climax Mercedes. Look, swarming around all over the back of the Audi as Wang Yibo defends his position. But the Porsche is not overtaking for second place. He's trying to unlap himself after a bit of an issue earlier on in the race for them. They're currently 2 laps down, so they need to make a bit of a recovery if they're going to challenge for the win. So it's no panic for the Audi, even if the Porsche gets ahead. They are 2 laps behind at this moment. In third position, that's where there's a real panic because the Frankenstein Racing Mercedes is having an issue. And there is a drive-through penalty for the 37, the Win Here Harmony Audi, for overtaking under the safety car. Drive-through penalty for the Win Here Harmony Audi for overtaking under safety car. That's bad news for Andy Dung. No longer race, of course, because the Mogan Team Track Day King Honda that flew its top on the 14th lap is now not circulating anymore. They're out of the race. 10-second penalty added on the stop. An infringement under safety car. That is for Liu Heng in the Origin Porsche. Now, I think that relates to the about 2 restarts ago when they pulled 10 seconds clear on everybody else. That might be 4. Here comes the engaged by Absolute Audi. Haziq Zaralo all over the back of Zhou Yiran in the Frankenstein Mercedes. And this is, they better watch their backs because that is the Origin Mercedes behind them. Although, of course, that Origin Wu Jiaxin is a lap down because they got punted off by this car, of course, if you remember. About half an hour ago, they had a collision. That's the confirmation on your screen of the Win Here Audi getting a penalty. Are they both going to get past the Mercedes and the Frankenstein car? Well, the HZO Fortis Absolute car certainly has. Haziq Zaralo up in a third position as the Origin Mercedes tries to unlap itself from the Frankenstein Mercedes right round the outside. Well, that's brave. Are they going to finish the move? Yes, they do. So, they've only lost 1 position, although that's track limits if you stay on that part of the circuit, my friend. Speeding in the pit lane, another penalty coming the way of the 86 crew. So that is Wu Jiaxin in the Origin Mercedes. It's gone from bad to worse for them. They're now under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. They lost a lap after the contact with the HZO Fortis Audi. There were the 2 BMWs battling away again. Zhang Mingyang and Jiang Nan. Those 2 were in first and second place in the last safety car restart, but they both come into the pit since then. They're now 8th and 9th. And they are chasing after the Climax. They're chasing after the Gaha BMW, which has gone back out on the circuit again. in the hands of Chen Xiaokei. So that should be a perfectly reasonable overtake for them to get through without any issue at all. Oh no, sorry, that's the 678 car. That's Zhang Hualin. So Zhang Hualin, who's really struggling to keep his lap times up here. I'm not sure what the difficulty is, but certainly for Zhang Hualin, this is a very difficult race for him. Struggling on lap times at the moment as both the BMWs get ahead. And Zhang Hualin drops all the way to 9th position now for that particular car. As Stefan Rosaka points out, race control's not messing around today. It's a very impressive run. Nickel P wants to know, why are we talking about that car as the Frankenstein Mercedes? Well, that's because it's the name of the team, Frankenstein Racing, number 22. So that's why it's referred to as the Frankenstein Mercedes, because that is the name of the team. And it's the car number 22 that's being driven by 3 very capable racing drivers, Zhao Yidan, Louis Brent, and Shikai. So there is one of the Audis trying to recover. Having had a bit of a difficult start to the race. Audi have had a miserable start, it has to be said. Meanwhile, the 87 Porsche is on the warpath. Yao Yichang has closed up on Zhou Yidan. There is the Audi just in behind them. That's the Climax Audi of Zhou Yiyuan, the treble 7 car. There is the HZ040s by Absolute Audi. Isaac Zarolo under pressure. As the 87 Origin Porsche has now got ahead of Zhou Yiran. So Liu Hangchen has moved up into 4th position for the Origin team. Yes, Frankenstein Racing is a very cool name. It is very, very cool. One of the better named teams in motorsport of the last 10 years, I have to say. But then I've always found that in Chinese and Asian motorsport in general, there are some very cool team names in general. Down the back straight. Li Liqiao leads the way in the Climax Mercedes by 6 seconds to Wang Yibo in the Uno Racing Audi, who is now 5 seconds clear of Haziq Zarolo in this car, the HZ040s by Absolute Audi, the team that's run out of Malaysia. Currently running in 3rd position and being chased down by the Mercedes of Zhao Yiran. The car behind them is actually a lap down, so they don't need to panic too much. It's the 86 Origin Motorsport car of Wu Jiajin, but they're going to be furious that that's the HZ040's car in front of them, because that's the car that put them down by a lap after their contact earlier on. So Jiang Nan now hovering all over the back of Zhang Mingyang. Not the fastest of the 3 drivers in that particular BMW crew, but still a very capable driver, Zhang Mingyang. Raced in the China GT Championship season finale at Shanghai beside Zhang Zhendong. And of course, Zhang Zhendong is the 4-time Chinese touring car champion. Won the title in 2015, 16, 18, and 21. Has won pretty much everything there is to win in Chinese touring cars. Now he's switched to Tina, of course. As up the inside, Wang Yibo puts a lap on the 168 BMW. That is Chen Xiaokei, the car that is currently racing for the podium in the GTS Silver Ram category. 3rd in that class. In the background is the 610 Porsche. I'm actually surprised that Li Tiandao has struggled to make the move on Wang Yibo as much as he has. Either that or he's just taking his time and doesn't want to rush the overtake. But the 610 Porsche was going very quickly on the restart, and then it's almost as if the Audi has kicked back into life again. In the background, meanwhile, there is still some big cavalry coming. Watch in the background for the HZ040's Audi. There it is, and that's the gap between the 2 Audis. The pink one and the Malaysian team, HZ040's by Absolute, now making the bid on the BMW. And then behind them on the race is the Porsche that gets past the Mercedes, laps it. So that is the 87 car of Liu Hangcheng, lapping the 86 Origin Mercedes of Wu Jiajin. And as they come onto the main straight once again, it's going to be a very tricky situation. Nickel P pointing out that Wang Yibo has been a very good defensive driver. It is hard to get past him, and that's a very good point. His defensive tactics were very strong in both the opening and closing rounds of CGT. Here's the pressure now for Yao Shiran. So here is the Frankenstein Racing team for Yao Shiran. We're going to go down to the pits to discuss the matter with their colleagues.
好的，现在站在我身边的这位呢，就是来自 Frankenstein Racing 的22号车手 Louis。刚刚呢也是完成了一节非常精彩的比赛然后已经把交棒给下一位车手了。那么现在我们就来问一下 Louis， 他今天这个比赛如何 ？Hi Louis, congratulations on your completion of the first session. So, what about the race just now?
To be honest, it was a good start. I would say we started P13. I think I gave back the car P2. Definitely the BOP is unfortunately not on our side this weekend when we see that the two Mercedes are probably a second off the fastest guys. But it's a long 8-hour race. We see how many chaotic stuff already happened, 5 or 6 four-course yellow interventions. So we just need to have a clean race and hope for the best to have a very good result.
OK，刚刚 Louis 就是说呢，在他交棒的时候呢，其实这个整体的情况还是非常不错的。那么呢，他也希望接下来队友可以有一个比较顺利的完赛。那么现在我想再问一下 Louis， 就是今天轮胎的状况如何 ？So what about the condition of the tires today? Because it's a really long race.
The tire degradation is pretty okay for the moment. I think the fact that we have so many interruptions also helps. The sun is not pretty much out, so it helps us to save a bit of tires, but it should be all right.
OK, thank you. Good luck. Wish you all the good luck. Thank you. 刚刚 Louis 就是说呢，轮胎的状况整体还是非常好的，但是呢，因为现在马上天气可能也要热起来了，所以呢，也要看接下来的情况如何。那么呢，我们也希望这个车队的比赛接下来一切顺利。
Good to hear them from Louis Pret down in the Frankenstein Racing Garage, telling us about how difficult the BOP is there, of course, with the Mercedes team. Not quite at the same speed that they were hoping to be, but certainly doing a very good job so far. And now they're under pressure from the Z-Speed BMW up the inside line. Well, there's a place lost for them. Very unfortunate indeed, as Zhang Mingyang gets the move on Zhou Yidan. But Jiang Nan is sizing up a move of his own, and they've already gone through, and it looks like the Audi trying to get through as well. So Jiang Nan got through, but now a bit of pressure on the Audi further back to try and make the same overtaking move. That's the 777 climax car of Zhou Liyuan. And he won't be happy with the defensive driving there of Zhou Yidan. Oh, big issue as Zhou Yidan is struggling out of the braking zone. And the 777 climax Audi almost hurtles into the back. Zhou Lian managing to get the move eventually, but that very nearly ended up in a collision between the two of them. Goodness me. Very close quarter stuff indeed there. It got very heated at that point of the race. The marshals are getting ready for yellow flags by the look of it. So trying to figure out how it is for the contenders down there, but we obviously had a nice conversation going on. We had a good little chat there as Chloe Yang was in communication there with Louis Pret, one of our 3 journalists down in the pit lane, myself, Jake Stanson in the commentary box, and then our 3 reporters, Chloe Yang, Nick Zhang, and Kelly Dung, who will be giving us all the latest updates through the Shanghai 8 hours. This is much more competitive from Shi Wei. She's doing a fantastic job here in the Aston Martin, getting back onto the pace of the race at the moment. They're a lap down, of course, based on the performance of the race-leading car. That is Liu Wei-Chi, who is the leader in the GTS Silver AM category. But she is making good waves here, and there is the 56 car just in front of them. That's the car that she's battling with for position, driven by Huang Weibo. So Huang Weibo is the driver in the Pointer Racing Mercedes. Oh, and that's the 13 car in the garage. That's Chan Ka-ping in the Moga Team Track Day King car. Their second car is in trouble. They've already lost the TCR car with a big engine failure on the back straight, and now their GTS car is in dire straits. More big problems then. And more mechanical failures on the way by the look of it. As Shi Wei, she almost hurtles into the back of the Mercedes that turns in on her. So the battle between those two for second position, Huang Weibo quite determined that he's not going to let Shi Wei get through, but Shi Wei will work her way back. Good effort so far from the young racer from Baotou in northern Mongolia, a race winner in the Lotus Cup China this season, racing in the Lotus Emira. Also raced competitively last year in the Ningbo 4 Hours and the China Endurance Championship. But Tidu doing a fair job at the moment. She's working her magic. Shi Wei is also known on social media, of course, as Tidu. I think it may actually be pronounced Tiedu. I'm doing my best. Chinese is not my first language. I'm hoping it will become a relatively fluent language in the next few years. It is one of the reasons I moved to Asia. But I will do the best to get all of these under safety, all of these under the safety of fluent language. Right, the car 85 speeding under full course yellow. No further action for Uno Racing. So Wang Yibo escapes a penalty. So it was investigated. They clearly felt it was not an illegal incident. So it looks to me as though the number 85, the Uno Racing car of Wang Yibo, they investigated it. They will take no further action. So there is no penalty coming for the 85. So that means that that car will stay in second position for as long as they can hold on in front of Yu Heng Cheng in the Origin Porsche. And the gap between the two of them is now just a quarter of a second. There is Asic Saralo in the H30 Fortis Racing by Absolute Audi. And there is the Porsche having just unlapped itself. That's the 610 of Li Tuandu. Right, down the back straight, we've got the 15. Liu Weiqi in the Level Motorsport Mercedes, leading the way in GTS and in Silverram as well. About to be unlapped here by Huang Weibo, but if he gets it wrong, then Shi Wei is right in the mix there in second in the class. Third in the class, sorry, as the leaders take to the grass on the inside apex of the hairpin. You do not want to make those kind of mistakes, because all it takes is for one missed throttle moment and the car is going to lose the back end fairly quickly there. A tank slapper will ensue. But it's definitely getting a little bit more spicy out there for the contenders as they hurtle into turn one once again. Through comes Liu Weiqi. Now, we've got the Ferrari out in the front end of the field. Jason Lowe is now behind the wheel of the 33R Harmony Ferrari. This is the car that won the Sepang 12 Hours. Let's go down to the pits to hear how things have been going in that squad.
Now the racer beside me is actually David Chen from number 33rd Harmony Racing, and he just finished one of the sessions in today's race. So I'm now going to ask him, what about the race just now? 所以陈文，刚刚比赛如何呢？
我觉得在比赛刚开始第1个小时的我驾驶这一段比较混乱，因为刚发车马上就有黄旗安全车，然后很不幸的是我们的另外一台姐妹车所造成的，所以说就感觉有点失落。然后之后比赛重启，我非常努力的往前冲，然后比赛又很快又进入到了一个安全车全场黄旗的这么状态，所以说我们选择进来这个做一个车手 stint reset， 就重新重置一下，做了个加油，但是因为我们自己的这个计算的失误，把工程师这边让我更早的出去了，所以说又多了一个处罚，所以可以说。即便在场上跑的时候，我觉得在驾驶上我还是挺满意的，但是感觉其他方面，我们自己也犯了一些错误，所以说导致没有特别好。
Okay, David just mentioned that because he's actually quite satisfied about his own show in the race, but there are actually a lot of interruptions during the game, like safety cars. So they also have some punishments, which is really a pity. But he also looking forward to the later races. So I'm going to ask him, what is the expectation of today's race? 那么今天对于比赛有什么期待呢？
可以说，我们来参加比赛当然是想上领奖台的。然后如果可以的话，考虑到我们是 PA 组，当然是希望争不光是组别的，而且是全场的领奖台。希望在接下来还有6个小时的时间里面，可以把之前的这些错误给弥补掉，然后重新回到全场前列的位置。
好的，也恭喜你，然后希望你待会儿比赛加油，还有队友也非常的给力，加油，一切顺利。Okay, David just summarized that there is a really good wish that to stand in a stadium and to have a really nice place in the whole race, even in different groups. And he also said that to fix up all of the mistakes that even previously happened. And we also wish him all good luck and also the team. Thank you.
Thanks to Chloe Yang there, keeping us up to date with what's going on down in the pit lane with David Chen. Good to hear from the amazing strategy that's going on within the 33R Harmony Ferrari. A little bit impeded in the first couple of stints, but he's doing a fair job so far, and the whole competition going very well at the moment for the Ferrari. There's still a good opportunity for them to win. It's going to take a little bit of time for it all to work back into the strategy, as it were, but we're coming up to the end of the second hour now. Jake Sanson in the commentary box, Nick Zhang, Chloe Yang and Kelly Dung down in the pit lane, doing a fantastic job as well. Our reporters all fluent in English and Chinese, so they'll be able to get a really good handle on the situation. So a really exciting battle still continuing. Quoted DFTVA wants to know, how many drivers are there per team? Well, it's either 3 or 4, depending on the team. You're allowed to choose a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 4. It's entirely up to you whether you choose 3 or 4. Some do so for various different reasons, but it all comes down to driver and team choice. 2 teams have been given penalties, by the way, while that interview was going on. Haziq Zyril O and the HZO Fortis Racing by Absolute team have been given a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. That was their incident with the 86 Wu Jixiang Origin Mercedes car. And also the 50, if you remember quite a while ago, the 326 Racing Team Audi missed its braking point altogether and hurtled into the side of another car. Well, they've also been given a penalty, as into the pits, that is Wu Yifan and the 326 Racing Team. So they're into the pits at the moment. And so they'll be sat there for a little while longer. Oh no, sorry, I think that's the incipient car, actually. Easy to tell because they've got a Pokemon on the side of the car. So that is the incipient car. Xiao Min was the driver behind the wheel of that particular car. Does anybody want to tell me which Pokemon that is? I'm still studying Pokemon, courtesy of my son, who's giving me some very good updates. I can now name several of them, including Pikachu, Eevee, Bulbasaur and Squirtle, but I don't actually know which Pokemon that is. Maybe somebody does. Maybe they can tell me exactly which one that is. I'm afraid I don't know. But they're into the pits. I'm more interested in the motor racing side of things rather than the type of Pokemon it is on the side of the car, but still very good news. We've got another interview, though, down in the pit lane because the number 87 has worked its way through into second place. That's the Origin Motorsport Porsche. Liu Hangcheng is behind the wheel, but one of the members of the team is down in the pit lane, ready to talk to us about their race progress.
Okay, now the racer stand beside me is actually from Team Origin Motorsport, number 87, Bob Yuan. And he actually really gained a really good score last year, so I'm going to interview what about the race just now. 袁博你好，因为去年其实你们是拿了一个非常好的成绩，那么刚刚今年的这个比赛如何呢？
不光是去年，我们前年也赢了。对，所以对我们来说，这是一场主场的赛事。虽然今年我们阵容有所调整，那可能也不是我们车队最强的阵容去出战，但我们还是会尽我们最大的努力去在这场比赛当中去尽力获得好成绩。那刚刚在我的这个 stint 里面，我也是努力的去把车提高到前面的一个位置。
Okay, Bob just mentioned that because they actually gained really good result last year and also the year before last year. So they are still adjusting the cars and now it's actually really great and it's still going to be well later. So now I'm going to ask him like what is the condition of the tires? 那么轮胎的状况如何呢？
这是新款的倍耐力的这个 DHG 的轮胎，它相比以前的 DHF 呢，可能在前面的2-3圈里面会有一些侧面支撑的区别。那对我们来说的话，我们已经掌握的差不多了，就是怎么样去在pushing lap 里面去把自己的横向抓地力去运用的更细腻一点。对我们来说的话，是 OK 的。然后这个 DHG 的胎呢，在后半段其实表现的耐力呢是相对不错的，那圈速也可以稳定在一个比较好的 pace。
好的，那也希望稍后你们车队的比赛一切顺利，加油！希望今年一样能拿到一个好成绩。Okay, Bob just mentioned that the tire is actually upgraded compared to previous, and also the tires is actually great in all aspects. And they already have a grasp on it, and he also hoped that they will also have a good grade this year. And let's wish all good luck to Bob and also the motorsport. Thank you.
Thanks to Bob Yuan there, in conversation with Chloe Yang. Very important to talk about tyres, of course, because it doesn't matter how good a racing car you've got. if the 4 tyres are not going to give you what you need from it, then it's going nowhere. It's like sliding around with ice skates made of ice cubes. So it's going to be a very tricky battle if you can't get a handle on these tyres, but the Pirellis have been working very well indeed, and the teams are now very much adverse for other things. Oh, that's the Frankenstein Mercedes! Into the gravel! Big mistake there from Zhou Yiran. That's in the first sector. I think that's at the first hairpin, actually. But he's gone into the gravel, and I'm afraid that is going to be recoverable only by a tow truck. What happened there for Zhou Yiran? Let's have a look in the distance. Oh, he's just taken too much speed into turn 1, and the back end has thrown itself around. That's devastating bad luck. Full course yellow. No surprises there. Oh, disappointing for Zhou Yiran. Certainly not what he needed. And that's the Frankenstein Mercedes in big, big jeopardy. So that is going to be a very difficult situation then for the team, as they're going to be recovered. And that costs them any chance of the podium for the moment, at least. So we're under yellow flags and now under full course yellow. So that neutralizes the race again, and that's very unfortunate indeed for Zhou Yiran. Easy to make a mistake like that, because the more into the race you go, the tougher the tyres are to last. It's like looking after a pair of sneakers. The more you run the marathons you run in them, the worse the shoes are going to be under your feet. It's exactly the same for tyres. The more you run them, the less grip they're going to give you. So while we're under full course yellow, I know there are a couple of people asking for a live timing link. Well, I can give it to you. It is live.timing.asia/Shanghai #screen-results. I'll say it again because I know some of you are typing it out as I say it. live.timing.asia/Shanghai #screen-results. So that's it. If you want to go back and look at it again, that's perfectly there for you. But a fantastic situation for all of the drivers who can now use this as a free pit stop, as it were, under full course yellows. Thanks for tuning in for the Shanghai 8 hours. We are 2 hours done. We have 6 hours to go. I'm Jake Sanson, your commentator for the race. Down in pit lane, we have Nick Shang, Kelly Dung, and Chloe Yang giving interviews in both English and Chinese for our drivers down in the pits. And the teams are now working their magic to try and figure out what's going on. This isn't in the script for the climax, Audi. Why are they moving the car back? Bit of an issue there for the 777, and it looks like the 610 Racing team is having a much more simplified pit stops as they go through. The 99 Cup car is into the pits as well. That's Wang Jiahao in the 610 Racing car. Incredibly, they are still up in 13th place. So they've done an amazing job so far. They're obviously going to be lapping faster than the GTS cars, but they're actually ahead of a couple of the GT3 cars, of course, because the 610 Racing Porsche has gone a lap down. So has the 326 Racing Audi. And obviously the Win Here Harmony Racing Audi that had 2 misfires and 2 stalls. That is a good 15 laps down from everybody else. In fact, I think it's more than that. Into the pits comes the Ferrari. We did have the Malaysian Jason Lowe at the wheel of that car. I didn't see if they made a driver change, but obviously there is a minimum mandatory pit stop time that requires tyres, fuel, and driver change. If you only change tyres, then you still have a minimum mandatory. If you change tyres and fuel, you just add the fuel minimum mandatory to the tyre minimum mandatory. And if you have a driver change, then you have to add that to the minimum mandatory as well. So you can't make too fast a pit stop here. And I actually prefer longer pit stops to the 2-second jobs in Formula One. Yes, they're very impressive when you've got 27 people swarming around a racing car, but it's so military now. Where's the human element? I love the fact that we've got a little bit more humanized in these pit stops. Yes, it takes longer, so it's not quite as spectacular, but it becomes so much more about the team strategy around them. Now they've been rescued. So the Frankenstein Mercedes is able to rejoin the circuit. That's the thing about endurance racing. You can recover the team and the car and put them back out on the race circuit again, but you can't do that under racing conditions. So you have to neutralize the field under full course yellows, then pull the car out, then put it back into the race again. So we've got the Climax Racing Mercedes currently leading the way in pit lane, and the Origin Porsche in pit lane as well. There is Wang Yibo in the Uno Racing Team Audi. If they stay out, they're going to take the lead of the race for the first time. But I don't know if they're going to take the option to make the pit stop as well. Right behind them is the 37 Win Here Harmony Audi. They're not under pressure of losing their position because that car is 15 laps down. And into the pits comes Wang Yibo, so he will get out of the car, having, I have to say, had a very strong stint behind the wheel indeed. He's going to hand over the car to, I think it'll be Rio this time, but they've employed an amazing ringer for this round of the championship, for this Shanghai 8 Hours. They've drafted in Sergio Sette Camara, the ex-Formula 2, Super Formula and Formula E driver. So it'll be fascinating to see when he gets behind the wheel. It might even be now. Into the pits comes Wang Yibo. Will they change driver or will he stay in the car? At the moment, I don't see any moves to change drivers. Listen to the crowd. Oh my goodness, we've got 25 cars in the field and it's almost as if the fans are only interested in 2 of them. But a very fair job has been done here by Wang Yibo, it has to be said. He's driven very well indeed in this stint. I'm waiting to see if either Rio or Sergio Sette Camara are on standby to take over the car, and I don't think they are, so he'll stay in for a little while longer. And why replace him when he's doing so well at the moment? There are the fans enjoying the action on the big screen. For many of them, this is their first taste of endurance racing. Some of them will have been there for his 2 sprint races earlier in the year, but they were only an hour in length. This is a full 8 hours. Out onto the circuit again goes Wang Yibo. And he will drop to 4th position now behind Zhang Mingyang in the Parking Park Racing by Z-Speed car. And also down to 5th, I think, behind the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW of Jiangnan. Because they did not pit, so they will move up. But that's perfectly acceptable. And as far as the rotation of the pit stops goes, that all makes perfect sense. Mind you, they're under full course yellow, so he won't lose a massive amount of time. And now that that car has been cleared, I'm not sure if we're going to go to safety car again now. Maybe we will go under safety car shortly. At the moment, we're still under full course yellow. So let's have a look at the highlights of the 2nd hour of racing. It's been a very intense race so far in the Shanghai 8 Hours, and both of the first 2 hours have had non-stop drama all the way. We've had several race leaders, several great battles. BMW have had a turn at the lead, so have a Ferrari, so have Porsche very briefly, and now it's the Climax Racing Mercedes that's at the front. But teams have been working very hard to make sure that we get the rotation very well indeed, to make sure that it's going to be a good continuation for the rest of the race. We are 2 hours down and 6 hours to go. Do please keep your comments and your questions coming in. Great to have your viewership as we see the thrills and spills of the action across the 25 cars, across the 7 classes that are competing. We had some thrills and spills earlier on. The Edge ZO Fortis Audi colliding with the Origin Mercedes, for which they got a penalty. The 37 Win Here Harmony Audi that had 2 problems on anti-stall are now trying to make up for lost time. They had 15 laps lost, and now they're trying to recover. Big spin earlier on for the 50 as into the gravel trap went the Audi. Now having recovered, of course, they are down to 12th position. There were some big moments elsewhere. A very feisty moment from the Climax Audi almost resulted in a lot of panels destroyed. But the Ferrari has been very strong in the capable hands of its 4 drivers. The car that won the Sepang 12 Hours back in March is hoping to do the double. First Sepang, now can they get it done here in Shanghai? Then we had a problem just recently for Zhao Yifan, the actor-turned-racing driver. The Frankenstein Mercedes got buried in the gravel. That put us into full course yellow. They have now been recovered. And there they are in the pit lane. Change of driver by the look of it. So it looks like it's going to be a change of personnel now in that car. Now, questions are coming in, and so are the comments. Keep those coming. QWERTY DFTVA wants to know, is this part of an endurance series or just a single annual race? This is an annual race, which is a semi-continuation of the CGT, the Chinese GT Championship. Many of the teams that race in that championship stay with this one. Here is the result after 2 hours. So it's the Climax Racing team that leads the way at this point from the Origin Porsche. Parking Park Racing by Z-Speed P3 from the Z-Speed BMW. Then it is the Uno Racing team P5 from the Enstado Fortis by Absolute. Then Gaha and Climax ahead of the 33R Harmony Ferrari. A lap down is the 15 Level Motorsport car, which shows you just how many cars in GT3 have it trouble. Origin are trying to get themselves back up, now in 11th place, a lap adrift. Also keep an eye on the 610 Racing Porsche there, 3 laps down. As the battle continues in GTC, the 326 Racing and Frankenstein cars have obviously got progress to make up as well. Just one retirement from the race. That is the Mogan Team Track Day King TCR Honda. That blew its top after just 14 laps. Great to see your comments. Jan Jurek says, Yibo has done so well today, he would get better and better as we know how serious he is on what he does. Yeah, he is improving all the time. To be fair, good to see just how much of the progress is being made there. And he's definitely going faster and faster all the time. Certainly looking very strong at this moment in time, and certainly they're staying in the top 5 for the time being. They haven't pitted, so whether that's going to help them or hinder them. Full Course Yellow has transferred to safety car now. That is actually part of the race procedure here. So Full Course Yellow always then follows up with safety car. That's to bunch the pack up again so that we go exciting and intense on the racing on the restart. Different to the World Endurance Championship because they have separate procedures for Full Course Yellow and safety car. Maybe pointing out that Yibo was only just in Paris for the Fashion Week a few days ago, and he's made the flight to come back here and jump into the car and go very strong. Good stuff. So Aga missed the penalty for the Uno Racing team. They didn't actually get one in the end, but they were investigated for speeding under yellow flags, but they didn't do it. So Anjurak wants to know who is the next driver in that car. Well, the man who's now taken the wheel of that car is Wang Yibo. He's not been replaced. I don't actually know who the next driver in the car is. They haven't given me that information. We'll find out, but it's almost certainly going to be Rio in the car next, and then we'll find out if Sergio Sita Camara will take the car to the finish. So we're under safety car procedure at the moment. That's so that we can get the race restarted again. Safety car is always deployed after a Full Course Yellow in order to bring the pack back up to formation once again. But the safety car lights are out. My apologies, it was just the trick of the light. The safety car lights are still on. When they go out, that is the cue for us to know that we are going to go racing again. So if you're just tuning in, or if you've been with us for a while, we're here for the next 6 hours to continue the coverage of the Shanghai 8 Hours sports car race, which is a nice little footnote at the end of the China GT Championship season. Jake Sanson in the commentary box with Chloe Yang, Kelly Dong, and Nick Zhang down in the pit lane for us, grabbing interviews with drivers over the course of the next 8 hours. It was Nick Zhang and Chloe Yang who opened the show for you, and didn't they do a good job in the opening ceremony there for the race? It was great to see them. And I know that Chloe Yang is running around the pit lane like a headless chicken, trying to get a load of great interviews for our race broadcast. She's talking to almost everybody in the pit lane in the first 2 hours. Great work from everybody on our team as well, from Race TV, CN, and of course from the promotional team at Top Speed. So we've got 6 hours still to go in this race. To be precise, actually, we've got 5 hours and 49 minutes, of course. There are the top 3 in each class. So in the GT3 Pro-Am category, it's Parking Park by Z-Speed ahead of the Uno Racing Team Audi. And then the number 33 car is next up. That is the 33R Harmony Ferrari. In Silver Am, it is Climax that leads the way from Origin and Absolute in the H-Zedo Fortis car. GT3 Am is currently being led by the number 27. That is the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW ahead of Gaha and Climax. And then in GTS Silver Am, the leading car is the Level Motorsport number 15 ahead of the Zenith BMW and the Gaha Racing BMW, which has dropped right the way down the order. And then in GTS Am, we have the 650. That is the Incipient Racing team leading the way from the Pointer Racing team. And then the number 20, that is the Tieshen Racing Aston Martin, that is still in 3rd position, but has every chance of climbing their way back. And currently at the wheel of that car is the only woman in the race, and that is Tiedu, also known, of course, as Shi Wei. So that is the way things currently stack up in the top 3 in each of the categories. There are only 6 classes currently still circulating because the 7th class, the TCR category, no longer has a car in the race because on the 14th lap, Jing Chi-on for the Mogan Team Track Day King car sadly experienced the mother of all engine blows on the back straight. And so that car is done and dusted. SZ asks the question, can the first driver who has not driven for 2 hours come back to drive instead of driver 3? Yes, they can. It is perfectly allowed for them to do that, but each driver has a minimum mandatory time that they have to be in the car for. They also have a maximum time that they have to be in the car for, and they cannot exceed that maximum. It's to make sure that everybody gets a reasonable amount of time in the car. It's up to the team to manage that, so they can do 2 stints if they wish to, but again, it's only down to the team to make that decision. As long as they follow the regulations and they make sure they have the maximum allocated time and no more, then it is perfectly fine. But again, it's up to the team to decide how many turns the driver gets behind the wheel. But they try wherever possible to make sure that, particularly in the AM category, that the drivers get the same amount of time as everybody else. In Pro-Am, it's unlikely you're going to see Wang Yibo complete more laps than anybody else because they try wherever possible in the Pro-Am classes to put their pro drivers, their silver drivers as it were, out on the track for the longest time possible. That's because the fastest drivers are going to go faster. So you want to keep them out on the circuit for as long as possible to give them the best chance of winning the race overall. That's just common sense. So the teams will put their pro drivers out for as long as humanly possible. In the AM category, they'll try and keep all 4 drivers out for 2 hours, unless, of course, they're an AM team with only 3 drivers behind the field, and then they'll try and keep the drivers out for 2 hours and 40 minutes each total. And that means that all 3 drivers get the same amount of time behind the wheel. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, I probably wasn't telling it right. But essentially, yes, you can have multiple stints for drivers as long as they don't exceed the maximum time. Now, we've got a fair bit of debris down the back straight here. I wonder if that's the reason we haven't gone back to racing, because the marshals need to run out onto the course and go and pick up that debris, because, of course, if a car hits that at full tilt, then that could cause all sorts of problems. It could get sucked through the radiator and cause a problem to the engine. It could puncture a tire, or it can just make the driver lose control of the car at a very fast point on the circuit. So I think we're staying out on the safety car period just that little bit longer to allow the marshals the chance to mobilize, and then they can get themselves onto the circuit, clear the debris, and then get back into their position again. Now, who's taking this opportunity to come into the pits? There's only 1 car in pit lane at the moment, and they're at the garage, and that is the number 13 car, the other Mogan Team Track Day King car of Chan Ka-ping in their Mercedes. But we've just had a pit stop, and it's for the parking park by Z-Speed BMW. So that is Zhang Mingyang coming back into the pits. Now, from what Erik Johansson said earlier on, I think they're going to let him finish the race later. But does that mean that Zhang Mingyang is going to come into the pits and change over to his teammate? Yes, it does. So out gets Zhang Mingyang, and into the pits gets the newly crowned China GT champion, Erik Johansson from Vaxio in Sweden. This man is an absolute powerhouse. He gets his first stint behind the wheel of this car. Get ready, folks, because you're going to see some seriously fast lap times now from Erik Johansson. This is the man who's just won the China GT Championship for 2025. He won 4 races in a row with his teammate to get the ball rolling in the season. Now, Quoted DFTBA asks a really intelligent question here. Do the tyres cool down under long safety cars like in F1, or doesn't it matter as much in endurance? You're absolutely right. They do cool down the same way they do in Formula 1, and it actually makes more of a difference, perhaps, than it does in Formula 1, because you've got to remember that the way that Formula 1 cars are designed, they have natural downforce through the fast air that pushes the car down onto the ground. So the tyres get warmer quicker. In endurance racing, the top heavy center of gravity of the cars means that downforce doesn't do all the work for you. So it actually takes longer to warm the tyres back up. So for those first 3 laps or so, the tyres are dangerously cool, which is why sometimes on restarts, you get drivers weaving from side to side even after the green flag has gone. So it does take a bit more time to warm the tyres up, especially considering that these tyres are narrower than Formula 1 tyres are. So there's less contact rubber on the road. So that does make it very tricky to warm the tyres up. Now there is the BMW getting back out onto the circuit again with Eric Johansson, the new China GT champion, at the wheel. So expect some fireworks when this race gets going again. Now I know what your next question is going to be, because you'll have seen the pictures there of cars overtaking the safety car. Why are they doing that? Didn't we have people getting penalties for that earlier on? Well, you're absolutely right. But when you're under safety car procedure and the car behind you is not the race leader, then the safety car allows the field to go back through and take up their positions behind the safety car. They are waiting for the race leader. So all the cars are signaled to overtake the safety car until the leader catches up to the safety car. Then they stop. So there is the BMW that is leading the race, although they've gone past the safety car. Hang on, look, the safety car is flashing the lights. Look, you weren't supposed to overtake me. Oh dear, this has gone badly wrong. So the safety car was moving over to allow everybody to go through so that they could back up the race leader, but now the race leader's overtaken the safety car. That's a big mistake for Jiang Nan. So now he's got to hit the brakes, let the safety car go back past him again, and then they'll take their position once more. We're not under racing conditions yet. And that is a big mistake for the number 27, Jiang Nan, for the Z-Speed Wuhan crew. The entire field were being waved past so that we could get ourselves back to the original positions, minus the traffic jam, of course. But the race is supposed to overtake the safety car again, because the whole point is so that we can get back into the normal racing position. So Dafa Razaka pointing out this is going to be the biggest penalty in history. I'll disagree with you there. I've certainly heard of more draconian penalties than the one they're going to get for accidentally overtaking the safety car, but it is certainly going to be a significant enough penalty that it could cost them the lead of this race. So drivers are going through behind the safety car. They shouldn't really be going wheel to wheel with each other. I'm not entirely sure why the Frankenstein Racing Mercedes was going wheel to wheel with the GTS car there as it went through. They really need to be running in single file formation, to be honest. So they need to be calming down a bit, really. Now look at that skyline in the background. You'll see that there's a huge quantity of skyscrapers in the background here. This is the Jiadong district, which when this circuit was first built back in 2004, there was nothing here. It was barren wasteland around this entire area. And if you compare the circuit pictures now compared to what they were in 2004, it's a completely different environment, because this circuit has brought so much tourism and so much trade and commerce to the area. Now people are actually moving in here because it's a very pleasant place to live in this part of Shanghai, in the Jiadong district, which is actually still quite a quiet place. Not many people live here, but for those who do, it's a very pleasant place to live, provided you don't mind living next door to a race car and having race cars going past every day of the week on test days and things. If it was me, I would absolutely love the fact that there would be a racing car right next to me. That would do great. I'd be quite happy with it. But there, as you can see, the safety car has bunched up the pack with the 37 win here Harmony Audi. That is not the race leading car. So what's happened now to Jiang Nan? Because there's Eric Johansson in his car. He's being waved through. Is Eric Johansson going to be waved through? Because he was in second, but then he made a pit stop. I'm confused. Because the 27 made its way past. Well, they're going to have to wave them past again. Eric Johansson's just making sure, pro driver that he is, he's just sidling up alongside the safety car. Can I overtake you? Can I get myself back into position? Well, yeah, you're going to have to, because everybody went through. Oh dear, oh dear. Varius writes, can someone explain what's happening? Well, I'll try, but it's not particularly clear to me at the moment. The safety car is supposed to be bunching up the field behind the leader, but the leader appears to have overtaken the safety car when it wasn't supposed to. So now the whole field has gone through. So they're going to have to try again, basically. This could end up being a really big penalty for the number 27 Z-Speed car, which is annoying because its teammate is now going to be the car that benefits from it. As into the pits comes the Gaha Racing BMW of the 678 crew. This is Zhang Huilin, who was at the wheel of that car. And I think the team is probably looking for a driver change here, because Zhang Huilin, bless him, was actually running about 10 seconds a lap slower than the other drivers were, so I don't think they want to leave him in the car for too long. And into the pits comes the 27. Well, that confuses things even more because Jiang Nan's now made a pit stop. Oh dear. So that means who's going to be next in the pits then? Well, I guess it is Eric Johansson now. But they need to overtake the pit lane in order to do that. We could be under safety car for a couple more laps here. Daniela asks, is this a common thing to happen? Short answer, no. Well, there is the safety car. Okay, so that makes sense. Hopefully it's about to make sense again anyway. Eric Johansson's been waved through. There is the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW going back out onto the circuit again. Ahead of the safety car. Oh, this is very messy. Well, at least the next car in the line is the 710 Climax Mercedes. So that would make sense. But I wonder if both Z-Speed BMWs here could end up with a penalty. One for overtaking when they shouldn't have done, and the other one, well, where is that going to leave them in terms of the race result? Because they're ahead of all these guys, but they've been waved through. So now the safety car's collected the third place car, which is the Climax Racing Mercedes. Des Rene asks, are the pit lane not talking to them? Well, yes, they are, but they obviously had to get a communication from each team to the officials, and then the officials have to impart that message to the team, but you can't just wave everybody through because that adds to the confusion. So there's a chance here that the two leading cars are going to get penalties, and that's the Z-Speed BMW and the Parking Park by Z-Speed BMW. They could both get penalties here for this. All this confusion started because the number 27 car, which at the time was not being driven by Tang Xihao, so he's going to get a penalty when he's done nothing wrong. It was his teammate who overtook under the safety car when he shouldn't have done. Well, while we out, let's head to the pit so that we can have a chat with the team at speed and figure out what the situation is.
好的，我们现在是来到了 Parking Park Racing by Z-Speed， 我们采访到的是18号车组的首发车手张振东。那么你的这个第一棒来总结一下自己跑得怎么样？
其实我们昨天排位赛跑得特别好，但是呢，因为我们的车在今天早上检查的时候有东西坏掉了，所以我们必须要更换那个部件。但是更换部件，我们跟赛会沟通，它就是我们必须在维修区发车，所以等于我们损失了我们第一名的位置的以外，我们还是在所有车阵最后发。那所以其实比赛一开始对我来说是非常艰难的，然后我们也最终我交棒的时候，我们又追到了全场第一，然后队友现在也是又追到全场第一。那希望我们接下来的比赛，因为8小时的比赛时间非常长，那我们希望我们能够有个稳定的发挥，然后获得好的成绩。
那么车组方面对于车手的这个时间安排是怎么样来调配呢？
现在是我的那个老外队友 Eric Johansson 在驾驶。然后呢，我刚刚是第一棒的时候，我是开了2个 Sting， 也就是说我有一口气开了2次。那当然回来加了汽油。那之后因为8小时的比赛，它的变化会非常大，所以我们也在慢慢的改变我们自己的一个策略。
那也继续随机应变吧，预祝你们车组能够有好的成绩。
谢谢。
好，谢谢，谢谢。
Thanks, Kelly. In conversation there with Zhang Zhendong. That team has now moved into the lead of the race, I should point out. Although those two cars are now at the back of the queue, the two leading cars. So while that's unraveled, I'll try and take some questions from you all. Intoxicating Immediacy wants to know, the rules say in Article 30.1, each driver is compulsory to drive a minimum of 2 stints on track. Does that mean that all drivers will return once they've got out of the car? Not necessarily, because what that determines is a stint is when a driver gets into the car and comes back into the pits. Now, some teams will choose to put their drivers out for a double stint. That means that they will start the car, go out onto the circuit, then come back into the pits for a change of tyres or a top-up of fuel or both, and then go back out again. That is their second stint. So some teams are choosing to double stint, like they are with Wang Yibo. Now, Wang Yibo came into the pits, but didn't get out of the car, so he went for his second stint immediately. So this might be the only time when he makes his pit stop. Right, so the safety car has decided, okay, what we're going to do then is we're going to wave everybody through a second time. Now, the car that's leading is the parking park by Z-Speed car. Right, there it is. Now, don't overtake. Stop, stop. Don't overtake. Fortunately, Eric Johansson is the China GT champion, so he will obey. He knows what the score is. So now, everybody else will just have to catch up to these two cars in the line. So now, we're going to get back to safety car proceedings as normal, and then we're going to get back to proceedings. But hopefully that makes sense now. The drivers do have to do a minimum of 2 stints, but they don't have to do them in 2 different times. They can double stint. So, question, says Irish, that big screen, does it have audio? I believe it does, but obviously it's going to be very difficult for people to hear the audio over the race circuits, over the racing cars themselves. SZ wants to know, why isn't the debris on the back straight cleared until now? Well, the biggest problem that the marshals have, of course, is going out onto a live circuit when the cars are not stacked up. Because we've got cars in different parts of the race circuit, you can't ask the marshals to take their lives at risk by going out onto the circuit when there could be a car coming, especially when they're out of position from the safety car, because to catch up to the safety car, they're going to be driving the car at almost racing speed. So you've got to wait until the whole field is bunched up in exactly the right order that they should be until you send the marshals onto the track to clear the debris. You can't send them out before then. That's too big a risk to their life. So you have to make sure that everything is in the correct order first, and then it will be clear for them to go out onto the circuit. And I want to say a big thank you and a big shout out to the marshals here at the circuit. It doesn't matter how many race cars we have, how many drivers we have, no matter where those drivers come from, what they do for a living, what the teams do, all the mechanics and all the engineers. Without those marshals at the side of the circuit, we cannot race at all. You are not allowed to race without marshals. They are the real heroes of the hour here. They do not get the recognition and the credit that they deserve. We're all here celebrating these magnificent drivers, and it's the marshals that really make this sport happen. Without them, we are nothing. So a massive thank you to everybody around the circuit here at Shanghai. We refer to them as the Orange Army in this sport because they are usually seen wearing orange overalls in international competitions, but they don't necessarily all wear orange, depends on the country we're in. But a massive thank you to all of the competitors. A massive thank you from the competitors, I'm sure, to the marshals. So, just keeping up to date with everybody, one of the competitors wants to know, why has Zhou Yiran's name disappeared from the timing screen? Well, that's because a new driver has got behind the wheel of the car. It is now Shikai who is at the wheel of that particular car, rather than Zhou Yiran. I have a feeling that Zhou Yiran will get behind the wheel again a little bit later. Mind you, once Wang Yibo gets out of the car, I would not be at all surprised that his race will end. Because having done both his stints, I don't expect him to get behind the wheel of the car again. In fact, there is the 85. Still behind the wheel of the car at the moment, but this is his second run. Now, 2 cars left the pit lane there under red lights. Now, that is not allowed, of course, because it's the same as a traffic light on the road. If you go through a red light, you're going to get a bit of an issue by the police. Well, our police, the race control, have obviously noted that 2 cars left the pits under a red light. One of those was the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW that was leading the race. Now, that left the pit under a red light. Now, there's a possibility they're going to get investigated for leaving the pits under a red light, but there's also a possibility that they're going to get investigated for overtaking the safety car when they shouldn't have done. So that could be 2 penalties coming their way. And interestingly, the other car that left the pits under a red light was the Frankenstein Racing Mercedes. So, fans of Zhou Yiran, I'm afraid things could get messy for you because their man, Shikai, left the pits under a red light. You're not allowed to do that. That could be a penalty. So we are slowly getting this race back to normal as the rest of the field will close up on this pack and then we'll get ourselves into position. But you obviously have to make sure that this is done correctly. It takes time to do this for safety reasons. This isn't Formula One. We don't have the same budget. We don't have 1 million cameras around the circuit. We don't have multi-million-pound budgets here to put things in place. You've just got to allow communications to be safe, to be clear, and to be very, very correct. So all of the competitors want to know, what is the icon next to the number 8 car in the mix? The 8th place car, well, that is the number 33 car. And that icon next to it is a purple stopwatch. Now, the reason that purple stopwatch is there is because that denotes the car that has set the fastest lap in the race so far. So the fastest lap is the Ferrari, and the lap time that they have set, which is the fastest they have done, is a 2-minute flat .932, which is very impressive because in qualifying, when the cars are very much lighter on fresher tyres, they will go about a second faster at their very peak. So that tells you just how impressive the lap time that was set there in the early stages by David Chen was. A 2-minute flat .932, only a second slower than qualifying. So if you see a car with the purple square next to it, that's the fastest car in the race. Now, look, all the cars have caught up again, so now we can bring the safety car in at the end of this lap. I'm fairly sure the marshals will have gone out and cleared that debris from the back straight as well in that time. So hopefully that is all sorted. Now, you'll still see some black marks on the circuit. That is something that we can't do anything about. Those little black marks come from the tires. Those are what we refer to as little strips of rubber known as marbles. And they fall off the tire when the tire gets hot and they get spat out to the side of the road. There's nothing we can do about that once the race gets underway because there are too many of them to clean up. It's only the big components that really need to be moved from the track surface. So as you can see there on the inside line, it looks like they haven't had the chance to remove a lot of the debris, so they've just got to be careful and stay on the racing line. So out in front, it is the China GT champion for 2025. Erik Johansson has been handed the lead of this race on a silver plate, and now to race conditions. With 5.5 hours to go, it's green, 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 green here at the Shanghai 8 Hours, and we go back to racing conditions. So the parking part by Z-Speed leads the way from the Z-Speed Wuhan car, 4.3 seconds back. There it is going through the Climax Mercedes, the Uno Racing Audi of Wang Yibo. But Jason Gu is going right round the outside and running wide onto the marbles. He's got to be careful doing that. Oh, and onto the grass to try and overtake Wang Yibo. That is not sensible from Jason Gu. He ran out wide onto the marbles. I think he's made contact with the Audi and there's damage to Wang Yibo's car. He's collided with the Audi. And Jason Gu has hit the rear quarter of the Audi. Now he's going to try and make the overtaking move. But Wang Yibo's Uno Racing Audi's got damage. Big damage to the back end of the car. So he's now got to limp that car home to the pits. He can't afford to drive too quickly because he'll do more damage to the car by pushing it to its full chat. He's going to have to slow the car right down in order to get it back. Oh dear, oh dear. This is not good news for the Uno Racing Audi. So Wang Yibo is now limping back to the pits. Nothing he did wrong there. He was minding his own business, driving on the racing line, and he got hit by somebody else. And as Dafa Razika pointed out, that contact is a long way from home. It's in the first corner. So you've got a good 3 miles to drive that car. And the fans are not happy at all. And I'm not at all surprised. Wang Yibo, nothing he did wrong there at all. So now he's just got to try and guide the team back. Now there's almost certainly going to be an investigation into the contact there as Jason Gu, he ran wide on the marbles initially and then tucked back for the inside line, saw a gap on Wang Yibo when he didn't have grip in the tyres and then ran onto the grass and hit him. So a big mistake from Jason Gu. And that's definitely going to come back to bite the Origin Motorsport Porsche. But look at Wang Yibo in the Uno Racing Audi, limping down the back straight as everybody overtakes him. And that's why you've got to be careful on the main straight, those bits of debris. So now the field is trying to work its way through the traffic, and poor Wang Yibo is just dropping back like a stone through a wet paper bag. What a shame. Nothing Wang Yibo did wrong there at all. But the result is that he's got a damaged car. That's motor racing, unfortunately. You can give a penalty to the other guy, but it doesn't change a thing. So Nicky Ravel wants to know, does Yibo's second stint include all this time under the safety car, or will that be deducted from his racing time? No, it does include the time behind the safety car, sadly. The Ferrari gets the overtaking move there into the first corner, by the way, as well. So that's Jason Lowe overtaking Li Dongsheng, and the bitter sight of Wang Yibo cruising down pit lane. Surely he'll get out of the car at this point as well. And there is his teammate standing by to take over. I think that is Rio getting himself lined up. Wang Yibo out of the car. He is bitterly disappointed. Pats on the back to Rio. But I'm afraid that is the last you're going to see of Wang Yibo at the wheel of this car today. Bitter disappointment. Now it's up to his teammates Rio and Sergio Sette-Camara to try and get the fortunes of this car back in. And the timing of it is horrible because all of the field are very close together. So they're going to lose a lot of time in this. And Wang Yibo very disappointed walking in. Drive-through penalty for the 650 of Archer Wu in the incipient racing Porsche. Now that's for overtaking under safety car. We didn't see that. Let's have a look at what happened again. We're on board with Wang Yibo. Racing line. Look at the Porsche behind. He runs wide. You see it in the mirrors disappear. And then suddenly, as we go through the tighter apex of the right, bang! There's the contact. We'll see it again. Watch the Porsche, the pink car at the back. He overshoots, goes onto the marbles. He's lost grip, and then he charges his way back to the inside line, sees a gap, goes for it, gets on the grass, and strikes the Audi. I'm not quite sure what Jason Gu thought he was doing there with that gap on the inside line. He actually ran onto the grass to stay away from Wang Yibo. But the damage is done. Well, pats on the back and handshakes are all well and good, but I don't think Wang Yibo is going to be particularly happy about the way his stint came to an end. He'll hand the car over now to Rio, who will continue the charge forward for them. Meanwhile, BMW versus BMW. Up to the inside line. The 27 under some scrutiny here. This is the car that could well get investigated for its shenanigans behind the safety car. The 678 of Bao Junbin is trying to unlap itself here from Tang Jihao. But Tang Jihao running a solid race in second place, as meanwhile behind them we've got third and fourth place doing a great job. Chen Fangbin in the Climax Racing Mercedes is next up, and there is Jason Gu in the Origin Porsche. Public enemy number one for Wang Yibo fans, I'm sure. But we'll see if he can make his bid on the Climax Racing Mercedes. He's got to do a little bit of a better job of that move as they try and tiptoe their way past the Gaha BMW. It's not making particularly easy work for them. One goes to the left, the other goes to the right, but now the Gaha BMW moves across the racing line of the Porsche and holds him up. So this is a bit of a difficulty now as the Porsche gets held up initially. But these are the cars in second, third and fourth here. We've got Tang Jihao in the Z-Speed, Chen Fangbin in the Climax Mercedes, and Jason Gu in the pink Origin Porsche. So finally they work their way past the Gaha BMW of Bao Junbin, as it looks like they've put David Pun behind the wheel of the Uno Racing Team car. Now that is a very sensible decision for the team there, because they're going to put the guy who put the team into a good position at the start. They'll give him the second stint to try and make up some of the ground that's been lost there. So that's a very solid decision by the Uno team to change things up and put David Pun back in the car for the moment. We have yet to see Rio or Sergio Sette-Camara behind the wheel, but for the next hour and 19 minutes or so, it makes a lot of sense to put David Pun behind the wheel. So let's see what will happen next up. We've got the 86 Origin Mercedes going wheel to wheel with the 610 Porsche. Two cars that are really out of sorts here. But the Origin Mercedes is now just out past the 610 Porsche. The 610 Porsche is a couple of laps down in the hands of Lin Weiqiong. But the Ferrari has now moved up into 7th place in the hands of Jason Lowe. The Origin Mercedes is a lap down after its incident earlier on. The 610 Porsche is 3 laps down after a bigger incident. So they've got a lot of work to do to make up. There is the Mercedes back out on track. That's good news for Billy Lowe and the Mogan Team Track Day King squad. They've only completed 44 laps, but you know what? They'll be happy just to be in the race again. And there is the 37 Win Here Harmony Racing Team. They've only completed 44 laps as well. And at least the number 37 car now has Li Han Yu at the wheel of that car. So that means their race is still going. Here are the Mercedes GT4s scrapping away. That's the 15, the car that leads the race in GTS, in Silverram as well. Zhang Zhenshang for Level Motorsport. And down in the pits, we're going to hear from them.
我们现在是来到了 Level Motorsport 的15号车组，采访到的是陈君华，也是这个车组的首发的车手。那么你觉得自己第一棒跑得怎么样？
第一棒我们的策略，因为一起跑一定都会比较乱，我们还是以安全第一，因为耐久赛毕竟是很长的赛事，所以不需急于一时。所以起跑来说，基本上我做的我觉得还行，都还安全。然后后来就是发生了很多 safety car， 是有一点打乱了整个节奏。不过基本上我们进站的策略是还正确的，对。
那你跟队友之间之前也多次配合吗？
对，都配合蛮多次的队友，对。
那也预祝你的比赛顺利。
好，谢谢。
Great to hear there from Kelly Dung, continuing the process and keeping everybody abreast of what's going on down in pit lane. Hearing from the Level Motorsport team as they run in the lead of the GTS category, as well as ahead of the GTS leaders themselves, actually, in GTS Silver Ram. Chang Chen Shang is the driver behind the wheel, as there goes the 37R Win Here Harmony Audi, just nipping their way through. It is Li Han Yu who's at the wheel of that car at the moment, trying to elevate them as high as possible. Not easy when you're 15 laps down from the rest of the field. But you've just got to keep the faith. You never know what's going to happen to the other cars in the mix. You never know what can happen in these last 5 hours and 15 minutes. If you're going to give up when you've still got a car that works with 5 hours to go, then you don't deserve to be in motor racing, to be honest. Up the inside goes the Level Motorsport Mercedes. Gets the run on the Pointer Racing car. Alan Lowe behind the wheel of that one. And Alan Lowe is, of course, the team principal of the Pointer Racing team. One of the advantages to being the owner of the team, you get to decide on who the driver is, and if you're a fairly handy driver yourself, of course, you're going to take that role. So as everybody works themselves into a good position, it's been a very solid effort from everybody as they now maneuver themselves into a good position. So now the contenders are putting on a good show. Up at the front end of the field. Up into third position now has gone Jason Gu in the Origin Porsche. He's got ahead of Chen Fangbing in the Climax Mercedes. It would not surprise me too much, though, if that investigation comes back to bite them for the Origin Porsche crew. So we'll see how it continues on. But there is the 37 Win Here Harmony Audi. Whoops, a little bit of a run off the curbs there for Li Han Yu. Side by side, that is Climax versus HZ040s by Absolute, and now they've got damage. Yet another Audi in trouble with a little bit too much argy-bargy. This time it's the Climax Mercedes making the move. That's Chen Fangbing versus Akash Nandi. Nandi gets in front, but the Audi is billowing smoke. That's the wheel rubbing on the bodywork, and they're going to have to come into the pits to sort that, because that could end up in a very nasty puncture for the team. Yet more troubles for Audi. They are really having a proper ringer of a race, this, aren't they? So now the Malaysian Audi is having problems. Almost an identical incident to what happened with the Uno Racing Team Audi. So now 2 cars having anti-stall problems and 2 cars getting driven into the side of with more bodywork damage. More problems for the 4 rings of Stuttgart. Well, Akash Nandi has the policy of just keep driving and hope that the problem corrects itself. But that is a very dangerous strategy, because of course if it all goes wrong when you're at top speed, it's not going to work out for you. But the Climax Mercedes has dropped back now behind the 27 BMW of Tang Zhihao. No doubt to compensate for the moment. And so Tang Zhihao now drops to 4th position behind Akash in the HZ040s by Absolute car. I wonder what happened to Tang Zhihao. Well, his last lap was a 2:07.1. So I don't know whether he had a spin or whether his lap times are just not as strong as his rivals out there. As we currently look at David Pun in the Uno Racing Audi. He's got back behind the wheel out in 14th place with a lot of time to make up, but at least they've put a driver behind the wheel who can really stretch the ragged edge of this car. turn 2 incident involving 87 and 85 noted by race control. That means they have started the investigation into that incident between Jason Gu and Wang Yibo. So now that David Pun is behind the wheel of the car, they'll have to investigate the incident further to come up with a decision, as the 50 is in the pits. That is Wu Yifan for the 326 racing team in their Audi. Yet another car with a bad day at the office. But the pit stop now underway as the team changes wheels and tyres on the left side. Interestingly, they are only allowed to change tyres on one side at a time. You've got a maximum amount of crew members that you're allowed in the pits at any one time, and that's because there is fuel going into the car. So for safety reasons, you can only have a couple of members of the team minimum. Looking back at the HZ040s by Absolute Audi, they have carried on. So they clearly don't have as much damage as the Uno Racing team did. But the good news is that David Pun is now pushing that Audi very quickly indeed. What is his first flying lap time going to be? We'll have a look at the pace to kind of see where he is. Oh, wow, he's just done a 2:01.93. That's only 0.3 of a second off the leaders. So whatever damage Wang Yibo had, they've clearly repaired it. And so now they're back up to race pace again. Right, Des Rene wants to know the penalties that are being given. Are they taken off automatically, or are they taken off at the end of the race? If teams are given penalties in the middle of an endurance race, the time penalties they are allotted are applied to their next pit stop. So if they are given a 5-second penalty, they will spend 5 seconds longer in the pits than their minimum mandatory. So it is given to them as a penalty in their pit stop. In Formula One, you can apply penalties retrospectively, but because this is a one-off race, penalties are applied as the race goes on, and it's at the next pit stop that they will serve them. And it looks like there is a car under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, and that is the Ferrari. Jason Lowe in the 33R Harmony Ferrari under investigation for pit lane speeding. That is disastrous for the Ferrari team. That's going to be a drive-through penalty. That means they basically got to come into the pits, slow down, and then drive from one end of the pit lane to the other and then rejoin. That's going to cost them so much time because, of course, everybody else will still be on track going full chat speed, and they will lose a lot of time in that. Drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. It was quick to give them the penalty. They were investigated and then they were penalised. So it was clearly very clear-cut indeed. Very unfortunate indeed for the Ferrari, as they are given a penalty very quickly after receiving the investigation. So clearly they didn't need to take long. So let's see how things continue. We're looking at the 650. That is the car of Incipient Racing that is currently leading the way in the GTS ranks aboard the Porsche 718 Cayman. Let's go down to the pit lane and find out how their race has been going.
好的，我们现在是来到了650号车组。那么我采访到的是首发车手朱金武。朱金武来分享一下自己第一节跑得怎么样？
因为我们第一天自己本来要用的R8坏了嘛，然后换了一台718，但这车我没怎么开过，不怎么熟悉，所以排位开的一团糟。然后到了正赛的时候，就我大概花了半小时时间熟悉了一下这个车，越开越快了。但今天突发状况特别多，应该是碰到了4个全场黄旗，但是也蛮好，就非常节约体力，就干脆一个人跑完了2个小时，然后后面越开越快，越开越快，越开越快，总体节奏非常好，车队支持给的也够。然后现在希望我的队友们好好发挥吧。
所以你的总结就是感觉自己其实是渐入佳境。
对的，是渐入佳境。这是我第3年跑这个比赛了，整个比赛的状态竞争也是越来越激烈。第1年 GT4 只有3个组，今年有8个了。我觉得车越多越爽。
那也预祝你们比赛成功。
OK， 感谢。
谢谢。
Thanks again to Kelly Dung for trying to figure out what's going on down at Incipient Racing. We're getting more of your questions and your comments coming in. Please keep them coming. It's great to have plenty to talk about during the course of this 8-hour race. Not that the drivers and teams aren't doing that for us, because there's been a lot happening in the last 3 hours. Gwedi DFTBA wants a little bit more clarification on penalties. If you get a penalty during your last stint and you don't come out onto the pit stop again, can you go all out after your last pit stop, or will they add that penalty to the final time? To clarify, If you get a penalty in the middle of the race, the penalty will be applied to your next pit stop. If it's the last hour of the race and you're not coming into the pits again, then yes, a penalty will then be added to your race time at the finish. Side by side, down to the first corner, and a little bit of a squeeze there into turn one for Alan Lowe in the Points of Racing Mercedes by the 168, the Bianchen Jiaokei for the Gaha Racing Team. Now, that is an interesting investigation. The number 27 is now under investigation for not wearing proper gear. I have never seen that before in the entire history of my motorsport career. For not wearing proper gear, what are they wearing? Boxing gloves? I've never seen that radio message from race control ever. So what is it that they're not doing? Was that a mechanic not wearing the right gear in the pit lane? Is somebody in car not wearing what they're supposed to be wearing? I have no idea at all. Maybe we'll need to get some clarification of that penalty. But yes, number 27 under investigation for not wearing proper gear. And that's the 87 Origin Porsche. They've gone around for a spin at the first corner. Another mistake then for Jason Gu. And they're already under investigation for the incident with Wang Yibo earlier. So that just goes from bad to worse for them. And that's cost them big time. They've lost a lot of time. They've rejoined just in front of Li Dongsheng in the 777 Climax Porsche. Sorry, the 777 Climax Audi, I should say, as they go past the incipient by barging it out of the way. So we're going to ride on board with Jason Gu through the hairpin. What's going to happen now? We're going to turn in. We're going to get on the power too early. Whoops. Well, we've got a car coming to the right, so we've got to let that go. So obviously that's where we recover. So a bit of a mistake there for Jason Gu in the Porsche. So a big difficulty there for Jason Gu. So now we've got a question coming in. Can you describe the difference between the GT classes? Well, there are some very performances from each of the cars, yes, but we've got 7 different race classes. So we should try and explain them both. Going into the weekend, we had 2 classes of GT3 car, Pro-Am and Am. So if you are an AM class car, that means all of your drivers are classified as amateur or AM drivers. They are hobby drivers who go racing as a hobby rather than our professional FIA grade racing drivers. If you are Pro-Am, that means you've got AM drivers in your team and Pro drivers in your team. There was a 3rd class added to the GT3 coming into the weekend, which is called SA, which is known as Silver AM. So that is for drivers who are Pro drivers, but they have a silver graded driver rather than a professional graded driver. Now, a silver driver is slightly one up from a bronze. I don't want to go into the technical terms of how different professional drivers are, partly because I haven't got time, but also because we're going to have an interview down in pit lane with the 718 of Yang Chunlei and the Ultimate Racing Porsche. So I'll try and catch up with that explanation of the classes in a little while, but let's head down to pit lane to find out what's going on down at Ultimate Racing.
好的，我们现在采访到的是718号车组的首发车手王浩浩，来聊一下自己感觉第一节发车跑得怎么样。
好嘞，好，各位朋友好啊。那么我姓王，王浩浩啊。那么我们是 Ultimate 极致车队啊。那么作为首发车手来说，我觉得今天运气还是非常好的。然后呢，我们车辆也在不断的在适应，所以呢，今天从这个虽然油也比较重，从圈速上面看也挺满意的，谢谢。然后呢，因为全场黄旗也相对比较多嘛，那么我觉得其实对于体能上面，原来我们担心的还是会相对多一点，但其实从今天的整个赛事的节奏上面来看，我觉得还都不错，还都不错。
那么你跟队友之间的配合，之前有没有就是特地去做过一些训练？
是的，那么其实呢，这次我们4位车手，其中有一位呢是第一次开这个车。但是呢，他在这个短短的2到3天的训练中间适应得特别快，所以呢，我们基本上圈速也还都可以。当然了，其实耐力赛嘛，比的是我们首先要把它跑完，所以呢，我们其实对于这个大家的节奏上面，都希望大家都稍微放得平缓一点，对，谢谢。
那也希望你们默契配合，能够顺利完成比赛，争取好成绩。好，谢谢。
Thank you, Kelly. So to get back to what we were talking about the differences between the classes, if you've got a GT3 car with a pro driver in there, that means you've got a Pro-Am team. If you don't, then you're an All-Am team. Silver Am is when your driver is a pro but is only graded as a silver driver. There are drivers in the field that are a gold driver, such as Sergio Sette-Camara. Now, he's a gold driver based on his experience in Formula 2, Super Formula, and in Formula E. So he's ranked as a gold driver, and that gives them a Pro-Am title rather than a Silver Am title. That's within GT3. Then there is a GTS difference. You've got Silver Ams and Ams, and that's because the GTS teams, a couple of them have decided to drive it in, but just one of them, so they're a silver graded driver. That makes them a silver AM team. Anybody else is a GTS AM team. The GTC cars, they are slower than both GT3 and GTS. GTS is just another name for GT4, by the way, cars with less power than their GT3 counterparts. GTC, there's only one car in the mix. That is GTC for GT Cup. There's only one car in the race that is the GT Cup. That is the number 99 Porsche, currently being driven by Gano Fu in the 610 Racing Team car. There's only one TC car in the race, which is a touring car class for the TCRs, but that car retired from the race on that 14 with a blown engine. So it sounds a little bit complicated to have all of these different classes, but essentially the difference in the classes is what type of driver you've got in your team. If you have 4 amateurs or 3 amateurs, you are an AM team. If you have a pro driver, then you are a Pro-Am team. If you have 2 silvers or a silver and a gold, you are a Pro-Am team rather than a Silver Am team. If you only have 1 pro who is a silver, then that's a Silver Am. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, you're going to need a crash course in sports car racing, which is going to take you about a year of subscribing to these channels and continuing racing until you understand it better. We're in the middle of a motor race, which is 5 hours in duration, still to go. 3 hours have already been fantastic. So there's too much happening to really get into the nitty-gritty of it, but hopefully that is enough of an explanation to get you through. So your comments are an interesting one. It's great to hear. Q Yacht makes a very interesting observation. Car racing used to be fun and enjoyable for people for similar interests, but totally... Oh, another big incident there for Jason Gu. I think the racing gods have come back to bite him here as he gets himself into a second incident in 3 laps. Trying to dive up the inside of the Audi number 50. So he was trying to get the overtaking move done on the inside of Liu Zijian, and it all went horribly wrong. I was going to say that Q-Yap thinks that car racing has lost its appeal. Shrimp is one thing, turtle is another. I think you need to watch a few more sports car races like this one, because this one has been very entertaining. Up the inside, here's the replay of Jason Gu going far too aggressive on the inside. The Audi shuts the door. On board, you can see, look, there's only a certain gap. At this point, the Audi's going to tighten up his grip. To be fair to the Porsche, the Audi did move across a little bit more than he was expecting to, but Jason Gu did spin out there, going for a very strong run on the inside line. There is the second place car, the Absolute Audi, that has dropped back into position, well, it's actually up into position number 2. So Nickel wants to know, can you please explain how the second place car can be 29 seconds behind the leader, but the number 4 car in the race is only 1.5 seconds behind the leader? Well, that's because the leader is not that far away from lapping the 4th place cars. So they've gone so fast around the course that they're actually lapping back markers. So that'll be the reason why. So, and those gaps, 1.5 seconds, are between each other's cars. So that's Tang Xihao's car, only 1.5 seconds behind the car in 3rd place. Let's go to the highlights from the third hour. We've got a lot of interesting battles and duels down in position as they continue to battle away. But it's still not quite clear who's going to get the victory in this fantastic race battle, as the Shanghai 8 Hours continues to develop with driver changes, with incidents out on the circuit. Penalties are being handed out galore as race control makes it very clear that they are not going to sit on their laurels here. If teams transgress, they're going to make sure that the penalties go the right way. Wang Yibo completed a double stint in fantastic fashion although an unceremonious end after contact with the 87 Porsche put them in the pits with damaged cars. David Pun taking over the wheel of the car again. But there's going to be some really exciting continuations for the rest of the race. They had to repair the damage, dropping that car down to what is now 10th position. David Pun, though, is increasing their chances of getting back again. And that's the 27, the Z-Speed BMW that was in P4. It seems to have parked up with a mechanical problem. Now, to answer the question from Nickel P, can you please explain how the number 2 car could be 29 seconds behind the leader, but the number 4 car is only 1.5 seconds behind the leader? That's not the case. Those gaps that you were looking at were to the car in front of them. So they were 1.5 seconds behind the car in 3rd place, not the leader. So those are the gaps between each car in turn. Oh, there's been a very nasty incident. The Climax Mercedes has gone around and hit the BMW. So this is on board with the Climax. They're lapping a back marker. No, don't go for that move. They lost the back of the car, and the BMW has nowhere to go but into them. And they were very narrowly missed there by the Frankenstein Mercedes. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Getting out of the car. That could be game over. And so that is big damage. And that's going to be a full course yellow. Yes, it is. Full course yellow around the place, around the circuit once again. So I'm afraid to say that this is now a very difficult race for BMW as well as for Audi. Although one car is leading, the other one is now in dust. And look at the damage that's been left on the outside of the first hairpin. Full course yellow around the circuit once again. It will go from full course yellow to safety car. Tightens the field up again. So anybody who wants a free, cheap pit stop at this moment had better take it. And the 2 teams that have leapt on that are the Origin Motorsport Porsche and the Climax Racing Audi 777. And that's the 710 Climax Mercedes limping. That's slower than even they should be going under full course yellows. I think that car's got more damage than they first thought. Well, bless them, the cars around them are trying not to overtake them and get a penalty because we're under full course yellows, but that car is going so slowly that there is definitely a bit of an incident there for them. There is the Uno Racing Audi driven by David Pun. This is going to benefit them, of course, because the time they lost earlier on can now be gained with other cars going into the pit under full course yellows, so the pit stop is slightly cheaper for the teams because they won't lose as much time. Into the pits as well comes Jason Lowe in the 33R Harmony Ferrari, whereas this man, Eric Johansson, just takes it nice and easy. The China GT champion for 2025. Really enjoying it. Oh, the Climax Mercedes, it looks like the left rear suspension might be broken. So the car spun around and then got hit in that left rear quarter by the BMW. But looking at the way it's almost bucking and crabbing on the back of that car, I think they've got a big issue. I think that's going to be a potential suspension break. So they're going to limp the car back to the garage, sorry, to see what's left of the car's progress. Let's ride on board. Let's listen. And look at Chen Fangbing bouncing around in that car like a pea in a frying pan. That will feel horrible as a driver. But you've just got to try and get the car back again. There's the inset to the right of your screen. It looks much worse on board than it does from the outset. And he's still got at least 2 miles to drive that car to get back to the pits. But the damage he's got under full course yellows, he's basically got to crawl back to the pits to stand any chance of getting this car repaired. And this will be the longest drive of Chen Fangbing's entire career. These 2 miles will be longer than any 1 hour stint in the car he's ever spent. Let's look at it again. And we're going to see, look, a big move from Chen Fangbing to go up the inside of the back marker, get spun, bang! The 2 rear lefts of those cars, or the rear rights of those cars connect with each other. The 27 BMW is already parked, broken. And as you can see for yourself, the Climax Mercedes is just tiptoeing its way back to the pits. That is not good news, is it? You can see in the background the Climax Mercedes coming into view. That's the car that was leading at one point. Right, Parking Park by Z-Speed and HZO Fortis by Absolute are taking advantage of this full course yellow by making their pit stop. And I think TRE, very good point. Every rev of the engine is essentially eating itself at this temperature. It's not a bad analogy. They've got to be so careful. There is the Tianjin Racing Aston Martin, currently being driven at this moment in the race by Liu Taiji. He took over from Ji Wei a little while earlier. Pit stop for the Parking Park by Z-Speed car. And I am told it is not Eric Johansson behind the wheel of that car anymore. And he rejoins right beside one of the gently going right on the far side of the BMW as it was coming out of the pits to unlap itself. So there goes the Aston Martin working its way back out in the line. So still the competitors running a very solid run of it at the moment. Getting ourselves back to the run of things. I should point out we've still got 5 hours to go. Thank you for your comments and your messages and compliments, by the way. Jake Sanson here in the commentary box, along with Nick Zhang, Kelly Dong and Chloe Yang down in pit lane. For those who want to have a follow, they certainly can on the social media. I'll drop it in for everybody. But a very solid situation for the Win Here Harmony team car as they come into the pits once again. This time at least it's scheduled, but obviously when you're 15 laps down, any pit stop is still going to feel like an absolute nightmare for everybody.
好的，我们现在是来到了圣地赛车，采访到的是37号的车手邓毅。邓毅来给我们分享一下今天的比赛，你感觉自己跑得怎么样？
我觉得自己跑的还算 OK 吧，但是我们在发车在起步程序的时候，我们赛车电子系统有一个故障，在这之前我们从来没有遇到过。包括之前在练习和排位赛，在比赛之前，我们也对车辆进行了修缮吧。但是这个机械故障确实是没有办法。然后等我们赛车修好，已经落后15圈了。然后我们尽量现在还是在全力的去往前追吧，然后希望通过 Focus Zero 还有安全车程序去争取一些位置在。
那也只能说希望更多的好运能够站在你们这边。
对对对，是的，因为现在已经没有办法去冲击最高领奖台或者怎么样了。
但是尽力去完成这场比赛，享受这场比赛。
是的，是的。
好的，谢谢你的分享，谢谢，加油。
So the continuing adventures of Win Here Harmony Racing, it's worthy of a Hollywood drama for this team at the moment. Their troubles struck 3.7 seconds before the lights went out, essentially. And back into the pits, the Climax Mercedes has made it. I'm astonished that the car has actually made it back in one piece. Thank goodness it has, but it's straight back into the garage, and I'm not at all surprised. So it's going to be a bit of a tricky race for Climax Mercedes. How long they'll spend in the pit lane? Well, how long is a piece of string? It depends on how long it takes them to repair the car. But as it stands at the moment, we now have Zhangming Yang getting back behind the wheel of the Parking Park by Z-Speed car. Clearly they want to put him on a shorter second stint, so that's why they put him out in the car while we're under full course yellows, because there's less pressure on him. Well done to that Marshall for running out when there's a bit of time to clear that debris. They didn't get the chance to do it under the last full course yellow, and now the Marshals have a chance to run out and get that debris from the circuit, which should make things safer for everybody. Amazing work from the Marshals. They have to go and do that to make sure that we can run at full chat. There's the 710 Climax Mercedes in the pit lane. And that must feel like such an agonizing wait for Chen Fangping. Not even getting out of the car. Just fix the car, send me back out there. I'll wait. It's like a man in rush hour waiting to get home. And at the moment, He's just sitting waiting for some news. Right, so we've got those 2 cars still under investigation for going out of the pit lane under a red light. Remember those 2? Tang Xihao in the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW and the 22 car. That's the one that belongs, of course, to Shikai in the Frankenstein Mercedes. Both those cars are under investigation for exiting the pit lane under a red light. One of them is probably not going to take that penalty, of course, because one of them is the car that's stood out on the side of the road with big damage. We've got so many GT3 cars in dire straits here. We've got the Win Here Harmony Racing Audi, which lost 15 laps earlier on. We've got the GT3 AM competitors from incipient Audi that lost 10 laps earlier on in the race after their 2 anti-stall moments. We also had a problem for Wang Yang in the 610 Porsche. They lost 3 laps compared to everybody else. We had difficulties for Shikai in the Frankenstein Mercedes. That difficulty they had earlier on when they spun off the road, that's now cost them 3 laps. We've had problems as well for the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW. They're now parked on the side of the road, and I'm not sure if they're going to get going again. I think that might be it for them. They might be out of the race here. Problems for the 326 Audi number 50. They lost 2 laps, as of course did the Uno Racing Team Audi when they got hit into the side of by the 87 Origin Porsche, which is still running in 3rd place despite going a lap down. There is the HZ040, is currently now being driven by Aaron Lim. They had some contact with the Climax Mercedes and yet somehow just defiantly drove through it and now carried on. Des Renee wants to know, if a car is on the side of the road, it doesn't get a penalty, surely, because it's already serving the penalty in a way. Well, that's not quite the case. If they can get that car started again and rejoin the race, then they will serve that penalty at their next pit stop. That's the way it works. Right, the number 13 crew in the Mercedes. They've had a hiccup for Billy Lowe. Let's find out what life is like for them after their incident earlier on for the Morgan Team Track Day King team down in pit lane with Kelly Dong.
好的，我们现在是来到了 Morgan Team Track Day King， 采访到的是13號車組的陳家平。Hello， 你好。分享下即係你自己呢一節跑得點樣咧？
因為我係出第2棒車嘅，咁就比較多呢個安全車啦，同埋全場黃旗啦，咁啊變咗實質上裏邊都唔係話正式比賽咗好多個圈，咁跟住然之後咧就架車有少少問題啦，咁跟住就翻咗嚟整車，咁啊跟住然之後啱啱就完整好咗架車之後就再出咗去啦，另外一個車手。
那么刚才呢，他说的是，其实，在发车的时候，因为他跑的是第2棒，那么在第2棒的时候也遇到了比较多的安全车，包括黄旗的这个情况，但也是能够轻松应对。那么刚才呢，也是在跑完第2棒之后回来，车辆做了一些维修調整。那麼現在另外一位車手繼續在場上來進行比賽。咁我想問下，即係你同你隊友之間係咪好熟悉嘅？之前配合過好多次咧？
如果照正式嚟講跑耐力賽嘅話咧，大家都係第一次合作去跑，今次係第一次咯。
之前都係單人單車。
係啊，冇錯冇錯。
那麼他也說呢，之前都是跑一些單人單車的比賽，那麼這一次，他跟他的隊友都是第一次進行團隊協作來一起跑這個耐力賽。咁對於你自己嚟講，你嘅比賽嘅目標係咩咧？
第一次玩就希望完成賽事啦，係啊，完成賽事就 OK 㗎啦。
玩得開心就好啦。對，那麼他說呢，自己的參賽目標，因為第一次參加耐力賽，也是希望能夠順利完成比賽，玩得開心就好了。唔該晒。
好，多謝大家。
加油。
Thanks, Kelly. Good to get the update there from the team, from Morgan Team Track Day King. Do keep your comments and questions coming in. It's always part of what we do here. Van Tran wants to know, why do they run in a zigzag formation down the back straight? Why don't they just drive in a straight line? And why are they moving from left to right? Well, that is to keep the tyre temperatures as high as possible when you're driving slowly. Because the slower you drive, the cooler your tyres get. You have to go side to side in a zigzag to keep the tyres warm whilst also maintaining your speed. That's to try and keep as much of the tyre temperature as possible. Because if you're on a bubble and your tyres are not very warm, you'll go straight at full speed down a hill and you'll lose control because the tyres are cold, they're not gripping the road, you don't have sticky purchase on the tyres. It's the similar system on a car. If your tyres are not warm, if they're not hot, you can't take the corner quickly. You only have to take it slowly because the car will spin. So you have to make sure that the temperature stays within the tyres in order to make sure that you can run very quickly at the front end. It's the same with brakes, by the way. You've also got to go fast and then put the brakes hard on to keep the brake calipers hot as well. So it's quite a technical task trying to keep the tyres and brakes warm, because if you go into that first corner at full chat and the tyres are cold and the brakes are cold, you're not going to stop and you're not going to steer. So we've had pit stops now for the Gaha Racing BMW crew as well as Origin Motorsport in the 86 car. And also we've had a pit stop for the Uno Racing team, and it's Rio, the man from Hong Kong, who gets behind the wheel of that car. And we are going to have the safety car back in at the end of this lap. So with a few more teams making pit stops, it's going to be a fascinating restart. And that lead that the Parking Park by Z-Speed team had over Aaron Lim is now pretty much washed out here. Oh, and also a nice, interesting question says, why can't you change all the tyres at once like you do in car racing in Formula One? Well, you don't have that many members of the team to do it. You can only change one side of the tyre, one side of the car's wheels and tyres at a time, because you've got limited personnel in the pit lane because of refueling. So because refueling is dangerous, you can't have that many people, that many personnel in the pit lane at the same time. So you can only change 2 wheels and tyres at a time. You've got fewer personnel to do it. So for safety reasons, you can only change 2 wheels and tyres at a time. It's not the same as Formula One. So now we're waiting to see when Zhang Mingyang is going to light up the speed. It looks like he's already gone for it, actually. He's already gone to full race speed, partway down the back straight. The safety car is there. This might be too early because the safety car is there coming into the pits. He's only just going to make that in good time. That was running the gauntlet a bit close there. But it's become out of the final turn. We've got 4 hours and 41.5 minutes to go. And we're back to racing conditions once again. It's green, 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 green here at the Shanghai 8 Hours. Back into the action once again. Jake Sanson in the commentary box and Chloe Yang, Kelly Dung and Nick Zhang down in pit lane. So back into race action once again. And it's Zhang Mingyang leading the way for Parking Park by Z-Speed ahead of Aaron Lim for 8 Fortis by Absolute in the Audi and Liu Hongsheng in the Origin number 87, the Porsche. So it's no longer Jason Gu at the wheel, it's now Liu Hongsheng. As down the inside, that's a move from the Frankenstein Mercedes to get past the 13 Mercedes in the different classes. They're also going to storm past the BMW to the left side of them, as the Climax Racing team are the only car now not on the circuit that's not run. Drive-through penalty for the number 37. The win here, Harmony car, has overtaken under safety car again. So they get another penalty for it. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. They've already lost 15 laps. They'd already taken a penalty for overtaking under safety car. Now they've got another one. So as the win here, Harmony Audi closes up to the car that's actually running in second place, about 5 seconds back from the leaders. They're trying to unlap themselves from the car in second place. Goodness me. And now they're dueling with the Frankenstein Mercedes. So the Frankenstein Mercedes trying to get past the win here, Harmony Audi at some point. That's Li Han Yu behind the wheel. The Frankenstein Mercedes, by the way, is currently being driven, the number 22 car, by Louis Bergas, who's got back behind the wheel again. So amazing stuff. Xenia Faye Milano wants to know, is there still no result on the investigation between 87 and 85? Not yet. There's quite a few things to look into here. So they've obviously got to try and go through the list one by one. But there is going to be an investigation. We know that already. It's been noted by race control. They're already going through quite a few other incidents that they have to take into consideration and hand penalties out for. So they will look into it. Don't worry. M209 wants to know, at what point do they get thrown out for excessive penalties? Ask the stewards. That's a little beyond my remit. So 4 hours and 39 minutes to go. There is the Mercedes battling away with the win here, Harmony Audi, which has already got another penalty coming its way for overtaking under safety car again. You can see that they've done some repairs to the front of that Porsche because they've now got a plain black splitter on that Porsche. They must have removed the old one for damage. And there is Rio behind the wheel of the Uno Racing Audi, just in front of the Ferrari 33R Harmony car that is being driven at the moment by Dennis Zhang. Zhang is currently ahead of Rio in the reality of the situation, 2 laps. And we ride on board with the Ferrari. Let's listen in. if there is a chance to listen in on board with a Ferrari, I'm going to take it every day of the week. That is a glorious engine on that 296. So we've got a penalty, a drive-through for the number 37 for overtaking under safety car. We know about that. There is also a drive-through penalty handed to the number 22, the Frankenstein Mercedes, for leaving the pits under a red light. Remember, we were investigating that? Well, they've now got the penalty for it. Z-Speed BMW, I think that's game over for them. They've got damage and their car is parked at the side of the road. I don't think they're going any further. So their 5-second penalty. Oh, they got 130 seconds stop-and-go penalty for a pit exit infringement in the number 27 car. But I think it's academic anyway, because that car is not currently moving. Now, the QWERTY DFTBA YouTube channel wants to know, do they not all turn on their headlights at the same time? Is it up to driver preference? Absolutely it is. It's up to the driver, unless the race control have made a note to state that all cars need to run with their headlights on. It's entirely up to the driver. Now, a lot of the drivers tend to use their headlights to intimidate the car in front. They will use the headlights to go on, to try and blink in the mirrors of the driver in front, to force them into making a mistake. So it's fascinating. It's still daytime, so it's entirely up to the drivers if they want to turn their headlights on. Some will use it for a psychological gain. They'll try and use the blinkers to try and outfox the driver in front. Is that legal? Absolutely it is. It's up to the driver in front not to lose concentration. So we know that there's going to be a drive-through penalty for overtaking under safety car for the 37. We know there's a 130 seconds penalty for the number 27, although they're not going to serve it because they're not racing anymore. Their car is broken in bits on the side of the road after their collision with the Climax Mercedes, which is in the damage. And Martin's coming to the pit in the hands of currently running in 4th place GTS class. But because we've only recently had a safety car, that's going to hurt them rather than help them. Zhang Mingyang extends his lead in the parking. The race lead is now 7 seconds over the edge of Audi. Running in second, side by side, door to door, down to the braking zone. Louis Pret in the Frankenstein Mercedes versus Liu Chen in the 326 Porsche and this 326 Audi, sorry, and this is for position. So there goes the Frankenstein Mercedes, but they've got a penalty coming. So even though they've made the overtake, they are going to take a penalty later. And there's also a 10-second penalty for the Climax Audi for causing a collision. Thanks for bringing that one to my attention, as into the pits behind them goes the win here, Harmony Audi, to serve their penalty. Snowpark wants to know, did Jason Gu have a penalty? It is being investigated at the moment. It hasn't been confirmed yet. It has been noted by the officials. And interestingly, the team manager of the number 56 crew, that is the Pointer Racing Mercedes team, needs to report to race control. Why? I'm interested. Oh, this is a little bit of ado. It's right around the outside of the Porsche goes Rio. What a move. Well, that more than makes up for the incident earlier on, as the 87 Porsche is unlapped by the Uno Racing Audi of Rio. He does a fantastic job there, the man from Hong Kong, who drives right round the outside of the Porsche and storms it. Take that, says the Porsche. I'm not going to get my revenge by hitting you. I'm going to get my revenge by making you look slow. Fantastic from Rio, as he storms around the outside of the 87 of Liu Hangcheng, who could, of course, still be about to get a penalty here for the incident between these two cars earlier on. What a phenomenal move, though, from Rio. That took some stones. That really took some bravery. So very good work indeed as the Ferrari trips up on the gravel behind them. That's Dennis Zhang, who's trying to close up to Liu Hangcheng in the Porsche. Very nice run. SZ wants to know how many laps down from the lead is the 85. Well, they didn't lose too much in the end, actually. They're only 2 laps back. Now, that sounds like a lot, but in an 8-hour race, that could well be gained. And certainly they're still on for 3rd position in the GT3 Pro-Am category, because their big rivals from the win here, Harmony Audi team, well, they're 15 laps off the lead. Make that 16 now, because Li Han Yu had to take that penalty for overtaking under safety car. So as far as the team is concerned, a podium in Pro-Am is still on, even though they're down in 10th position at the moment. You're racing in your class category just as much as you are win overall. So there's still a podium on course for the Uno Racing team, even if they remain down in 10th position, because currently in Pro-Am, they are still third. So down the back straight, this is the GT4 category battle, also known as GTS. The S, of course, stands for sport. And now it looks like Rio's off for another man. He's going to try and unlap himself from Zhou Lian now. This is how quick we could have gone. And Rio's going to make his move on the inside line here. Zhou Lian in the climax. Rio waits and then bites his thumb and then back. Oh, if only they hadn't lost 2 laps, they'd be up to 3rd position by now. And looking at the lap times, Rio is absolutely lighting it up. He is actually, at this point in the race, his man on track. Nobody is going as quick though. Who's just done a 2:02.4 compared to Lido, who's done a 2:06. Fastest car on track at this moment is officially the 85 Audi, but it won't be if it goes off the road like that. Goodness me, tripping over the BMW. That was a scary moment. But Li Jun in the Zenith BMW in the wrong place at the wrong time. But as Alpha Frost points out, he is a man on a mission. He wants to give this team the best chance of getting their way back into the lead lap. And if they're gaining 3 seconds a lap for a decent period of time, they'll at least gain 1 lap back. But I fear they're not going to have enough time to make up 2 unless there's more drama. But look, in the first 3.5 hours of this race, we've had enough drama to fill a Formula 1 season, never mind weekend. Here comes the absolute Fortis. Trying to get up the inside line of the 50 Audi. That nearly ended in disaster as they lapped Liu Zichen. But this is the car that somehow is running in 2nd place. There's the car running in 4th, Climax Audi. No, they're back in front of the Climax Audi. So they've got through. So back into 3rd position, then goes Liu Hangchen with the Origin Porsche now back into 3rd position, although losing time rapidly to the Uno Racing team that they collided with earlier on. As now, Rio's going to try and go right around the outside of the first hairpin again. Diving through on the inside of the 50 Audi, don't hit him. But what a move. He's just lighting it up. Liu Zichen is standing still by comparison to Rio. He's just charging his way through in the Uno Racing Audi. Just leave Rio and Sergio Sepulveda to the rest of the race. I think that's the plan now. So through they come again. Up through the left-hander. Keeping it nice and tidy as they run through to the right. And now charging after the absolute Fortis Audi. This is the car that is actually running in 2nd place. But they're going to unlap themselves. And there's the car that's leading, but is losing time rapidly to Aaron Lim. So the parking park by Z-Speed BMW. Losing time rapidly, about a 2nd per lap. Right, the incident between 85 and 87, so the Origin Porsche and the Uno Racing Audi, is now under investigation by, they had noted it, now they are actually investigating the incident. So I've got the feeling this will be a fairly easy review. And there is the 27 BMW. It's been recovered, back to the pits. So if they can fix the car and get it back out again, it will have to serve its 130-second penalty for leaving the pits under a red light earlier on. But that's if the car can get moving again. So they're back in the pits in the number 27 car, thanks to the safety teams. But will they go any further? That's the big question. Meanwhile, Rio is just to try and close up on Aaron Lim in the HZO Fortis Absolute Audi, with the car that they are under investigation with behind. Now, Daniela asks, in endurance races like this, does the winner usually come down to who's driving the fastest or who manages the car and time better? Individual races give in results, is my answer to that one. Sometimes it's down to the fastest team. Sometimes it is down to who looks after their car the better. I was talking to Dan Wells of the DW Evans GT team at Sepang earlier this year. As up the inside goes the Uno Racing car to unlap the 840. It's another brilliant move from Rio. To come back to my point, I was talking to Dan Wells in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia paddock, and he was telling me that in endurance races, it actually makes a lot more sense for the driver to drive at about 4 to 5 tenths of a lap, 5 tenths of a second a lap slower consistently than they normally would. Yes, it's slower, but it lets the car push for longer. So it adds a little bit more of an advantage to be slightly slower than you would normally be pushing at the limit, because you can stretch the car further, still being very smart about how the car will work. And not being a racing driver, I hadn't really thought about that in so much detail, but it does actually make sense. If you drive about half a second to a second slower than your normal speed, the car will go quicker for longer in the long run. But some races are different. Some have the faster car and they will go the quickest, and they will naturally go just based on their strong pace. But it does make dividends if a team is calculating just how fast they have to push to keep the car going a little bit longer. And Melissa Gray wants to know, does it make a difference when they ride the red and white lines? Yes, it does, because what you can't see from your pictures is that those are actually divots in the road. Those curves are there to catch a car when they start to go wide. When you run on those curves, it's like having slight divots in the road. There are gaps there, and when you run, that actually wears the tyres down faster. So you've got to be careful not to run those red and white lines too aggressively, because doing so can actually give you a puncture. The ideal is to kiss the white line rather than run on the red and white lines. But the red and white lines are there to aid the cars in going through the corner in wet conditions, but also to give the officials a chance to look at when you'll go over the line. Matthew Licker wants to know when I'm going to be... Well, I'm actually, this weekend, we've got the F4 Saudi Arabia Championship starting up in Bahrain, so if you want to watch that, I'll be there for that as well. Busy man. Into the pits then. We've got the car from Mogan Track Day King. This is Billy Lowe behind the wheel. We've got a good battle out in at the moment. That is the 86 Mercedes of Jiang Jiawei. They've actually been working very hard to get that car back up the order. They're now into P7. So still the battle going very well indeed for Gene Mercedes team as they continue to put on an excellent display. They're all the way back up into 7th place here in the Shanghai 8 hours with 4 hours and 25 minutes still to go here. Very exciting battles still. It's currently the Parking Park by Z Speed BMW that leads the way with the H40 Absolute Racing Audi catching all the time.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到上海国际赛车场。今天呢，我和大家共同来关注的是2025上海8小时耐力赛。那么，在这个国庆黄金周呢，来自全国各地以及亚洲的很多豪门劲旅的车队都是齐聚在这里，顶尖的车手们也是来到了上海国际赛车场，在这条 F1 级别的赛道当中，在上演一场速度与激情的盛宴。那么，我们现在是来到了这个商贸区。首先呢，我们会看到在我左手边的位置啊，这里是我们上海8小时耐力赛今年的一个观众入口，包括安检的一个通道。那么接下来呢，就带大家到我们的商贸区去走一走、看一看。那么首先我们走过来这边会看到有一个打卡拍照的背景墙，这里是我们的极赛之上上海8小时耐力赛的这个打卡点，包括在我的右手边也有一个非常大的巨幅海报啊。那我相信所有来到这里的车迷不要错过在这里合影打卡留念的一个机会。那么接下来呢，我们再来看一下这边是我们的这个极赛之上上海8小时耐力赛的一个官方的纪念品商店的展馆。那么我们现在看到的就是有很多的各种各样的这些纪念品，那大家可以看一下。有一些玩具，还有就是比较实用的是帽子，包括包包挂饰等等，还有 这些都是我们官方指定的一些纪念品，所以选择也是非常的丰富的。大家也可以到我们的官方纪念品商店来走一走、看一看。那么这边呢，也是有一个打卡拍照的一个背景墙，我们现场也看到了很多的观众，他们都在这里进行这个选购，挑选自己心仪的一些官方纪念品。那么这边呢，还有这种非常精致的1:12的这个车模车的模型。有汽车的，也有摩托车的哈，大家也可以去选择。看到很多的小朋友也在这边进行挑选啊，在家长的带领下，很多的孩子们也是来到了我们上海国际赛车场，来关注我们的这个8小时耐力赛的比赛。那么接下来呢，我们看到这边就是一个纪念的这种文化衫啊，不仅是有夏天穿的这样的非常精致印花的 T 恤，而且呢也有秋天可以穿的这个长袖的卫衣等等。好 ，OK， 我们这边走过来，这里就是这个结账的入口哈。大家在挑选完了自己心仪的商品之后，可以在这边结账。然后呢，我们现在就走出这个纪念品商店。哇，这边还有很漂亮的帽子哎，真的是越看惊喜越多。好，那么接下来我们继续往外走，看到这边，哇，有我们的这个官方的一个纪念品的送惊喜小礼物的这么一个展台，现场聚集了非常多的观众。那现场只要扫码关注我们的官方的公众号，大家就可以获得属于自己的一份精美的纪念品。好，接下来我们继续。这边是我们上海国际赛车场的一台非常精致的这个展车，还有我们的现场的 DJ 在这边打碟，活跃气氛。哇哦，这边还有很多小朋友可以来这里体验面部的这个彩绘啊！大家看一下，这边是我们面部彩绘的一个展区。OK， 继续再来看到我们这边是一些合作商家，全新的 MG4 的一个展车。包括这边有复古赛车的一个展示的区域。OK， 继续看到这边。那如果说大家在观看比赛的过程当中哈，想要为自己补充能量、补充体力的话，可以看看我们这边的 Uncle Panda。哇，现场排队的人也是蛮多的，大家都在这里选购属于自己的这个美食。哦，好可爱的公仔啊！哇，现场的这个香味扑鼻，我觉得在中午的时段或者下午茶的时段，大家可以来选择来这里来补充能量。OK， 那么现在我们从人群中稍微穿一下，谢谢。OK， 我们继续来到这边，它不仅有这个鸡蛋仔，包括会有一些饮品，包括有咖啡，然后香草冰淇淋等等。然后这边呢也有售卖这个冰饮，包括披萨的一个摊位，还有我们的纪念品小铺。哇，现场的人真的是很多。OK， 我们继续往这边走，看到现场有很多的观众都在排队选购自己心仪的商品，为自己心目当中的冠军加油哈！这边也是有我们的一些合作的商家品牌的一些展车。关注我们合作商家的账号，也会有一些这种纪念品哈送给大家。OK， 继续来到这边，如果是喜欢喝咖啡的朋友哈 ，Costa 也在现场，包括很多的观众现在都在排队。OK， 我们继续看到这边，还有各种各样不同类型的美食，这边有铁板大鱿鱼、蒙古大肉串等等哈。肉食爱好者的狂欢圣地，包括在现场，我们的商家会搭起这样的一个下午茶的这样一个场景，非常的休闲。所以说，在国庆黄金周期间来到我们的上赛，不仅仅可以欣赏到咱们非常专业顶尖的这个8小时耐力赛以外，还可以感受到各地的丰富的美食文化等等。OK。那这边呢也是一个休息区，这边呢这个休息区可以让我们在商贸区的观众是可以非常直观的感受到我们现场的赛道当中的一个火热激动的氛围。我们现在看到旁边也是有很多的观众啊，他们也是边吃边喝边观看比赛。
啊，确实这也是一种不同的一种体验。OK， 我们看到这边还有一个区域是非常特别的一个专业赛车模拟器的体验。那么大家呢也都看到啊，这个体验呢它也是基于我们上海国际赛车场的这条赛道，目前呢正在做一些体验，我们走进来看一看。有很多的大朋友小朋友啊，他们都在这里正在进行这条赛道的体验。那如果说平时大家想要开车进入我们这条 F1 级别的赛道的话呢，它是有一定的门槛的。但是现在通过我们的赛车模拟器的这种感受和体验，可以让很多的大朋友跟小朋友更加容易的去接触和感受这样一条赛道。包括接触和感受赛车模拟器它的这样一种驾驶乐趣，所以如果说我们的朋友们来到我们的商贸区的话，一定要来这里试一试，打打卡，来测试一下自己有没有赛车运动方面的天赋。OK， 接着我们再继续往这边走。现场的观众确实是非常多哈，我们从这里穿一下，谢谢谢谢，接过，谢谢。好，我们这边看到会有我们的一个合作商家，这边呢是一个摄影品牌的这样的一个打卡点。那大家如果说想要拍机车主题的，或者是有一些包括个性的一些照片，或者是婚宴等等的这些高端摄影的需求的话，也可以了解一下我们的这个合作商家。这边还有扫码送冰红茶，是不是？扫码10万块8可以。OK。哦，可以拍照片，然后还可以拿到这个冰饮。好，谢谢谢谢。好，我们继续来看到这边，这个也是我们赛事的邀请的合作商家卖咖啡啊，这边也是中午下午茶的这个非常好的一个地方。好，接过，谢谢。这是卖咖啡的小黄车。OK， 接下来我们继续看到这边会有一个奇门的一个品牌的展示区域。那这个奇门呢，就是可以让我们的观众可以更容易的去接触骑行。它这个就有点像我们刚刚看到的这种赛车模拟器，但它其实是一个骑行的这么一个模拟器，对吗？这边是有它的这个屏幕。可以让我们的骑手们是看到自己的骑行的一个路线，包括骑行的数据非常的特别。好，可能有点反光我们看一下。好，这个也是个新鲜玩意儿我也是第一次看到。所以如果喜欢骑行的朋友，可以来到这里感受一下。OK， 我们继续往前走。这边就是刚刚我们看到的这个骑行的它的一个大屏幕。这边是在那边骑，直接就可以投屏过来这也是一个新的玩法。包括我们看到这边我们的合作商家捷安特也是这一次带来了自己的很多的展车。那所以呢，在赛道当中，我们不仅是可以感受到引擎的轰鸣，同时也可以让自己享受这种骑行的乐趣因为其实现在骑行也是一个非常新兴的，而且是让越来越多人可以比较低门槛的去进入到比赛当中的这样一个工具。OK， 那接下来呢，我们看到在我们的这个商贸区的正中间会有一个服务中心。那如果说呢，我们的观众朋友来到了现场，有一些需求，有一些服务方面的需求，可以比如说咨询等等，可以来到我们的这个服务中心寻求我们工作人员的帮助。那么我们接下来呢，就继续往前走。我们这次呢，上海8小时耐力赛的这个商贸区确实是准备了很多丰富多彩的好玩的好吃的好看的来给到大家。那接下来我们看看这半区域它会带来一些什么样的惊喜。好，我们这边看到的是我们的这个九市体育九体中心，包括我们上海市民公园的一个这样的一个综合展区，我们看看有什么好玩的。在这边我们会看到有我们九体中心的一个棒球体验，对吗？哇，这边有一个棒球的体验馆，棒球sorry。OK， 这边就是可以看到我们这边的投手，就是投手他们会从这里投球到对面的这个打卡点。 来看一下，这边是得分点，我们可以演示一下，哇哦！所以这个就是练我们的投手的一个准确度哈。所以大家如果对棒球运动感兴趣的话，可以来到我们酒体中心的这个展馆来展示一下，来感受。哇，这边还有这个巨型网球，有 normal size， 也有这种就是 oversize 的这种颠球的一个这种享受乐趣的一个活动哈。OK， 这边就是我们酒体中心带给大家的一个非常好玩的体验，包括这边也会有我们的一些关注公众号，包括参与现场的互动，可以得到一些小礼品等等。好，大家也欢迎到我们的这个酒体中心的展馆来看一下。OK， 我们继续往前走。这边还有很多的好吃好玩的。这个看到是一个和风烧鸟店，这样一个摊头。那如果说是喜欢吃烧烤类食物的朋友啊，在这里也可以找到，包括有这个汉堡等等。OK， 接下来呢，我们继续来到这边，这里是意式肉酱面，还有鸡块等等，也是这些非常有特色的小吃，还有包括热狗，我看到了。OK， 我们继续往前走，看一下这边还有什么好吃好玩的。哦，这边是一个我们的合作商家深能保险的这么一个摊位。那么这里呢，如果大家来到这边关注我们的公众号，是可以得到一些互动的小礼物的，然后也可以了解一下关于保险方面的一些知识。好的。OK， 我们接下来再来看到这一边，依然是非常丰富的这个美食摊位啊，这边快乐吃鸡，胃满足了，心就暖了。来到这里呢，不仅支持自己喜欢的车手，同时也要让自己的身心都能得到愉悦哈。如果说想要补充能量的话，来块炸鸡，我觉得很不错。来让一让，谢谢。好，我们继续看到这边的展位，这里是提木咖啡。然后这边还有一些售卖小吃甜甜圈等等贝果这种类型的。如果你想要吃甜甜圈或是贝果的朋友，可以看一下这边琳琅满目的这个商品的种类还是非常丰富，而且非常漂亮。对，所以我们看到排队的人也很多。同样呢，在这个商贸区的这边的这个镜头，同样也是有一个大屏幕，可以让我们现场在这边稍作休息的观众可以能够非常直观的看到我们的一个比赛的现场的实况。感觉我们现场的观众今天都是大家非常的开心，非常的悠闲，在享受这样的一个赛事，在国庆黄金周的时候和大家共同度过。那这边就是有一些德式风味的这种小吃，包括烤肠拼盘、羊肉串等等香煎和牛肉粒，哇，闻着这个香味，感觉肚子都饿了。所以看到这个摊位前面也是非常的热闹。看来喜欢吃香肠的朋友，就是喜欢吃牛扒的朋友也很多。OK， 我们继续往这边走一走。我这边看到了有一家比较特别的，应该算是我们当地特色的这种年糕饺子。这里排队的人也很多这个年糕饺子店。那大家如果想吃这方面的这个美食的话，可以来感受一下这边年糕饺子店。我们从这边过一下。哇，现场的观众真的是非常多，非常热情。好，我终于可以靠近我非常感兴趣的这个年糕饺子。我们看一下，这边有雪菜笋丝年糕饺，还有豆酥糖年糕饺，那应该就是有甜的、咸的不同口味的这种年糕饺子。可以打开，让我们看一下年糕饺子长什么样子吗？年糕饺子这么大一个的呀！我还是第一次看到这个年糕饺子，所以如果说有没吃过的朋友，我觉得真的可以来到我们的上赛，在我们的商贸区可以感受一下这个年糕饺子它到底是一个什么样的味道。好，那接下来我们继续看到这边，这边的摊位 会售卖一些我们的这个纪念徽章，包括帽子，还有一些这种雨衣等等哈，大家平时观赛可能会用得上的东西，包括这里会有一些非常可爱的这种定制的纪念品、纪念章，然后包括有一些钥匙扣啊这种娃娃之类的哈，所以这些大朋友小朋友都可以在这里找到属于自己的喜欢的东西。OK， 接下来我们继续往下一个摊位，这边是德叔鲍鱼啊。这家店我感觉排队的人也很多，我们看能不能挤进来看一下这里面有什么好吃的。这边有黑松露佛跳墙捞汁饭啊，金汤佛跳墙捞汁饭，哇，感觉这里的老板都忙不过来啊。所以如果说是对这个有感兴趣的朋友，喜欢吃这个口味的朋友，可以来这边看一看。OK， 我们继续往前走。这边如果没看错的话，应该是有章鱼小丸子哈。如果说你觉得吃一些像汉堡啊、披萨之类的东西，就碳水太多的话，也可以选择喜欢吃肉的朋友来这边看一下我们的这个烤香肠，还有这个章鱼小丸子。对，我远远的就看到这个章鱼烧，现场排队的人很多哈，所以如果说喜欢吃小吃的朋友，可以来到我们的这个商贸区的摊位来找一找这个章鱼烧、章鱼小丸子。OK， 那么接下来呢，我们也看到了，在我们的这个商贸区的出口这个地方呢，同样有一台非常漂亮的展车，包括有这些非常经典的尺寸的不同的这个轮胎啊，包括光头胎、雨胎等等哈。这些全热熔、半热熔各种类型的轮胎，包括这些商用的，这个也是我们的官方合作伙伴倍耐力的一个展区哈。大家如果说想要来了解的话，也可以看一看哈，也可以了解一下。OK， 那么这边呢，我们为大家带来的就是我们商贸区的整体的一个介绍。那在我们观赛期间呢，如果说大家想要来感受一下我们的这个官方赛事的一些合作品牌，了解一些品牌的故事，或者说是来现场来感受一下我们的美食的文化，来补充一下自己的体力，都是很 OK 的。那这里就是我们的上海8小时耐力赛，预祝各位观赛愉快。
Big thanks to Kelly Dung for taking us on a guided tour around the Shanghai International Circuit on Shanghai 8 Hours Day. I'm so glad that I left my wallet in my bag because if I get a chance to go down there with my credit card, it will be maxed out with all the amazing stuff that's down there. Jake Sanson in the commentary box for the remainder of the Shanghai 8 Hours, along with Kelly Dung, Nick Zhang and Chloe Young down in the pit lane to bring you on-the-spot reports as it happens and interviews with teams and drivers throughout the course of the race. It's been a very exciting battle so far. We've had over 30,000 people working their way through this incredible venue over the last couple of days. Oh, and that's an off for the 13. So that's the Mogan Team Track Day King Mercedes of Leicester Tang having a bit of an off there in the first hairpin. What has been going on while that guided tour of the Shanghai International Circuit was going on? Well, I can tell you that both the Origin Porsche and the HZ040s by Absolute Audi were able to get the overtaking move on the Parking Park Z-Speed BMW to take the lead provisionally. There's the spin again for the Mogan Team Track Day King car. Also, the Climax Mercedes has been able to get back out on track again. So great to see them back on race circuit once again. And they have lost a fair amount of time, I have to say, the Climax Motorsport team, but their car is back out in 18th place, currently now 8 laps away from the race lead. So they lost a fair amount of time, but at least they can get back onto the circuit as well. And for those for the Uno Racing Team fan base that were wanting to know the outcome of the investigation between the Uno Racing Team and the Origin Motorsport Porsche that is now in the lead, well, the leading car has been a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. That is the incident with the Uno Racing Team car, and they have to serve that 10-second penalty at their next pit stop. That means they are almost certainly going to drop from the lead of the race through to 4th position. Now, Rio has been on an absolute mission at the moment, working his way back onto the lead lap, I should point out. So also, while we were on our guided tour, Rio has been lapping consistently anywhere between 2 and 3 seconds a lap faster than anybody out on the course, and has actually got that 2-lap gap down to 1 lap. So if there's a safety car period again, they will catch up to the time deficit and then be on the lead lap. So all this that Rio is doing is definitely getting the team back into a race-winning contention, and they've still got 4 hours to try and gain back the time. It's not over yet by any imagination. So that car is currently about 40 seconds off the pace of the car that's currently in P6. That's the Gaha BMW of the Treble 7, the 678 car, which in turn is about 3 minutes or so behind the Climax Treble 7 Audi. So it's not done yet by any stretch. We've still got a long way to go here, and we've seen all sorts of things that can happen in the 4 hours. Now, 1000 Pages wants to know, why is the collision penalty so small? Why isn't the penalty similar to the time cost of the car you hit? It seems unfair to ruin the race for another car and then only get a slap on the wrist. I see exactly what you're saying, and yes, the Uno racing car lost 2 laps, but in the regulations, if you cause a collision, the maximum penalty that you get is 10 seconds. Now, unfortunately, I see where you're coming from in that it cost the other team a lot more than that, but the statutory mandatory penalty that comes with causing a collision is 10 seconds. If you want to go and rewrite the rule book, that's entirely up to you, but we have to go by what it says in the rules. You can't just give a bigger penalty based on how much time the other team lost. That's not in the rule book. You have to go by what it says in the rules. And if you start making up your own rule book, then actually that can cause no end of problems. But interestingly, Praxis does point out 10 seconds for causing a collision, they get longer for running the red light. Yes, they do get longer for running the red light, because running the red light on pit lane is a stronger offence than it is to cause a collision. You can argue that you cause a collision while racing, you're under racing conditions, it's in a green flag conditions, the race is on, you only get a 10-second penalty for impeding somebody else's race. Going out of the pit lane under a red light, that is a safety hazard. So that's not just taking somebody else out in a race, that's actually transgressing the safety of the racetrack. The reason the red light is on in the pit lane is because there are obstacles on the track, you don't know what's out there. If you leave the pit lane under a red light, that is a graver offence than going racing. So that's why the penalty is more extreme. There is Shiwei for the Jiashan Racing Team. This is the car, the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. And this is the car that is still battling for the victory in the GTS class. They're currently running in 4th place, and that is the Uno Racing Audi. Rio has gone off into the gravel. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, that is any chance that they might have had of working their way up the ranks. Now gone. He manages to get the car out of the gravel again, though, so that is good news for us beyond the 4-hour mark. So we've got 4 hours still to go. And what the recovery that is from Rio, probably the most valuable recovery of the whole race, because that keeps their chances alive, but they will almost certainly have lost the lap that they just gained. So hopefully they will be able to get again. Let's see what happened. We're on board with Rio. Was there any contact from anybody? No, he just went wide. He just got onto the gravel and spat the car out. Now, he actually did the right thing there. He let the car travel rather than slam on the brakes. So he would have looked after the tyres, he would have looked after the... And you can see in the background, he's now back on the circuit again, but weaving from side to side to try and get the tyre temperature back. So it looks to me like he's only lost about 30 seconds or so in that. Louis Pret in the Frankenstein racing car has gone by, but he lost, well, looking at the lap time, he actually lost 52 seconds in that spin. So that means that they are now 2 laps down once again. So a lot of the work that they did in that stint is now undone. But the hope is still there for Pennish John Gracefire. Well, if we've learned anything, it's that a lot can happen in 4 hours. We've certainly learnt that, and I wouldn't cry hell for the team just yet. If they had been stuck in the gravel, I would have said, well, that's game over. But they are not stuck in the gravel. He only lost 52 seconds, and in 4 hours, you can definitely make that up. So if they'd have been buried in the gravel, I would have said, well, that would be another 2 laps lost, and then that really would be the game over. But no, Rio managed to recover, and so the race is still alive for them. There's Louis Pret in the Frankenstein Mercedes that he shares with Zhao, and he has been consistently the fastest driver on track for the last few laps. And he's making about a second a lap to the leaders. But of course, remember that they also lost 2 laps after a spin earlier on from Zhou Yiran. So they've got a lot of time to make up. This is the car that's running in second place in the capable hands of Aaron Lim. But of course, when the Origin Porsche makes their next pit stop, they will take the lead because the gap between them and the leading Porsche is 4.5 seconds. But that 10-second penalty that will be added to the Origin Motorsport time for causing the collision with the Uno Racing car will give the lead to the only Malaysian team in this race. And there is now a drive-through penalty being added to Ten Wu in the Gaha Racing BMW. That's a drive-through penalty for overtaking under the full course yellow. There it is on your screen. So they're going to get a penalty for that. Meanwhile, here is Hangling Yang in the Z-Speed BMW. So still they go on. I just want to answer a couple of questions that were also given on the stream during that little pause when we were going on a tour. Somebody asked, when are you going to get to eat your lunch, Jake? Is there somebody take over during that time? Well, I can tell you that just happened. We just went on that tour around the circuit, so don't worry, I am okay, I am sustained. Not to worry, people, it's all okay. The other question that was really interesting was somebody popped up on the stream, I forget who, unfortunately, because it was quite a while ago. Why are we racing on a Wednesday? It's a very good question, because normally in the world of motorsport, we race on Saturday and Sunday, depending on the country we're in. This week in China, these 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, are a national holiday here in China. And so, the perfect opportunity on a national holiday, nobody's at work, so why don't we go motor racing? Great opportunity to enjoy midweek motor racing live and exclusive on your screens. We're the only race in the world, I think, live on a Wednesday midday, certainly in this part of the world, as Elvis gets himself ready to get behind the wheel of the Aston Martin for the Tieshan racing team. Liu Taiji gets out, Liu Peijie gets in. And this is the team that's still got a great chance of going for the victory in GTS. They're only 4 laps off the lead in GTS. That is Archer Wu in incipient racing. We know for a fact that that car has not had any issues go for it, but all it takes is one big difficulty. It is the Mid-Autumn Festival, of course, this week here in China. Some people are watching along at 1:30 in the morning, staying up to watch this race. Some people have woken up early in Europe to watch. And some people, of course, enjoying the fact that it's quite late night. If you're in Australia, you're probably tucking into a nice supper at the moment. But wherever you're watching along for, I hope you're enjoying the coverage of the Shanghai 8 Hours 2025. Jake Sanson in the commentary box with my team of amazing reporters, Nick Shang, Kelly Dong, and Chloe Yang down in pit lane. Big thanks to Top Speed for putting on the coverage of this race in collaboration with Race TV CN. Really are having a fantastic week here in Shanghai. And it's going to be a very busy week working with this particular TV company, because as soon as we leave here, it's on a plane to Bahrain for the first round of the F4 Saudi Arabia Championship, which will be taking place this weekend. A little bit more civilized. But there's nothing wrong with them as far as I'm concerned. More races on a Wednesday, please. So let's look at the way things rank as we go into the 5th hour. Nickel P wants to know the result of the investigation between Origin Motorsport and Uno Racing. Well, Origin did get a penalty. They will serve a 10-second penalty at their next pit stop for causing a collision between them and the Uno Racing team. People may think that that's not harsh and nutty, but at the end of the day, in the regulations, if you cause a collision, the penalty is a statutory 10 seconds. So they can't be given any more than that. The subsequent causes of the incident are absolutely irrelevant compared to what happens. Joe Sedunnery points out that it's 1:30 p.m. lunchtime in the west coast of Australia now. So yes, very fair point. 12:30 at Vietnam, says Lindan. I hope everybody in Ho Chi Minh is enjoying the coverage of this race. Hopefully one of the Vietnamese teams will join the ranks of the race next year. They've certainly got a couple of great talents from Vietnam at the moment. The newly crowned F4 Southeast Asia champion Alex Sawyer and his rival through the course of the year, Ben Yuing. So still the race battles going on. Squad Chicane is loving the fact that at midnight in Texas, he gets to watch a race live midweek. Hope you're enjoying it so far. Let's talk you through highlights for the fourth hour of the amazing battle that we've had here in the Shanghai 8 hours. Halfway home. So far so good then here in Shanghai. We've had an amazing battle for the first half of the race. It's been multiple cars that have been running at the sharp end of the field. We've had the parking bunch by Zenspeed. The BMW team from Gaha Racing have been leading at one point, as too have the Zenspeed Wuhan car, although that car is now stuck in the pit lane with a massive amount of repairs going on after a collision that they got involved with the Climax Mercedes. They're back out on track, by the way. They've been leading at one stage. So too has the 33R Harmony Ferrari. So too has the Origin Motorsport Mercedes. And currently, it's the Origin Porsche that's in the lead. That's the incident that took out the Climax and the 27 BMW from Zenspeed Wuhan. The latter is still in pit lane. The Climax lost 8 laps getting the car repaired. And still the battle is running in close proximity. The man with a mission in hour number 4, though, was Rio for the Uno Racing team, who's been carving through the field like wildfire, trying to gain back the 2 laps that were lost. Bit of a spin through the first corner for a couple of drivers, particularly though for the Mogan team track day King Mercedes. They managed to get going again, but then bits ago, this incident for Rio certainly halted the piece, but fortunately they did not lose too much time. 52 seconds lost. The race is still on for them. Thrills and spills and drama all the way in the Shanghai 8 hours. 4 hours done, 4 to go, and unpredictability is still at the forefront of this fantastic race. There are your current leaders, the 87 car. Liu Hangcheng at the wheel of the Origin Motorsport Porsche, but at their next pit stop, they've got to serve a 10-second penalty for causing a collision with the Uno Racing Audi. Now, more questions coming in to keep them coming in. Even Saraswati Sharma is cheering on the drivers from India. Great to see my colleagues in Motorsport Passion out in India. They've been enjoying the Indian Racing League in the F4 India Championship over the last few weeks. I do miss working in that championship. The last time I got to play with them was back in 2023. I hope everybody is really enjoying the racing out there. As into the pits comes the 610 Racing Porsche. Absolute 80 wants to know, I'm curious, what was the result of the improper attire investigation? Yeah, for those who didn't know, there was a message on my screen earlier that came up, and on your screen as well, that there was a car under investigation for wearing incorrect gear. It was the number 27 car, which was the BMW from the Wuhan community team. That car is still under investigation, for what I'm told, the number 27, for not wearing proper gear. I'm not entirely sure what the situation is. They did get a penalty, 130 seconds stop and go for exiting the pit light. I'm not entirely sure what the outcome of the improper attire investigation is. A, because I haven't had the announcement of what the penalty is, and B, because I've never seen one before. So, very strange situation as the Origin Mercedes goes off the road as the sister car, the Porsche, laps it. So I'll let you know about the improper attire. I haven't heard anything yet, although the 610 Racing car has just been given a 10-second time penalty to be added onto their next pit stop for overtaking off track and gaining an advantage, which is bitterly annoying for the team because they've just made a pit stop. So if they'd have waited another lap, they would have been able to serve their penalty at the same time as the pit stop. Now they've got to do another stint and take that 10-second penalty later. Meanwhile, the 85 is using its windscreen wipers. That's Rio in the Uno Racing Audi. So does that mean we've got rain on the circuit? We'll have to double check. We didn't have anything but rain last year. It was rain all the way in 2025. Rain all the way in 2024. The whole race was blighted by rain. Now we're having to figure out if it's going to be rain a little bit longer as you can see just how hard Rio is pushing to try and gain the time lost as he throws the car in through each of these corners, desperately trying to make up the ground. Rose wants to know, how do they decide the winners in this race? Is it based on the top 3 fastest or the ones who complete the most laps within the given time? It's the latter, Rose. It is the most laps completed across the 8 hours. Yesterday, it was down to who were the fastest cars. That was the qualifying session, with the top 3 lap times being the combined fastest time. Qualifying is where they go for fastest lap time. Today, it's how many laps can you complete in 8 hours. Look on board with Rio. Now look at that windshield. That is looking pretty problematic for Rio. It looks like there is an issue with the car that's meaning that the windshield is misting up. Look at the difference between the 2 windshields of these 2 Audis. You can see that the windshield of the 50 is much clearer than the 85. Now this is a problem for the Uno Racing team because that could cause an issue. The fire extinguisher is needed at the pit stop for Incipient Racing. I wonder if during the fuel stop they're currently doing, maybe a little bit of fuel got loose, and that's why. Flames in the pits. So those brakes are very hot, and obviously with fuel in the pits, they've got to be very careful. Fortunately, there are plenty of safety teams down there. As the Uno Racing team, look, they're trying to sort out the windshield wipers to try and clear the windscreen. I don't think it's on the outside they've got to worry. I think it's the interior that's causing the problem. So there's actually a real headache for this Uno Racing team Audi because it can't see where it's going correctly. A big problem here. So Des Renee loving the fact that we're watching this on a Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, depending on where in the world you are. Very good point. As we're getting ourselves ready then for another exciting encounter from the pits. Looks like another pit stop coming forward for the Frankenstein Racing team. Is that Zhou Yiran getting himself ready to get back behind the wheel again? I think it's his turn to go for a second stint. But still, the drivers working hard to try and keep their cars up to speed. Kate Reyes wants to know what happened to the 85 and 87 after their collision. Well, they had a contact, and the 87 that now leads the race is coming in for its pit stop, so they will be held for another 10 seconds for the penalty that they will be given. So it looks as though Rio is trying to negotiate his way through this race in the Uno Racing Audi with a fogged up windscreen. It looks to me as though they've got a real problem with that car, as into the pits comes the Origin Motorsport Porsche for its pit stop, but it will be held for another 10 seconds, courtesy of the contact that they are deemed to have caught with the Uno Racing Audi of the 4 drivers they have in that squad: David Pun, Wang Yibo, Rio and Sergio Santa Camara, who has yet to go out in this car. But we're slightly worried about this Uno Racing Audi because there is a potential for this car to be steamed up with a windscreen. Now, Jim the Great Counter wants to know, it normally be held on a Wednesday. Yes, it is. For the last 3 years, the Shanghai 8 Hours has always been held on this because it is the Mid-Autumn Festival here in China, a public holiday. And so we celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, the public holiday in China, by putting this race on. Louis Brett gets out of the Frankenstein Mercedes and into the car, I do believe, gets Zhou Yiran for the second time. Oh, and a spin for the Origin. That's the Mercedes Origin car that's gone off at the first hairpin. A little bit of flame spits out the exhaust. Don't panic, the car is not on fire, it's just getting itself back up to speed again. There was all the fire in the pits for the 650 incipient, the 718 Ultimate Porsche. So let's head down to the pits to find out what life is like down in the garage in the 86 Origin crew. I believe our man on the spot, or our lady on the spot, is down there.
我们在赛车模拟器的这个体验区呢，遇到一位先生，我想采访一下，你从哪里过来？
徐汇区。
从徐汇。那你贵姓呢？
姓杨。
姚先生。
杨木易杨。
杨先生，杨先生，你刚刚是体验了这个赛事的一个模拟器，这个玩了吗？
还没有，但是我平时有比较多的这样的赛车模拟器的经验。
就平时以前开过。
经常开。
经常开。OK， 那你 你之前在其他的模拟器上有没有跑过我们上赛这条赛道？
经常跑。
也经常跑，非常熟悉这条赛道。
对的，对的。
那今天有没有给自己一个预期成绩是怎么样
2分10以内吧。
2分10以内。
嗯。
今天自己过来还是跟朋友一块来？
自己过来，因为门票买的比较贵，自己一个人就差不多了。
就反正享受一下这个赛事，然后也过来体验一下这种赛车运动。
主要是 GT3这个上海办赛可能办的比较少，然后我想听一听就是不同车型之间这些发动机声音的区别，然后感受一下这个赛车氛围。
那我觉得你这个角度非常的新颖，也是一个资深的车迷了。
对的，我看赛车从20年开始，现在5年了。
好，那我们希望每年都能见到你。
哎，好的。
好的，谢谢杨先生，祝你玩得开心。好，谢谢。
Thanks, Kelly. Good to hear from the fans that they're enjoying things out on the circuit as Akash Nandi now takes over the HZ04 racing by Absolute Audi. And the 87 Origin Porsche is now being captained by Leo Ye. There is Leo Ye, having taken over the car. They took a 10-second penalty at the last pit stop. And as a result, they have dropped back. Oh no, but they have not lost the lead to the Akash Nandi HZ04 racing by Absolute Audi. They must have had a slow pit stop. So they have lost a big advantage, but they haven't lost the lead as we complete 100 laps of the Shanghai 8-hour circuit. Now that tells me that we are not quite going to hit 200 laps for the grand total of racing laps done. There is Sergio Sette Camara, the Brazilian, getting himself geared up and ready to take over from Rio. Now, for those who are not experts on motor racing, the man sat there with his helmet on, with the Brazilian insignia and the helmet colours of Ayrton Senna on the back of his helmet, is a very passionate Brazilian racing driver, has had experience in Formula 2, Super Formula and Formula E, so just a stone's throw away from Grand Prix racing, but a very talented racing driver. And the fact that the Uno Racing team have brought him in for this shows their statement of intent. They may have lost a couple of laps after earlier incidents, but the Uno Racing team definitely want to fight their way forward. So this is going to be fascinating. The team, arguably one of the best Chinese GT powerhouses in David Pun. This man, Sergio Sette Camara, getting ready to take over from Rio, a great driver for Hong Kong, and of course Wang Yibo, the Chinese equivalent of Tom Cruise as far as everybody is concerned, although of course he's also a musician, singer in the boy. Into the pits will come the 85, and they're going to have to do something about that fogged up windscreen. Can they even see where they're going into the pits? Only just. For yourself that the windshield is not quite as it should be. I wonder if there's some potential issues with that car long term. So Nixon says, I can't believe Sergio's got to get into the car with a foggy window. Don't worry, they will be able to clean the mist on that car on the way in. But the biggest concern is what's causing that more than anything else. Into the pits comes Rio. Out of the car he gets, and he will hand the car over to Sergio Sette Camara. But once he's in the car, I've got a feeling they're going to clean the interior of that windscreen, because they can't expect Sergio Sette Camara to find his way further forward with that obscured view in that car. Into the pits as well has come the 56 Mercedes. That's the car belonging to Wang Yi in the Pointer Racing Machine. Now they are battling for the win in GTS with incipient racing in their Porsche Cayman. Hebe Fang is now at the wheel of that car. So let's see how strong the Brazilian Sergio Sette Camara is going to do. Oh, it is a problem with the outside of the car. So they're just trying to figure out what's going on. Maybe difficulties with some oil or some fluids with the car starting to leak over the top of the windshield. Whatever it is, it's something that windscreen wipers are not doing much to get rid of. I fear that this may end up being a car being put into the garage, you know. They're doing an inspection all around the car, and that looks to me like they're going to put the car in the garage rather than put it back onto the circuit. Yes, indeed. More problems for the Uno Racing Audi. Well, dear, oh dear, oh dear. So, just as Sergio Sette Camara gets into the car, We've got to put it in the garage. And there's problems too down at the 56-pointer racing crew. So they're in dire straits as well. So what is the battle for the lead looking like? Well, there are now 4 cars within 10 seconds of each other here in the battle for the victory. There are 4 cars left ultimately as it stands at the moment in the ultimate battle for the victory, and they come from 4 different manufacturers. We're looking at the Tieshin Racing Aston Martin, currently being driven by Han Dongjun, another of the actors played racing drivers in this one. We can see there the long faces of Wang Yibo. Not just Wang Yibo, but also Rio watching on as well. Very disappointing to see what's going on there down at the Uno Racing Team garage. Very disappointing. So there's a lot of fans waving in the stands, but they haven't got a lot to wave about at the moment. Very disappointing indeed. So, the 4 cars that are now battling for the victory in this one are the Origin Motorsport Porsche that was the instigator of the troubles for the Uno Racing car, but they have already served their penalty, so they cannot be penalised again for that one. They're leading the race by 6 seconds now to Akash Nandi in the HZO Fortis Racing by Absolute Audi. Zhang Zhendong, the 4-time Chinese touring car champion, has taken over the Z-Speed Parking Park BMW in 3rd position, and they are locked in combat at the moment with the 33R Harmony Ferrari Garfield insignia, I kid you not, driven by Liu Gaixun. And those 4 cars are separated on track by just a whisker under 12 seconds at this moment in time. So it's pretty exciting stuff with 3 hours 37 minutes left of the Shanghai 8 Hours of 2025. Jake Sanson in the commentary box with Nick Chang and Chloe Yang down in pit lane. As there is the Tianchi Racing Team Aston Martin, currently being piloted by talented and very capable Han Dongjun, one of the 3 major actors in this race that are also on their day off. And what better way to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival here in China than with a motor race on a Wednesday? I know, it's as exciting to me as it is novel to you. So we've got the 4 cars still on the battling away. Technically, there is another car just about on the lead lap, and that is the Climax Racing Audi Treble 7, but currently being driven by Yu Wei. But they are about half a minute back from the Ferrari. In the last 4 hours, we've had pretty much everything that could have happened in this motor race so far in those first 4 hours, bar a red flag. Everything else happened. So Wang Felicia wants to know, why don't they update car number 22? They already have. I was told that it was going to be Zhou Yadan in that car. Apparently not. It is actually Shike who has got behind the wheel of that particular car. So we're going to head down to the pit lane where Kelly Dong, no doubt, is on the case to give us a little bit more update from what's going on down in pit lane. 3.5 hours to go, roughly, here in Shanghai.
现在采访到的是56号车组的卢军杰，有请卢军杰先跟我们分享一下自己刚刚上一节跑得怎么样。
上一节基本上刚上车了之后都是安全车带了很长的时间，安全车一直在找头车，所以有点影响自己的节奏。但是安全车过后，之后都还是把 GT3 组别的车放过去之后，还是有一个比较好的节奏的，也跟着我们组别的前车基本上在一起。然后就做一下单圈，尽量的把车把握好，因为我们这比赛8小时，现在才刚刚还没到一半。 所以把车的状况啊，还有整个的这轮胎都把握好，给我下一个队友呗，这样子。
那你感觉你跟队友之间的配合默契程度怎么样呢？
其实2位队友都认识了很多年了，我们都是很好的朋友。然后我自己本身其实是车队经理，因为这次2位车手没找到第3位，所以我自己身为车队经理也在上场参加到比赛，所以一边要开车，然后一边要忙车队的工作，所以稍微会有一点分心，但是希望也是尽可能调整好自己的状态，在车上开得更好一些。
那所以你个人的参赛目标，包括整个车队的整体目标，是怎么样？
我们也是第一次来到8小时的这个比赛里面，但是暂时看来我们还是在组别的第2的，所以希望也是能在比赛结束之前在领奖台的位置上吧。
好的，也祝你们比赛顺利。好，谢谢。
Thanks to Kelly Dung, keeping it up to date with what's going on with the Pointer Racing Mercedes. That's the car that's currently leading the battle to go after the incipient racing Porsche in the GTS category. These are the slightly slower cars than their GT3 counterparts. Less aero, less power. Well, that's a sorry sight, isn't it? The onboard camera. They've got a perfectly clean windshield in the Uno Racing Audi now. But of course, what caused that is some rather nasty interior problems with the radiator grille and beyond in the engine of the 85 Uno Racing Audi. I think it's fair to say all chance of them taking the victory is now long gone. We've still got, though, a good dozen seconds or so between the leading 4 cars, and there is the Ferrari starting to put pressure on Zhang Zhendong. So Liu Kaixun going very quickly indeed here in the Garfield Ferrari. Yes, I kid you not. The Ferrari genuinely does have Garfield stickers all over it. It's a fantastic paint scheme, this. I have no idea how they managed to get sponsorship from the cartoon character Garfield on this car, but do so they have. And this is the car that won the Sepang 12 Hours back in March, of course. And they're closing in on the Parking Park Z-Speed BMW, which took the original pole position yesterday in the capable hands of Zhang Zhendong, Zhang Mingyang, and Eric Johansson. But now the third place car is under big pressure from the Ferrari, which, just like at Sepang at the beginning of this year, is starting to make a big comeback in this one. Now a fascinating challenge forward. So we are watching the Garfield Ferrari. The onboard camera is slightly out of sync with our live pictures, unfortunately, so do bear in mind. So there is the Ferrari. And look at the side of it. It's Garfield, the first lasagna-powered Ferrari. But it's a very fast Ferrari, that is for sure, as currently, the man in 4th position, Liu Kaixun, is closing up rapidly on the man in 3rd position, Zhang Zhendong. It's a 4-time Chinese touring car champion versus a Lamborghini Super Trofeo Pro-Am winner in 2025, 3 times over. So Chinese touring car champion versus Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia star. Neither of them in the driving. So really add thrill. Do please keep your questions coming in. It's always really exciting, particularly for people who are still learning the sport. Daniela wants to know, why are drivers sometimes flashing their headlights? This is one of my favorite elements of GT racing. There's nothing that says they have to do it. This is all about psychology. The driver that's chasing the car in front uses the headlights to try and distract the driver in front. It's literally trying to catch them out, and they will try and trick the car in front to make them think that they're the car than them, to get them to get out of the way. But it's about whether you'll let that be a distraction to you or not. So it's fascinating. It's essentially, move out of the way, I'm going faster than you. But that doesn't necessarily mean they will, because of course they've got their own race to think about here, as the Ferrari gets rather awkwardly held up there by the 618 Porsche. So that didn't go very well indeed for them. Oh, sorry, the 518 Porsche I meant to say. So a bit of an issue at racing Porsche, holding up the Ferrari accidentally there. So yes, the headlights are used to basically try and distract the other car. Now, some clips wants to know, isn't there a rule in this race to use 2 cars? So for example, if one car's engine fails, you can use another car as a replacement. In some championships, yes. In the Shanghai 8 Hours, no. I'm afraid you have to race the same car that you entered from the start of the race and finish with the same one. Now, I know what you're talking about, because in the Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil Championship in the endurance, there is actually spare Porsches. So if your car has a mechanical problem, your car gets recovered to the pits, the Porsche team give you another car, and you can finish the race with that one until your mechanics get your original race car working again. That is not a rule that happens here. You have to race with the car that you started with, and you have to finish with that same car. So I'm afraid that regulation is not a place here in the Shanghai 8 hours. So all of the drivers and the car have to endure the correct race distance. You cannot have a spare car. So down at 33R Harmony Racing, there is a great battle for the victory. This is the Climax Racing Audi, which is about half a minute behind them. New wave for Climax, still trying to keep the chances of victory alive. So let's try and figure out what is happening as we head down to the pit lane to figure out the latest on what's happening down at Climax.
好的，我们现在采访到的是777号 Climax Racing 车组的李东升，我们来分享一下。李东升，刚刚这一节你觉得自己跑得怎么样？
还是比较顺利，途中经历了双黄旗和安全车，但是圈速各方面都还比较稳定。
是，那就是其实感觉自己今天的发挥还是比较稳定的，是吗？
是这样，因为今天我一共有2个 stint 要跑，第一个 stint 由我来发车。当时车队的策略是给我最重的油，还有最旧的胎，所以在发车的过程中呢，其实并不是很顺利，掉了一些位置。因为当时其实我们是把最困难的条件放在了最前面，但是这就是我们今天策略的一部分。随着比赛的进行，我们的整个条件都会好转，所以大家在圈速上和在比赛的整个配合上都会一点往前进。
希望你们越跑越好，渐入佳境。
谢谢谢谢，希望大家都一切顺利。谢谢。
好的，谢谢您的分享。好，谢谢。
Thanks, Kelly. Having a nice conversation there with Li Dongsheng of the Climax Racing team. They're currently running in 5th position, that car. So there's still a good opportunity for them to try and go for the overall podium. Sadly, there is now no realistic chance for the Uno Racing team to go for the overall podium. Their car, along with the Mogan Team Track Day King Mercedes, are still sat in pit lane in the garage trying to repair the damage that has clearly been had to that car. I don't know if it's related to what happened with the 87 Origin Porsche or whether it's a completely separate incident. It's something with the front of the car, so that tells me that it might actually be a completely different incident. It's something else has gone wrong with the car that probably would have gone wrong with the car anyway. So where we currently are in the situation, we've got 4 cars battling for the victory, covered by 15 seconds. The Origin Porsche leading the way. Second is the HZ040s by Absolute Audi from Malaysia. Then it's the Parking Parks BMW, which was originally on pole position. They're currently now 3rd. That's a great sight. The Uno Audi's getting back out again. Just in behind the Parking Park Z-Speed BMW is the 33R Harmony Ferrari. Listen to the crowd. Back into the race goes the Audi, much to the joy of the crowd. The crowd almost making more noise than the Audi as it came back out onto the circuit again. So they've clearly fixed it, and back on track goes the pink Audi of the Uno car. Mind you, I don't think it's going to be out for long. Oh, look at it. Trailing fluid out of the back of the car. No, I'm sorry. This isn't going to be a good result for them at all. There's still some kind of leak from that when it came out of the pits, and it's still leaking fluid. I think this is going to be one lap and then straight back into the pits again. Let's ride on board with the 85 of Sergio Sede Camara. Let's listen in. Oh, well, we were looking at the 610 Porsche. They've spun at the first corner. Now, that tells me that the fluid that's been left down by the Uno Racing Audi, oh, there's a lot of it, because they've spun once and they've spun again. Well, we did see a lot of fluid coming out of the back of that Audi, and I'm afraid that's 2 spins in a row for the Porsche. They just weren't prepared for how slippery it was going to be. So I don't know whether Sergio Sede Camara is going to be able to run at full green conditions. There he is on track. Is there any more fluid coming out of the back of the car? It looks like not. But certainly they lost a bit of fluid at the first couple of corners. So now the car 56 is under investigation for a pit stop infringement. That's the Pointer Racing Mercedes. Not sure what for. Lights ablaze for Sergio Sede Camara. He's trying to get everybody in the world out of his way on this occasion. A little bit of a lock up there for the Climax Mercedes, battling away with the 51 Audi, the incipient car. The incipient team having a nice little battle with these guys. There's a lap between them, but they're still having a great battle out on the course. Where is Sergio Sette Camara? Oh, he's carrying on. So the problem is clearly not a terminal one. But certainly everybody's got to be careful going into turn one now, as there goes the incipient Racing Audi, making the move on the inside of the Climax Mercedes. Careful, guys, there's fluid down at turn one. Can they both make it through reasonably well? They can indeed. Whoa, the incipient Audi. Completely hoodwinked there by the 710 Mercedes of the Climax driver, Li Liqiao. So Hu Xiaohuang is trying his best to come back into this. Hu versus Li, down at the braking zone. Trying to find the moves to make up the progress. Not very easy. So Sergio Sette Camara is behind them at the moment in the Uno Racing Audi, trying to get that car back up to race speed. So let's see if this car is going to go the distance. For the moment, it looks like it's okay. But it really would be pretty tricky to see if there would be any more problems for this car at the moment. 3 hours 22 still to go in this race, and there are realistically 4 to 5 cars battling for the victory. There's a little bit of bodywork there in the middle of the road that might need to be recovered at full course yellow. It's actually been, can you believe it, about an hour since the last full course yellow. We had about 1 million of them in the first 2 hours, and now we've had an hour without one. So now we're going to get to see if the Uno Racing Audi really is back up to pace. With Sergio Sette Camara behind the wheel, this thing is going to be rapid, and it certainly is. They're catching up to the 2 cars on the back straight, who are still scrapping away. Up the inside goes Hu Xiaohuang to move up on Li Liqiao. Gets the move done this time at the hairpin, but on the exit, he runs wide. And so it's stalemate again between Climax Mercedes and incipient Audi, as the Charizard holds on to the position. And yes, I figured out that that is a Charizard thanks to somebody pointing out what type of Pokemon it was on the stream earlier on. I will consult with my son, who will confirm later. There is Sergio Sette Camara, the Brazilian, experiencing Formula 2, Formula E, and the Japanese-based Super Formula Championship, of course. So really close run thing for Sergio Sette Camara, taking some rare time out of his single-seater career to race in a GT. Good opportunity for such a gold star driver. So whatever it was that leaked out of the car in the first couple of corners, it seems to be an isolated little moment. Back on board with Sergio Sette Camara. Let's listen to the Audi. Only a brief on board there. So far, so good, though. The car seems to be back up to full speed once again. So we'll see what happens with that car as it continues to make progress. It's currently lost a full 9 laps compared to the leaders now, so they're not looking good for a victory. They're still looking good for a podium, though, in the GT3 Pro-Am category. The 2 leading cars are currently scrapping away with each other. And of course, if they get it into it, then all bets are off in the Pro-Am class. But they are currently about 2 seconds away from each other. Zhang Shendong ahead of Liu Gaoxun in the Ferrari. Onto the back straight, Sergio Sette Camara looking to try and make up some progress. This one is actually for position, would you believe, between Li Liqiao and Sergio Sette Camara, because they both lost an amazing amount of time. So Sergio Sette Camara is about to move the car back into 16th position. Yes, he does. So up into P16 goes Sergio Sette Camara and the Uno Racing team. Another place. So into the final corner and continuing on the charge. Meanwhile, up the road, we've got some more great battles. Only 5 cars are on the leading lap at this moment. 6th position is Shikai in the Frankenstein Racing Mercedes that he shares with Zhou Yiran and Louis Brett. About 9 seconds behind them is Zhu Ziyu in the 326 Racing Audi. Then it's Bao Junbin in the Gaha BMW. Wu Jixiang in the Origin Mercedes has worked his way back up into 9th position, and in 10th place is the 610 Porsche of Lin Weiqiong. There is the number 19. Sorry, the number 51, which was in 19th. This is the incipient racing Audi. And the driver's getting a driver change in there to try and continue the progress forward. So this pit stop, the Charizard-backed incipient racing Audi. For those wanting to know what a Charizard is, I am reliably informed it's a type of Pokemon. I wouldn't have asked if I had known, but of course, I need to get that confirmed by my son, who knows literally everything there is to know about Pokemon. Give him a break, he's only 13. So into the first corner, this battle continues. This is the Frankenstein Racing team having just lapped the Aston Martin from Jishan Racing. And another of our superstar acting drivers in the field, Han Dongjun, is in the Aston Martin. Having space, he had a very good run in the first part of the race. He's back behind the wheel once again and doing a very fair job aboard this Aston Martin. Squat Chicane making a very interesting comparison about sports car racing. GT3 feels like the responsible adult to the kid with a knife that Group C was. That's a very weird but also fairly accurate analogy there. Group C, for those who are not educated, was what sports car racing was like from the early 80s through to the end of 1993. And it was the pinnacle of sports car racing for such a long time, but those cars were ridiculously fast, very brutal, and in some tragic cases, quite deadly. But they were glorious to listen to and watch, of course. I only just about remember the closing stages of Group C. I would only have been about 6 or 7 when the Group C regulations finally died to death. But you can still see Group C cars out in operation, particularly at events like the Silverstone Festival out in the United Kingdom. And of course, you can get behind the wheel of them virtually on pretty much every simulator known to man these days. There is the 53 BMW from Zenith Racing. Li Zhonglin is behind the wheel. What's happening at the BMW M4 GT4 crew? Let's head down into the pit lane to
好的，我们
find
现在
out.
是来到了中宝宝马 Zenith Racing 车队，采访到的是53号车手李宗林，来给我们分享一下自己刚刚这一节跑得怎么样。
今天比赛是我们的客户车手发车，现在也是他在上面跑。他也是第一次来参加这种 GT 的这个耐力赛，也希望这次比赛能成为他一个很好的回忆和以后很好的经验吧。我们也是希望能通过这个 GT，这一次能让更多的这个路车的这些客户用户们来参与到这个赛车的比赛运动。对。
那么对于你自己来说，你的比赛目标还有整个团队的比赛目标是什么样的？
本场比赛我们肯定也是希望能够尽量能往前走一走，能取得更好的名次。这场比赛我们的目标当然也是最好能上领奖台。对。
好的，那也预祝你们比赛成功。
好，谢谢。
加油，谢谢。
Great to hear from Kelly Dong, doing her best down in the Zenith Racing pit, learning more about what's going on for each of the individual teams, sharing duties, of course, with Nick Zhang and Chloe Young. And great to hear such fantastic insights from the teams. There's also a really interesting trend, of course, about motorsport in this part of the world. We're seeing a lot of great movie stars and television personalities racing in this race, from Wang Yibo to Zhao Yiran to Han Dongjun. But there's been a bit of a trend of motorsport on the big screen and the small screen in this part of the world for many years. You've got many television series in anime form, such as X-Driver, Arrow Emblem, Yoroshiku Mekadoku, the likes of Goddamn, Wangan Midnight, the Racing Brothers, Let's and Go, of course, Baribari Setsu, which is about motorcycle racing, and of course everybody's favourite pint-sized hero, motorsport Kapata. So a lot of these drivers would have been inspired from the cartoons back in those days. And of course nowadays we've got new cartoons for the younger generation, such as Overtake and High Speed Etoile. There are 8 movies that have come out of late, such as Saichi Chun-Chi, which is known to English-speaking viewers as Racer Legend. There's also the television series most recently, Huazhongku Ji Kui Yijing, which is also, of course, translated into English as the river on the far side, I do believe. I may have translated that incorrectly. There are some great movies in this part of the world. Red Line, Speed Racer is still very much Japanese nodded to the front end. Full Throttle and its sequel, Pegasus and its sequel, Thunderbolt, which was, of course, a Jackie Chan movie from back in 1995. And then you've got the likes of Speed Angels, racing in Radicals, Overdrive, which is the two brothers, Japanese in origin. And then, of course, there's the fantastic Taiwanese movie that came out a few years ago, Neja, which is one of my favorites, actually. Really love the Asian motorsport movie scene. And great to know that there's going to be quite a few movies coming, of course, the way things are currently going. Because if people like Wang Yi and Han Dongshun, along with Zhou Yuan, are going to be racing for real, it's not going to be too long before they won't come up with stories and plot devices for a Chinese motor racing movie. I'd be up for that. I'm sure all of you would be too. There is Akash Nandi, the Malaysian, in the HZ040s by Absolute Audi, running currently in second position, having a really solid run up to the left-hander. Now, interestingly, there is a pit stop infringement penalty going to the number 85 car. That is the Uno Racing Audi. But don't panic, folks, because it's only a total of 0.117 seconds for a previous pit stop. So that's not really noticeable at all. There's also going to be a penalty added of a similar amount to the 87, which is the Origin Motorsport car, of 1.02. That basically means those pit stops were slightly shit, would have been earlier on in the day. So those penalties have obviously got to be applied later, so they will be. Of course, for the Uno Racing team, they won't notice 0.1 of a second. The Origin Motorsport team might notice a second additional in the pit stop, but I doubt it. So there is Zhang Zhengdong, and there is the Ferrari of Liu Kaixun, the Garfield insignia on the 33 Racing Ferrari. This is the car, of course, that took the big in the Sepang 12 hours a year. So it really would be sensational to see if this car could win both of the major Asian sports car events, the 12-hour and the 8-hour of Shanghai. So having won at Sepang, they've ridden in Shanghai to get the double. And so it's great to see there's already a few fans who have woken up or have stayed with us, who have spotted that the Ferrari has got Garfield all over it, and now that's their new car. Irish points out that car should now be known as the Ferrari. I like it. More great nicknames like that, please. So, Miss Kenny Johan wants to know, has the Uno come back out on track? It has indeed. They're getting back up to speed again after a little bit of a scare for mechanical maladies. Sergio Sedekamara is currently lapping about a second a lap slower than the race leaders. Oh, that's the Origin Mercedes. They've gone right off the road there, and that's embedded in the gravel. Now, that will help a lot of teams out because that car's going to be beached. And what that is going to give us is a full course yellow. Oh, that's a big spin on the way into turn 2. So big problems there. That's going nowhere. No point spinning the wheels. It's damage. Now that you know the car can't go anywhere, do not hit the throttle again. Those stones are going to go into the internal workings of the car if you keep trying to spin the wheels. And that's going to be a nightmare. You do not need that. There goes the number 15 level motorsport car. Still leading in the GTS Silver Ram class. Chang Chin Shang at the wheel of the level Mercedes at the moment. So 991 wants to know, is there podium by categories too, or just in general? There are multiple podiums that we will have at the end of this race for each of the individual categories. So we're going to have several categories all the way. We're going to have overall, and then the team's champions podium. Then we'll have the GT3 Prime, the GT3 Silver Am, the GT3 Am, the GTS Silver Am, the GTS Am, the GTC, and the TC podium. Although, of course, there will be no TC podium because the one car that was in that race has not made the finish. So Shanghai has come out of the Frankenstein racing car, and that looks to me to be Zhou Yadan. So that is Zhou Yadan getting behind the wheel of this Mercedes. Time to get in. It's all very dynamic, isn't it? Watching him rush to the pit lane and then work his way back in. Apparently, I'm told that the driver ID switch is actually broken in that particular car. Of all the things in the Frankenstein racing car, that's probably the most mundane of things that could break. So Joe Sedunary asks, maybe gravel from Rio's beaching was the reason for the filter being blocked? Very possibly. Yeah, that's a very good spot. And now we're just letting the Frankenstein racing team put their man Zhou Yadan back behind the wheel for his second and final stint. And we're under full course yellow now, thanks to the off or the Mercedes from Origin. Now this resets things a little bit for a couple of the cars because that's going to go from a full course yellow to a safety car. There's also a Pokemon on the 87 Origin car. I hadn't noticed that. Is somebody going to try and tell me which Pokemon that is? So very exciting stuff at the moment for the contenders in this one. As it comes the current race leader. Pokemon are very feisty things, and it's clearly pulled its punches over the course of this race. One man gets out, another man gets in. We'll tell you who it is very shortly. So who would have thought I'd be sending my son pictures of Pokemon on the side of racing cars? Don't worry, when he wakes up in about an hour or so back home in England, he'll be able to tell me exactly which Pokemon these two are. And then I'm going to get an essay from him about what their capabilities and abilities are. Too right, son. Into the pits comes the HZO Absolute Fortis. Use the opportunity of a cheap pit stop. That will really benefit them. The Rain Delcano tells me, Luke Puff, okay, I'll confer with the man who knows, my 13-year-old son, and we'll confirm with you. We'll get back to you on that one. So now we get ourselves into the race battle again for HZO Absolute Fortis. Akash Nandi was behind the wheel of the car. I wonder if Hazik Zaralo is going to get behind the wheel again. In comes the 610 Porsche. Also in comes the Harmony Ferrari of Liu Kaixun. Interestingly, Zhang Zhendong in the parking park by Z-Speed BM not come in. Now that could backfire on them badly, because if we get the safety car imminently, then that's going to bring things back to the right for the other three. Well, there goes the Mercedes, having now been recovered from the gravel. Yes, now you put it on the racetrack. Now you've got to keep the engine going. Come on, come on. Reverse, three-point turn, mirror, signal, maneuver. Remember what they taught you in your driving lessons. Oh, there's a big problem here. This car could get beached on the curb if you don't keep your foot in. Well done. So good recovery there from the 86. Not easy to get these cars turned around as well. They've only got a certain turning circle. And look at the gravel that has been deposited from that car. And there's more damage than meets the eye there. You can see from the right rear quarter of that car, big damage to the Origin Mercedes. Smoke billowing out of that car as the wheel rubs on the bodywork. I wonder if that's a slow puncture that sent them into a spin in the first place. And look at what it does to the rear spoiler. The vibration that it sends through that spoiler. You're going to have to wave everybody by. The leader to take and get a penalty. So they've got to wait for the command to go by. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. They are limping. But still, he doesn't want to incur a penalty. He doesn't have to. Only till he gets the command will he actually make the overtaking move, which he does now. But yeah, bitter disappointments there. So some very tricky scenarios now for Origin in their Mercedes. Their Origin Porsche, backed up by Jigglypuff, essentially continuing on its way. Nixon Cuts is pointing out the car is essentially twerking. I don't think I've ever seen a car twerk before. Oh no, wait, yes I have, rallying. So Tianxi Racing have gone for a driver change. Into the pits has come Han Dong-jun. And he's finished his run. I wonder if Kelly Dung is going to go and try and find the superstar. So Elvis Speed, as he is also known, Han Dong-jun comes back into the pits. So now we get ourselves into the next phase of the race. By the time we go back to green flag conditions, the field will all have been backed up again, and we'll have 3 hours to go. Wishful thinking there for Han Dong-jun. He's rally cap with number 1 on it. Got 3 hours to go to find out if that's the result, my friend. 2 right. Based on the Pirelli cap, of course. That is the TR1. They want to make sure that they sustain their position at the sharp end of the... And, oh, a little bit close to the mark there for the 56 car to leave the pits. That's the Pointer Racing Mercedes. I think they had a penalty that they had to serve at their current pit stop. Only a few seconds extra. Meanwhile, the Climax Racing team, apparently, according to Defa Rizaka, is usually using the Mercedes, and Origin Racing is usually using a Porsche. Well, they both are. They've got multiple cars in this race, don't forget. So Climax Racing are using an Audi. They also are using a Mercedes, so they have 2 cars each. There's also a Mercedes and a Porsche at Origin. Oh my goodness, look at the steam that is being generated from the 86 Mercedes there of Wu Jiaxin of the Origin Motorsport team. This could be a long time being in pit lane. As we see bits and pieces falling off it, spinning off the back of the car. Oh dear, that's looking like a big panel on the rear quarter of the car is going to fall off in a moment. And so that car could end up being in the garage for quite some time as they repair it. So let's see what the case of affairs is for this car. Is it just a case of take the wheel off, get rid of whatever flailing bodywork it is left, and then send it back on its way? Or will they put it on the jacks, mount it, and put it into the garage? There's not a lot of rushing, although they're refueling it. So they're clearly going to try and convert this into a normal pit stop. So Wu Jiaxin will get out of the car, back into the car again. I think it's going to be Chuang who gets behind the wheel this time. So we'll have to see how this is going to play out for the team, but it's definitely a big headache from their point of view. As now we get ourselves ready for the next part of the drama, and it certainly is turning into a bit of a drama for this car. By the way, at the last pit stop, we had a fair few driver changes. Bob Yuan got behind the wheel of the Origin Porsche. Aaron Lim took over in the HZ040 Absolute Audi. And David Chen, the man who set the fastest lap of the race, is now back behind the wheel of the 33R Harmony. Time for some fireworks, Garfield style. They're now going to double check to see whether this car is fit for racing. Well, they look like they've done some work to the back of the car. No, they haven't. Not enough then. So the safety car has now been called. We've converted the safety car out of the full course yellow. And that is the end of hour number 5. We've got 3 hours to go here at the Shanghai 8 Hours, as the safety car has now found the leader. So 5 hours into the encounter, the Shanghai 8 Hours has once again delivered some exciting battles, both on and off the track. Not everybody's found it easy, but we've certainly found it entertaining. This Mid-Autumn Festival giving us a rare sight, a live action motor race of 8 hours for GT3 and GT4 cars on a Wednesday. A nice novelty. Hopefully, it will give us a very exciting conclusion as well. The battle will take us all the way to the checkered flag. We've got 4 cars still in the mix for the win. Parking Park by Z-Speed in their BMW, Gene Motorsport in their Porsche, the X04 is by Absolute Audi from Malaysia, and the 33R Harmony Ferrari that took the victory at the beginning of the year in the Sepang 12 Hours in Malaysia. Can they make it back-to-back victories across Malaysia and China? We're about to find out in the last 3 hours. Good run so far from the Jiaxin racing team. For Aston Martin, their chances of taking GDS victory are not done yet. They've had some headaches, but you've got to keep the faith if you want to reach the finish line first. So the safety car has found the race leader. We're certainly not going to get the same weird shenanigans that we had earlier on. But Eric Johansson has just got back into the Parking Park by Z-Speed BMW. So we're going to see some fireworks from him as well now. With David Chen and Eric Johansson getting back behind the wheel of their cars, we're in for an exciting battle. And Eric Johansson, I've noted, is the BMW about 3 cars down the line from Bob Yuan in the Origin Porsche, as there is Louis Pret getting himself ready to get back behind the wheel of the Frankenstein racing car. Well, they've only just changed drivers for Zhou Yidan. So it looks to me as though Zhou Yuan is going to spend a very short amount of time in that car and then come back in again. So clearly the team knows that they've still got a relative chance of going for the overall victory. They want to maximize the time for their superstar drivers in the car. So Zhou Yuan is going to bring his car back into the pits by the look of it. Wu Jiaxin, in the Origin Mercedes is already in pit lane, as of course is Li Liqiao in the Climax Mercedes after their damage. So we've got 2 Mercedes cars now in the pit lane with big damage after what's been a miserable day at the office so far for the Audis. But there are still 2 Audis in the mix. The H04 is racing by Absolute Car from Malaysia, and in 5th position we've got the Climax Racing Audi, which is now only going to be about 9 seconds off the back of David Chen's Ferrari. 5 cars all on the leading lap in the mix.
好，谢谢费翔。那么今天我们看到啊，今天的上海上空呢是一个多云的天气，对比昨天的这个体感温度呢是下降了一些。那我相信今天现在的一个温度情况，对于所有的车手还有他们的赛车来说，都是一个完美的工况。那今天的话，我们来到这里的话，也是会见证连续第3年的上海8小时耐力赛。那么我们看到，现在距离维修区这个出口开放呢还有2分钟，所有的赛车现在都还在这个批房当中。在远处我们那边看到了一台这个718的 Cayman GT4 赛车已经是推出了他们的批房。那今天早晨我在逛这个批房的时候呢，也是看到了非常多的车队很早的就来到了他们的车房，然后来做这个准备，包括像这个换人，然后他们的换胎环节。都会在这个我们的批房当中看到，在我旁边的这个批房呢是今天的这个杆位的批房，最后一间批房呢这边是18号的一台 M4 GT3 赛车，今天这台赛车将会处在杆位来进行发车。昨天的这台 M4 GT3 赛车呢是以2个跑进2分钟以内的成绩，那么今天是拿下了杆位来进行发车。那么这台赛车呢也是来自于 Parking Park by Z-Speed 车队。今天的第1棒发车的车手呢，是我们 CTCC 的4冠王车手张真东。我们一起来通过镜头来看一下他们的这个批房的情况。我们看到这个就是他们整个批房的一个停车位，但是这个停车位的话呢，是属于27号赛车的。在远处这边有个18号的这个加油位呢，是属于这台18号 M4 GT3 赛车。这2个批房呢，都是分别停了2台来自于 Z-Speed 车队的 M4 GT3 赛车。我们来看一下，近距离看一下这个加油的设备。这边我们看到王一博的85号赛车，粉色的赛车已经是驶上了我们的维修区的快速通道。今天的第1棒85号赛车呢，将会由潘君林来担当。但是我们看到驶上赛道的车手，应该是他们这一站的全新请来的外援卡马拉。卡马拉也是第2次来到这条赛道，来看一下 Lamax 车队的2台赛车，710号和777号赛车都是驶上了我们的维修区的快速通道。这边看到 Gaha Racing 的2台 M4 赛车也是来了，这是87号，87号赛车是我们前2届上海8小时耐力赛的冠军赛车。我们来看一下610车队的这台911 GT3R 赛车也是非常醒目啊，黄色的涂装。稍后呢，车手们将会进行一圈行驶之后，可能部分的车手会选择再回来做一个 pass by， 也就是再次通过这个维修区的快速通道。我们看到这台 M4 GT3 赛车已经是发动了它的直列6缸涡轮增压的发动机。我们来看一下这边，它即将会离开它的维修区。来看一下，这是全场的唯一一台 TCR 赛车，本田的思域 FK7。然后画面当中驶过来的是99号，同样是来自于610车队的这台保时捷911 GT3 Cup 赛车。来看一下这边18号赛车，张真东已经在这台赛车里面了，离开了他的皮房。这边我们来近距离的看一下这个加油设备啊。每次加油之前呢，所有的车队都会把燃油灌进这个加油的储藏罐里面，大家可以看到这个刻度的位置。那么我们知道 GT3 赛车的油箱呢，大概是100升左右。在我身边的这台 M4 GT3 赛车呢，他们的油箱容积可能会比其他的赛车来得更大一些，可能会达到110升左右。大家可以看到这个管子呢，就是加油的管道。可能大家会有疑问，为什么会有2个管道？一个管道是用来进油的管路，那另外一个管路呢是用来这个走空气的。因为你每次把油加入到这个油箱当中啊，都会有这个空气来排出，所以说这个管路是用来排出油箱当中的空气的。我们知道所有的加油，耐力赛当中的所有加油，只能够进行这个重力加油，不能够依靠这个油箱当中的这个真空设备进行这个抽油的动作。我们看到这边车队的工作人员也是把他们的这个所有的设备啊，已经是带上了这个发车格的位置。稍后呢，我们将会走上这个发车格来看一看。先来看一下，这个 Z-Speed 车队的这个批房，这是2台赛车的一个位置。来看一下，这边右边是710号赛车，好像上面的车船的00后小将塞帕宁。这 这是50号来自于 GTS 组的一台 MG GT4 赛车，而身后跟随的再次是85号赛车，卡马拉在车辆当中来到这边，777号第2次做 pass by。我们现在来跟随所有的这个车手一起走到我们的发车格上面。这边是168号 Gaha Racing 的 M4 GT4 赛车，车辆当中的车手应该是梁家彤。这是中宝宝马 Zenith 车队的53号宝马赛车。看，还有台赛车也是过来，这也是 GTS 组的一台718 Cayman RS Club Sport 赛车。而后方这台87号赛车，大家可以看一下，这就是去年和前年的卫冕冠军车组。今天的第一棒呢，将会由经验非常丰富的一位绅士车手袁波来担当。这边是他们车队的另外一台 MG 赛车。这边我们看到还有赛车也是远远的驶过来，我们跟随我们的镜头、我们的脚步一起，稍后来到这个发车格上，来看一下今天发车格上的情况。来看一下，这是张振东所驾的18号赛车，这是今天的杆位赛车。我们这边是来到了 Level Motorsport 的车房。那么 Level Motorsport 呢，今天是带来了一台MG GT4 赛车来参赛。那么 Level Motorsport 在昨天的排位赛当中啊，也是一个非常有竞争力的表现。这是33号，那么33号是来自于332 Harmony Racing 的一台296 GT3 赛车，也是今天场上的唯一一台法拉利赛车。他们在今年年初的雪邦12小时的耐力赛当中呢，是获得了全场的冠军。今天呢，继续是由陈维安来驾驶这台33号赛车来进行发车。我们看到这是 ZSP 车队的另外一台 M4 GT3 赛车。这边我们是逐渐的来到了 Uno Racing Team 的这台85号的坯房。我们来看一下，这边他们的车队好像已经是在这边给他们做好了这个加油的准备啊。不知道他们的车一会儿会不会过来进行补油的动作。我们先往前走，因为我们现在站的这个位置啊，可能一会儿会影响到他们85号赛车的这个停站的一个动作。大家可以看到，他们的技师已经是准备好了全新的轮胎，然后全新的这个，这边我们来看一下，应该是要准备来进行停站了。我们看到他们的棒棒糖人已经是准备好了。稍等，我们来看一下，应该85号会从我们的身边来通过。85号赛车应该现在是进入到了维修区当中，我们注意一下现在的这个安全啊。85号来了，这边应该是卡马拉。进站之后，我们看到进行了一个补油的动作，然后插入到了气动千斤顶。大家可以看到这个在排气管当中插的一个，这是静电的一个装置。这也是最大的程度的隔绝了一会儿加油所带来的这个着火的可能。因为是耐力赛，赛中有这个加油的环节，所以我们看到所有的技师啊，在我们的今天比赛当中都会穿着全套的 FIA 认证的防火服，来进行他们的整个8小时的耐力赛。现在还有赛车不停的来进行这个 pass by 的环节。我们的87号赛车刚才也是再次经过了维修区。那现在呢，我们来看一下张振东的赛车也是再次的回到了我们的维修区。好，现在我们来跟随镜头啊，走上我们的这个发车区去看一下。我们在跨过这个快速通道的时候，一定要去注意左侧的来车。这边我们通过这个介入口来上到我们的发车格上。这个来，我们现在已经是到了这个发车格上的一个这个位置。在这边的话，我们看到2台这个安全车和追击车已经是在前方就位了。在我的后方呢，我们看到头排起跑的2台赛车，目前还没有到达我们的这个发车位上。我们稍等一下，稍等这个18号赛车就将会来到这个发车位上。那我在我的手里面呢，也是拿到了今天的一个发车位的情况。稍后的杆位呢，将会在我们的1号弯的内侧来进行发车。 这边的话，第2排的2台赛车，33号和37号赛车已经是就位了。那另外的话，我们看到头排的2台赛车，85号和18号，我们还在等待着他们的落位。我们这边缓缓地走到我们的发车格的前排来，等待这2台赛车的落位。这边我们也是看到了很多的技师在进行最后的一个准备的情况。很多的赛车也是选择了在发车格上来进行更换他们全新的轮胎。那么本届比赛呢，是从排位赛开始到8小时正赛的结束，所有的车队将会有10套全新的干胎可以使用。大部分车队呢，在昨天的排位赛当中都是分别使用了全新的3套干胎和4套干胎。所以说，对于很多车队来说，今天的比赛呢，可能只剩下了7套干胎和全新的7套。全新的7套干胎和全新的6套干胎可以使用。不过今天早晨的赛道温度来说呢，应该不是非常的高，所以说待会儿的暖胎圈对于车手们来说也是相当的重要。今年的上海8小时耐力赛呢，这个参赛的车辆的阵容啊，比去年和前年都要来得更多，因此要在今年去获得一个更好的成绩，也将会变得非常的困难。现在我们看到发车位上排在头名的2台赛车都还没有到达我们的这个发车格上啊，我们来等待一下。这边后方的2台赛车在我的左手边，这边是37号赛车。昨天在排位赛当中啊，罗开罗也是遭遇到了爆胎的情况。这边我们看到85号赛车已经是来到了发车格上面，这边是从1号弯的外侧来进行发车。第1棒的车手呢，将会由潘君林来进行担当。在我的左侧，大家可以看一下，这边18号赛车就是张真东所驾驶的，来自于 Parking Park by ZSpeed 车队的这台 M4 GT3 赛车。昨天呢，张真东也是做出了一个非常强有力的这个单圈。当然，他的队友约翰森也是做出了这个周末到目前为止的一个最快单圈。今天的气温真的是非常凉爽，让我们感受到了一丝丝的秋意啊。我们这边来走过来看一下这台 M4 GT4 赛车，来看一下，这是本站比赛全新将会使用的一个倍耐力的配方 DHG 的配方。那么这款配方呢，已经是在今年的 GT 世界挑战赛亚洲杯当中来使用了。很多的车队呢也是有着非常充足的这套轮胎的一些数据和经验，因此对于他们来说呢，这场比赛也是会非常的游刃有余。这边我们看到张真东刚才是走出了自己的赛车，然后是来到他身边。这边张真东，昨天你和你的队友也是非常的出色，以2分之内的成绩拿下了今天的头牌来起跑。我们来问一下你们这站比赛，其实我们知道。这是你们车队用这台赛车在这条赛道的第2次比赛，来问一下你们车队这站比赛的一个大致的情况。
其实从上次的 China GT， 然后我们这台新车落地到现在为止呢，其实我们收集了非常多的数据。那因为从这台车来说，其实我们是一台全新的赛车，那对于我们数据收集，包括我们零件的一个准备，其实也是非常重要的。那直到现在我们也没有准备足够的零件，然后来应付整个车，因为像宝马这个车，它在国内没有一个技术支持，所以就只能我们自己去囤这些配件。那昨天能够拿下那个杆位，我觉得我们也有运气的成分在里面。包括这次我们也有场队车手 Eric Johansson 的一个加入，然后我的队友张明阳我们其实这3个人的 pace 是非常的平衡，所以能够让我们昨天拿下杆位，然后其实我们也是非常的高兴的。
我特别现在想去找一下这个 Eric 在哪里啊，来问一下昨天他创造这个最快单圈有什么样的想法。Eric 是在那边吗？对。Hi Eric, can you come to talk with us a little bit? Fastest lap so far this weekend, and you got a new team and a new team of this weekend. But 2 weeks ago, you dominated like China GT Championship on this track. But this time, you have a new team and a new teammate. How did you feeling?
I mean, it feels good, obviously, to be back after 2 weeks and a really unforgettable season here at Shanghai. So it's just nice to kind of end the season here as well in the Shanghai 8 hour. Obviously, with a new team this weekend, they're doing a great job so far. So a bit new things to learn, obviously new people and everything, but so far so good, and we have 8 hours of racing now, so anything can happen.
Thank you very much. Have a good luck.我们刚才是采访到了昨天做出最快单圈的这个约翰森啊，约翰森也是说这场比赛来到了这个新的车队，然后和这个新的队友来进行这个搭档。那么此前拿到这个 China GT 的这个 China GT 的总冠军之后呢，他也是非常的开心。那么这站比赛呢，来到新车队也是非常的高兴，能够和队友来参加8个小时的耐力赛。这边我们看到旁边呢是待会儿潘君麟将会驾驶的85号赛车。这边我们看到，几乎我们的这个看台上，可能95%的观众都是来为这台85号赛车来进行加油助威的。这边看台上的观众的声音已经是要比这个赛车的声浪声音还要大了。然后在旁边我们也是看到了坎马拉。我们现在通过镜头，然后来走进后方的这个发车格。这边的话，我们是来到了第2排这边。这边我们看到了陈维安和他的队友在进行这个合影的环节，而且邓毅和他的队友罗开罗也已经是在远方那边，然后来进行了准备。我们继续往后来走一下。我们来看一下，这是37号赛车。昨天在排位赛当中，这台37号赛车也是发生了爆胎的情况，然后非常的不走运。那么今天是从第3位来进行发车，但是对于这台赛车来说呢，今天我们还是可以给他们更多的一些期待。在我后方这台87号赛车，就是前2年的连续2届的卫冕冠军车队 Origin Motorsport 的保时捷911 GT3R 赛车。那么这站比赛呢，他们和去年2年不同的是，虽然袁波和叶红利都还在这个车组当中，那么今年呢，他们是多了2位全新的搭档来开始今年的比赛。昨天在排位赛当中呢，他们也是来到了第3排来进行发车。今天第1棒发车的车手呢，将会是袁波，但是袁波还没有来到这个车的身边啊。今天的话，我们也是可以看到这4位车手将会为了这个卫冕冠军来进行最后的一搏，而这台赛车呢，也是应该是去年的这台冠军赛车，在在我们的这个一会儿呢，我们将会来。
尊敬的各位领导、各位来宾、女士们、先生们，来自五湖四海的车手、车队成员以及现场和直播间的观众朋友们，大家好！欢迎来到上海8小时耐力赛的开幕式现场，我是今天的赛事主持人邓希丹。金秋10月，丹桂飘香，恰逢国庆黄金周。我们怀着无比激动的心情，相聚在上海国际赛车场，共同见证这场速度与激情的巅峰盛宴。此刻，赛道旁争奇烈烈，看台上人声鼎沸，期待着澎湃的引擎声奏响国庆最激昂的乐章。本次参赛的多支车队带来的超级跑车，不仅是速度
continuation of the Shanghai 8 hours.
好的，现在站在我身边的这位车手呢，就是来自 HCO Fortis Racing by Absolute Racing 的5号车组里面的一位车手 Akash。他刚刚呢也是完成了一节的比赛。那么接下来呢，我们就来询问一下刚刚的比赛情况如何。Hi Akash, how about the race just now?
So far, the stint was quite smooth for me. I was a bit surprised at how long the full course yellow and safety car period was. And I also found it really strange that we had to overtake the safety car twice. But apart from that, it was a smooth stint for myself. We managed to move up from P7 to P2 overall, which is really positive. And if we can keep this going, I'm sure we can have a good result in the end.
Akash 刚才就是说呢，因为在比赛过程中其实也是有几辆这个安全车出来的情况，然后有好几次，所以呢还是比较丝滑。
And go for the overtake. Arabia, where Chengdu became the Zhang Chloe because they're so busy. But 7 car, Chang Kamara, and you habit of putting on some flam is actually pulling away from Eric, and no yellow flags even. Look at it. Yeah. We've still. So Sandra Dang wants to lights of the Mercedes in front. Get out of the incident between the number 6.
在妈肚子里就喜欢。
Yang and
it's quite smooth for me.
The 6 qualification. That's a very 50-50 incident. The man right away, let me go, says the Treble 7 W team have to get their car back on track for Liang Jiadong. And there it is, the 678 BMW of Ten Wu in the Gaha racing machine. Ahead of the 51, that is the incipient car driven by Yang Xiaowei. One of 2 cars in this field that have some form of backing from Pokemon. I don't know whether they're the official sponsor or whether they've just been able to get the license to put those cartoon characters on their car. They clearly saw what the Ferrari team from 33R Harmony did at Sepang for the 12 hours, putting Garfield on the car, and they thought, well, we can put some ourselves then. So the 51 makes the move around the outside to get ahead of the 678 car to unlap themselves, put themselves closely to the lead lap. Well done to everybody watching wherever you are. Lorraine Delcano is professing that it's midnight in LA, and here she is, still watching. You've only got another 2 hours and 20 minutes, so I'd crack open the noodles if I were you. We're going to have a very exciting run to the end here. The 33 racing Ferrari. This is the just between Bob Yuan and Edith Johansson, but the Ferrari's still in the mix. So are 2 of the Audis. only 3 seconds separating those 2. And then we've got James Yu, nearly 4 minutes back. Under investigation for causing a collision. Guess who, folks? I'm afraid to say it's the Uno Racing Audi of Sergio. Nixon Cuts pointing out that it's the Shahrazad on the 51 Audi. We've got 2 cars with Pokemon on them. So a very solid run for all of the contenders. As we get into the closing stages, there is the confirmation on your screen. Under investigation for causing a collision. Sergio Sete Camara, the ringer from Brazil that has been brought into this team to improve their chances. But at the moment, after that incident with the 678 BMW, that car is now under investigation. They're currently in 14th place, and even though a podium in Pro-Am is still possible, it is long gone, as they currently find themselves now 9 laps down from the race leaders. But that incident with the 678 BMW is going to come back to bite them by the look of it. Bless her, Sandra Dang is there at midnight, and her husband has just asked her, why is she watching racing cars at midnight? Well, other than the things you do for Wang Yibo, because it's the best sport in the world. Surely. That doesn't need much more explaining than that, does it? But yes, thanks to Wang Yibo, people do get into all sorts of things. Fashion shows, documentaries, rock climbing, concerts, street dances, the Olympic Games, and now, of course, motorsport. Turn 2 incident between 5 and 22 noted. That is the incident we saw earlier between the 840s by Absolute Audi and the 22 car. That is the car, of course, that belongs to Louis Pret, the Frankenstein Mercedes, that he shares with Zhou Yiran, one of the 3 television and movie stars in this race. The other 2, of course, are Wang Yibo and Hong Mengzhong of the Aston Martin team. So Hang Bo-jun is the other one in this mix. There is the 37 win here, Harmony Audi. Still putting on a good display here to try and recover, and they've just set the fastest lap of the race outright. 2-minute flat, 0.736. The fastest lap had been with Ferrari's 4, very nearly 7 hours ago. And now the win here, Harmony Audi, has taken that fastest lap away, courtesy of their man, Andy Dung. Now, how impressive is it for him to set that kind of a lap time? Well, his qualifying lap yesterday was a 2-minute flat, was a 1 minute 59.905. So to be within a second of that in race trim rather than qualifying trim is very impressive indeed. So off the turn, they come again through the hairpin and charging down that back straight once again. So still, this battle continues. The 87 Origin Porsche looking good for what could be a victory, but he's going to have a lot of pressure from Eric Johansson, from David Chen, from Aaron Lim and Lee Donghui, from the Z-Speed BMW, the 33R Harmony Ferrari, and the Audis of H040s by Absolute and Climax. So still the battles rage with 2 hours and 17.5 minutes to go. Safety cars have a habit of breeding safety cars in these races, but this is a very different motor race to what we saw from the Sepang 12 Hours. One of the best sports car races I've ever seen, by the way, back in March of this year, won by the Ferrari, despite the fact that there were no crashes, no safety cars, no major squabbles. Garfield all over it, and now that's certainly not much paint traded, Irish and no yellow flags now be known. But I will confess that the racing was absolutely amazing. There were great battles amongst the classes. They kept themselves to themselves, and they got the job done without incidents. Mr. Yellow now wants to know if the ESO from Valorant is on that Porsche. It wouldn't shock me, you know. Someone's going to have to zoom in on that and confirm it, but I think you might be right. The win here, Harmony Audi, still going strong. There are the team, just watching on, hoping that this race has a few more twists and turns for their opponents rather than from them. They've had plenty, thank you. The team have finally worked their way back up into 19th place. They certainly don't need any more problems. They've had all their bad luck for this race. They don't need more. But Bob Yuan, in the Origin Porsche in the Silver Am category, is actually pulling away from Eric Johansson in the BMW, who is now dropping to about 2.5 seconds back. There is Sergio Santacamara in the Uno Racing Team Audi that he shares with Wang Yibo. Yibo is not in the car at the moment. Sergio Santacamara is. Back straight. There is the 37 win here, Harmony Audi. That is the car being driven by Andy Dung. New fastest lap for that car. A full 7 hours after the last lap was set. Sorry, a full 5.5 hours roughly after the last fastest lap was set. Bit of a run wide there from Andy Dung. This one's not going to be his fastest lap, is it? He's going to have lost a lot of time there in the final sector. How much time did he lose? It looks like he's barely lost anything. 36.3 for that final sector. Normally he'd lose about a half a second or so. It must be just because he kept his foot in and just hung on to it. So a car under investigation for infringement during refueling. That is Zhang Wenyan for the Ultimate Racing Team. I still don't know what's been the outcome of that incident earlier on for not wearing proper gear, the number 27 car. Nothing more was said about it by the look of it. So I don't really know what the score is on that one, although Jiang Nan and the team manager were ordered to report to race control about 45 minutes ago. So maybe that's what that conversation was about. So Sergio Santa Camara chasing down a Ferrari. Good for any racing driver's CV. Let's ride on board. Left, then right, holding through the hairpin. As the Ferrari of David Chen has got a bit of pressure building now from Sergio Santa Camara. Down the back straight, in the slipstream of Garfield's Ferrari. Or the Ferrari, as the fans on the stream have now christened it. Let's see if Santa can have a bit of a challenge on this Ferrari. Bit of a lock up into the hairpin, is into the pits. Comes the Aston Martin of Liu Peiqi for the Tishin Racing Team. So far, so good, and it really has been a sensational duel all the way forward. Some good performances so far from the crews. And Ferrari definitely looking like it's going to have a big battle with this Audi now. It certainly seems to be the measure of it. So Mr. Yellow wants to know, is there a reason everyone has such funny liveries, a bit like the Garfield of Pokemon? Welcome to Asia, my friend. Asian racing for a bit of a habit of putting on some flamboyant paintworks to their cars. What you've got to do is watch a few Super GT and Super Formula races to know that much is true. But in Asia, we like to have a little bit more fun than some of our European counterparts. If we can put something cool on the side of a race car, we will. Let's see how things currently look for the Ferrari. As into the pits has come Bob Yuan, I think, or at least it says he came into the pits on lap 135. I'm not sure what that one particularly means, that time. No, sorry, the fastest lap of their race was on lap 135. That was the previous lap to this one, a 2-minute 1.516. Sergio Santa Camara still hustling David Chen in the Ferrari, who's really struggling to get this Audi off his case. And Sergio Santa Camara's best lap time of the race so far is at 2:01.479, which is also the car's best lap time. Down to the braking zone for the hairpin. The Porsches trying not to trip over each other. They're battling for the victory, don't forget. They can't afford to have incidents where they're tangling with each other. That's the incipient racing Porsche, trying not to clatter into the side of Zhang Wenyan in the ultimate racing car. Ferrari is now flashing the lights to the Porsches in front. Get out of our way. We are going to come through pretty quickly. Don't cause us an issue. Certainly one of them complies. The other one's holding the racing line. Now, we don't have blue flags in the world of motorsport. The onus is on the car behind, who is faster, to move off the side and go for the overtake. Let's see if there's going to be more action in these next 12 minutes or so before we get to the end of the 6th hour. Little bit of argy-bargy over the curb there for the Ferrari. Desperately trying to stay in front of Sergio Santa Camara and using all of the racetrack and a little bit more to stay in front of the Porsche of Wang Jiahao. That's how determined David Chen is to stay in front in the Ferrari, but Sergio Santa Camara is definitely putting his backs against the rope now. Back on the power. On the short stretch up towards the left-hand square that takes him onto that long flowing right hairpin and onto the back straight again. Looks like there's going to be a driver change imminently at the Tishan Racing Team for Aston Martin. 4th in class at the moment. The most number of cars. point out the class, by the way, is 6, the GT3 AM category. Although one of those cars is in the race. We have 2 official retirements confirmed. One of those is the Mogan Team Track Day King Honda that had an engine failure on lap 14. And then Tang Shihao had a retirement on lap 69 as well. After contact with the Climax Mercedes, that car could go no further. Lights ablaze on the Audi as the Ferrari is dealt with. Round the far side. But a big moment there for Sergio Sette Camara, not what was in the script at all. The braking zone trying to get the move then on the Ferrari. Scary moment, not what he needed at all, and that's certainly put him on the back as he now quests to find the next big moment for him to move forward. Such a narrow margin between balanced and loose in these particular cars. Very scary moment indeed. So Bob Yuan in the Porsche for Origin, currently leading the way. The Treble 7 will get 0.275 of a second added to the pit stop infringement bonus after a transgression earlier on in the race. So that's the kind of addition that nobody's really going to miss. So Nixon Cuts wants to know, I wonder how unsteady the car is with that panel on the side of the car. It shouldn't cause too much of an issue, that one. It'll feel slightly unbalanced in a couple of corners, but I don't really see that being a big difficulty in terms of being able to get the car through corners. It'll just feel slightly off kilter in a couple of the narrower apexes and some of the faster turns. So they're just going to be a little bit more cautious and a little bit more calculated through some of the faster apexes. As the Ferrari laps the Aston Martin. And the Win Here Harmony Audi does likewise, going into turn 1 for sure. Will carry a lot more speed than the Aston will. It's a GT4 car rather than a GT3 car. Big difference in power between those two machines. They look fairly similar in style, but there's a lot more aero on the GT3 car and a significant amount of power more as well. So they're racing in separate races for these car classes. Ferrari dueling away with the 37 Win Here Harmony Audi that Andy Dung is pushing like crazy to try and close up on these guys. Nice to see these battles continuing lap to lap. Time to put on a bit of a show now for these guys. They want to showcase what they're made of, and they're not going to leave anything to chance. Some really exciting battles on track as into the pits. We've got a driver change. This is at the Ultimate Racing Team Porsche squad, the number 718. Change of driver needed. As now we've got Andy Dung all over the Ferrari, and this is slightly awkward for the Ferrari team. They're trying to win the race overall. They certainly don't want to be unlapped by a completely unrelated driver to their battle. But that's exactly what they're facing at the moment. Got to be quite careful about how this affects the balance of the car. But it's certainly going to be a headache they could do without at the moment. As still the battles rage on. To the inside line, we could see another big dive here. That'll do. Much better to just let the Win Here Harmony Audi have it. Ferrari doesn't want to get caught up in silly incidents it doesn't need to panic about. So from their point of view, just let them go, just let them have it. They're not racing them for position, they're several laps down. Just give them the space and let them go. That's exactly what they choose to do. And it's a very sensible move under the circumstances. 2 hours and 5. Still a very solid race ahead of us, and still plenty that can change here in Shanghai as we get to the end of the 6th hour. Ferrari hasn't given up on using the win here, Harmony Audi, to make a gain. But they are currently 8 seconds back from Eric Johansson's BMW. Up the inside, it's Beamer versus Beamer. GT4 trying to go round the outside of GT3. This is brave from these two cars. Having a nice little squabble at the decks here. Oh, sorry, that is the GT4 car. My apologies. That's Liang Jiatong going wheel to wheel with the Zenith BMW. Very different parts of the circuit those two are racing on. The Zenith BMW is currently 15th place on lap 131. And the car it's trying to get past is several laps down. That's Liang Jiatong on lap 121. So there's 10 laps difference between these two cars. So you would be forgiven for thinking that, well, why doesn't the Gaha BMW get out of the way? Well, in GT racing, you don't get out of the way if you are being lapped by the other car. The onus is on the car behind you to do the lapping, move off the line and make the overtake. You can see how difficult that is currently at the moment for the 53 of HCU, and there's a little bit of a rub between them as they get into the braking zone. HCU's getting impatient. Really want to see that if there was actually physical contact between those two cars. As there is the Mercedes that's already had all sorts of difficulties in this one. The 86 Origin car. That's the car that's plummeted all the way to 19th place now. Jiang Jiawei is behind the wheel of that car for the moment, sharing the duties of driving, of course, with Bian Fengjun, Zhang Qishun and Wu Jiaxing. So they've had a very complicated race, that one. It's not been particularly easy to make out who's going to get what done over the course of the race battles. But still, we thunder on. BMWs have settled their differences for the moment. Although HCU is still going to be feeling quite irked that Liang Jiatong got in his way. He must be thinking, look, I'm clearly 10 laps ahead of you. Just move aside and concede. Easier said than done. These two cars are both competing in the GTS category. Zenith Racing are in GTS Silver Am, whereas the Gaha Racing BMW are as well. And don't forget, these are the two cars currently fighting for second place in the Silver Am category, albeit 10 laps apart. So the Gaha Racing BMW team will be thinking, well, we don't have to concede to them. If they want to overtake us, they can do it the hard way by getting up alongside us, making a proper overtake, and doing it with a little bit of gusto. Never mind that the GT3 cars are coming up to lap them. That's the HZO Fortis by Absolute of Aaron Lim, the Malaysian. He gets past one, but not quite past the other just yet. Back on the power once again. Now he'll get the move on the inside of the BMW from the 168 of Liang Jiatong for the Gaha Racing team. So as they work their way through the S's, very good work so far. Everybody's still putting on a very solid effort so far. So Nick Zhang has actually been on the case down in pit lane, and he informs me that the issue that we had a couple of hours ago for the number 37 car, the Andy Dung Win Here Harmony car, that was a motor generator problem. They were having all sorts of issues at the start, if you remember. So that was the contact earlier on that brought out the last of our safety car periods. The 678 BMW having a big accident with the Uno Racing Audi. Then we had these little bit of fisticuffs with the Absolute Fortis Audi and the Frankenstein Mercedes. That's obviously going to be very close in the battle between everybody. But we've had all sorts of thrills and spills over the course of this race so far. Some very good runs for everybody. So a solid effort from everybody so far. But we're getting into the closing stages now. We will have 2 hours to go in the Shanghai 8 hours. 6 hours in. Plenty of dramas, particularly for Mercedes and Audi. But with exactly 2 hours to go in the Shanghai 8 hours, we've still got drama aplenty. As the BMWs in the GT4 class or GTS are still scrapping away. These are the cars in second and third position, but the car behind is in second, 10 laps clear of the car in third ahead of them. So there is absolutely no urgency for the Gaha Racing team to get out of the way of the Zenith BMW of Heitze, which is really causing a lot of irritation, I'm sure, in the number 53 camp. The back end stepping out for Heitze. For goodness sake, man, will you just get out of the way? No chance, says Yang Jiatong. You want to overtake me, you're going to have to prize this place from my cold dead hands as the 678's gone off again. Big problems there for Ten Wu in the Gaha BMW. So the leader's gone through and actually gone onto the grass. He's taken such a tight run. So let's have a look again at what happened. Was it just carrying too much speed through the turn? Yes, too early on the throttle. Very easily done at that hairpin. Now the car has recovered though, so we should not need to go to full course yellows. That is very good news indeed. But still the battles are raging between these two BMWs. Now we've got the move, we're going to get him, plant on the power. But Liang Jiatong is not resisting, he doesn't have to. This is GT racing. Now he finally relents because he's been called into the pits. That could have got very messy indeed just then. That's a very tough situation for the team. They wanted to keep that battle going a little bit further. But they said, do you know what? No, bring it into the pits. I think we just avoided the mother of all accidents between the two BMWs there that could have ended up with bits flying all over the circuit. I think somebody just decided to let these two dogs, look, one of you's going to have the stake, one of you's going to go back in your cage, come on. And so they decided to put one back in the pits. So with 2 hours to go, it's now a case of how hard can Eric Johansson and his teammates, Zhang Zhendong and Zhang Mingyang, put pressure on the Origin Porsche up front. Not that the fans of Uno Racing Team are going to be particularly happy if the Origin Porsche comes through to win. They've taken the penalty that they were given, but they are still leading the race despite the fact they had a collision with this car, currently being driven by Sergio Sete Camara, the Brazilian. This car is still in the mix for the victory though. Third place for the 33R Harmony Ferrari and David Chen. 7 months ago, this car was the winning car in the Malaysian-based Sepang 12 hours after an amazing final stint run from Yasaman Jafar, the local man, who utilised his local knowledge to move his way further forward. So a really exciting scenario for all of the contenders thus far. This is the battle for fourth position, the Absolute Racing Audi. Aaron Lim currently running about 14 seconds clear of the number 777 Climax Audi. This is the car I'm talking about. Currently being run by Li Donghui. He leads in the GT3 AM category, but is 5th position overall. Then we've got James Yu in the 326 Audi. 7th place is Louis Pret in the Frankenstein Mercedes. He shares with Zhou Yadan and Shikai. Then we have Li Tuandu somehow in the top 10 in the 610 Racing Porsche that lost 4 laps at the very start of the race and has been trying to stay on that same sort of rhythm ever since. And then in 10th position is Liu Weiqi in the Level Motorsport Mercedes, but may not stay in the top 10 for much longer because the car that is charging after them is the Uno Racing Audi of Sergio Sete Camara, currently lapping the circuit about 5 seconds faster per sector, never mind per lap. So there is Johansson, 4.5 seconds back from the Pink Pig Porsche, the Jigglypuff Porsche as it's quickly being known, of the Origin Motorsport team. This team used to be known, of course, as the R&B Racing Team back in the day. But they've done an amazing job so far and really putting in a sensational effort in the closing stages of this one after the difficulties that they've had earlier on. Their lights have now come on. They've got green LEDs at the front of that car, which really works very well indeed with the pink Pokemon livery on that car. Trying to go right round the outside of the Mercedes. That appears to be one of the GTS cars. It's a sixth car just in front of them. That is the car belonging to Wang Weibo of the Pointer Racing team. They skirt through on the inside line. And with an hour and 55 minutes to go, still a very solid effort here from the leading car. And you have to commend them for what they've done, especially considering that they've already taken a penalty for the incident that they had with the Uno Racing team and have still managed to get themselves into a position. The 718 now has a drive-through penalty for that refueling infringement. We saw that they were investigated, but now they are going to... Oh, the Climax Mercedes is back in. I didn't see when that happened, but the Climax Racing Mercedes is back in the garage again. More problems then for Li Liqiao. This has been a bit of a disaster of a race for the Mercedes crews, hasn't it? The only Mercedes car that is currently still in the top 10 amongst the GT3 cars is Louis Pret in the Frankenstein racing car, and they have lost over 2 laps to the leaders. So big difficulty then for the three-pointed star. Normally, the Mercedes-AMG GT3 is the car to have. You can see there the Swedish driver in the black cap, Elias Seppänen, 21 years of age from Finland, desperately trying to help the team figure out answers to get that car back out on the circuit. But in an 8-hour endurance, when things start to go wrong, they never stop going wrong. There is Elias Seppänen just trying to suggest to the team what they should do next. Let's see what happened to put them there. Oh, that's what happened. Well, this is what happened earlier on, sorry. This is the incident that put them in trouble in the first place about a couple of hours ago. I thought they were going to have a second incident at the same corner there. See, they got held up by the 56, had to slam on the brakes, pirouette around, and then they got clouted by the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW of Tang Zhihao. They've been out of the race ever since then. The Climax Mercedes has been limping around trying to make it work. And they're waving to us. Yes, it's great to watch us on the monitor. Can we watch something more interesting than our own faces, please? Always amuses me when the cameras in pit lane look at the drivers and they're caught out because they're so busy watching the race, they don't expect to see themselves on camera. So there is the leading car. There is the fan favourite, another pink machine. This is the Audi from Uno Racing, a team that has been there full-time in the China GT Championship this year. Currently at the wheel is the Brazilian ringer Sergio Sete Camara, with a lot of experience in single-seaters over the last few years, raced in Formula 2. Most recently, his teammate Tadan ticked him in Formula E in the ERT racing team. He's now a reserve driver in Formula E, but before that he did have a spell in Super Formula. I'm reading that the latest name to have a crack at a test in Super Formula with a hope for a race seat in 2026 is a Formula 1 driver from this year. His name, Jack Doohan. That would be exciting. We've actually got a round of the Super Formula Championship coming this weekend. I'll be in the box for that one, as well as being in the box for the F4 Saudi Arabia Championship at Bahrain kicking off this weekend. Lots of single-seater action coming on your screens. Motorsport TV for Super Formula, and here on YouTube for the F4 Saudi Arabia. But for the moment, Shanghai 8 hours, still going strong with an hour and 52 minutes remaining. 37, the win here, Harmony Audi, still pushing on strong. Andy Dung, having set the new fastest lap of the race, a 2-minute flat .7. He's just done a 2-minute 1.8, and into the pits comes the leading car. So Bob Duan gets out of the car. Time to change things up in terms of the driver front, and of course make sure this car has got good pace and good speed. Eric Johansson comes into the pits as well for the parking park by Z-Speed BMW crew. So now it's a race between the pit crews as Eric Johansson gets out. It looks to me as though it's going to be Zhang Shendong that gets out into the car once again, the 4-time Chinese touring car champion. Currently spending the main body of his racing season in TCR China. What a fantastic shot that is, overlooking the pit stop. It's like watching a toy car being worked on. But this is one heck of a toy. expensive machine, these GT3 racing cars. But they're so versatile. You buy one GT3, you can race it pretty much anywhere in the world you want. Wait for the minimum mandatory pit stop time to be completed. Then get the signal from the lollipop. When that raises, you can get started. It will be Zhang Zhendong that takes the move on the inside line. When they get back onto the circuit, there goes the Porsche. Going down pit lane. Where is the Z-Speed BMW going to get out? Probably just behind this car. But certainly not by much. As out onto the circuit goes the Origin Porsche. We're waiting for the command from the Z-Speed BMW. Bit of a charge out of the pits as well from the Audi in the background. There goes the Beamer. So back out on course we go for the two leading cars. No longer the two leading cars, because now the car that hits the front is the Garfield Ferrari. David Chen is now your race leader, as the BMW tries not to trip over its younger brother. GT3 passes the GT4 BMW, and look behind them. That's the Ferrari that is yet to make its pit stop in this rotation. So as you can see, the cars are basically a lap down on the Ferrari. That's how much you lose in a pit stop. About 2 minutes or so, roughly. But now the Ferrari is edging its way past to try and lap Zhang Zhendong, which it does. Any gains it can make before it makes its own pit stop, and it could put the Ferrari out in front of the BMW once all of the musical chairs have stopped moving. They've overtaken them for now, of course, but that's because the Ferrari hasn't pitted, and the Porsche from Origin and the BMW from Z-Speed have done so. So now it will continue all the way through. Stratham wants to know, am I doing the full 8 hours by myself? I certainly am. I did the Sepang 12 hours alone as well. And on that occasion, we didn't have the amazing pit reporting team that we have here in Shanghai, of Nick Zhang, Chloe Young, and Kelly Dung. So it was me doing everything. I hosted the show at the beginning, ran up to the commentary box, did the race commentary, and every time they wanted an interview, I had to go downstairs and ask everybody. I lost a lot of weight that day. Okay, I tried to. Back straight for the Ferrari. Now, they've managed to get ahead of the BMW on the outlap, but what's really going to matter to them is how much time are they going to gain out of the pit stop rotation, because it's currently the Ferrari of David Chen leading the way. Are they staying out on track, or are they coming into the pits? The answer is they are staying on track. So the Ferrari stays out there in the mix for the moment. Aaron Lim is into the pits though for HZ040 Spy Absolute, so the Audi comes in. And that's going to drop them behind the Origin Porsche and the parking park by Z-Speed BMW once again. But by how much? So Irish is asking, curious how it's looking like where you are seated, Jay. How are you standing up? Are you standing up for some time during the 12 hours? It's basically 50-50. When the battles increase, I stand up. When things start to lilt a little bit, or when we're under safety car, I sit down. All about measuring energy. I'll write a book about it and tell you one day, I'm sure. But certainly for the time being, Sergio Setikamara is the man putting on the speed here as he charges up behind Zhang Zhendong, a 4-time Chinese Touring Car Championship, trying to fend off a Formula E driver. SZ wants to know, does anyone notice the time that Sergio is covering? Well, he is allowed to run the maximum time in this car. He is a pro driver. In fact, he is a gold-rated driver. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with him running more time than anybody else. And it's certainly looking strong at the moment for him as he continues to push his way forward. Bless you, Nixon Cuts. He says he'd read that book. I tell you what, I'm hoping to release it next year in time for my 40th birthday. The plan is to call it, quite simply, Keep Talking. Follow the social media. I'll let you know when it's out. Sergio Setikamara. right up behind Zhang Zhendong, trying to unlap himself. Hoping for the bid down the main straight. He might get a chance into turn 1. Stilo wants to know, is this race a part of a championship? Technically speaking, it isn't, but it is an extension of the China GT Championship season. 4 race weekends over the season. They had a pre-season weekend at Ningbo, and then they had 4 race weekends, 2 at Shanghai to start the season, then 1 at Shanghai, and then the 4th and final race weekend at Shanghai once again. So all of the teams and drivers essentially from this championship. There are a couple of extras that have decided to look at this as a chance to do a big challenge. But this particular competition as a 8-hour race is separate to the China GT Championship. Round the far side to the right-hander. Sergio Sedekamara still trying to hoodwink the BMW up front. The parking park by Z-Speed car that currently runs in 4th position, under pressure from Sergio Sedekamara, who has brought the gap down to the top 10, down to just 9.5 seconds now. Gaining on the car in front by about 10 seconds a lap over the last hour. So it shouldn't be too long now before the Uno Racing team cracks the top 10 back again once more. Of course, they're going to really struggle to move up into 9th position because they're 1 lap behind the car just in front of them. So there is a lot of work still to do, but that doesn't mean they're going to give up. There is the Climax Audi. That's the car running in 2nd place at the moment. 1 minute and 16 seconds behind David Chen in the Ferrari. But the other 3 cars in the top 5 have all made their pit stops. So the Ferrari stays out, the Climax Racing Audi stays out. And then it's the Origin Porsche, who is currently 18.5 seconds now in front of Zhang Zhendong. That shows you how much time Zhendong is doing to try and keep tabs on the car in front, but Zhang Zhendong just losing a little bit too much time. The Climax Racing car, though, still having a solid race. Li Donghui is the one at the wheel at the moment. The Climax Racing Audi, 2nd position for the moment, 1 minute and a quarter behind David Chen in the 33R Harmony Ferrari. 31 seconds ahead of Liu Ye, now at the wheel of the Origin Porsche. But there's still a fair way to go with 1 hour and 42 minutes left on the clock. The time keeps ticking, whether we go to safety car, whether we go to full course yellow, even if we stop the race, the time continues to tick down. There is the number 15, that is the Level Motorsport Mercedes GT4 car of Liu Weiqi. Looks like we're going to get a driver change there, though. Very talented racer is Liu Weiqi. We haven't really talked about this team that much, so let's do so while we've got an opportunity to. Liu Weiqi, who of course has been a race winner in the Hyundai Cup Club cars this year. He was actually 2nd at Tianjin in round 5. And then he shares that car with Chen Junhua, who is a former FIST AIA driver in the China GT Championship 6 years ago, which is the team that Eric Johansson was driving for this year on his way to the China GT Championship title. And the 3rd member of that team is Jiang Qiang. All drivers are Taiwanese, and this man raced for MP Racing at the Macau Grand Prix in the 2023 GT3 race there. Now, Penichon Racefire, I hope I've said that right, wants to know, when you decided to take on the 8-hour challenge, did you have any idea there'd be 3,800 people from around the planet hanging on your every word? Not even in the slightest. I'm usually doing well if I get 1,000, but I'm very appreciative of all of you. Let's keep this going all the way to the checkers, shall we? Great to have everybody's presence, especially to those of you who have been since the start and have not waned. If you've leant forward and had a quick doze on the desk until something exciting happened, that's fair enough for me. On board with Sedekamara, putting pressure on Zhang Zhendong. Let's ride on board for a minute. That's the GTC Cup car just getting out of the way. Back on the power. That engine's got an amazing chorus, hasn't it? That That's the Stuttgart Symphony Orchestra. All horsepowers operating on fine felt. So a very good run indeed from everybody as they continue to put on a sensational run. But Sergio Sette certainly wants to keep the ball rolling. There are the fans in the stands watching his progress, keeping an eye on the drone. Are you going to give us a wave? Well, one or two of them are. But the mood is a little bit lackluster for the team at the moment because, of course, they were challenging for the victory at the sharp end of the field. And now they are only looking good for a podium in the Pro-Am category. 10th position overall now, thanks to the pit stop for the Level Motorsport team. A long way still to go. But the fans in the stands are here in their 1,000. And they're very much enjoying seeing the boy wonder, Wang Yibo, and his teammates putting on a good show.
Hello, welcome. I'm Garad. What's your name?
My name is Wesley. Nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you. So where are you from?
I'm from America.
America.
Yeah, but I've been living in China for almost 10 years now.
Oh, almost 10 years.
Yes.
Which city?
I live in Qingdao.
Qingdao.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
this time you come to Shanghai
Yeah.
for holiday? Or?
Yeah, for the holiday, and then I saw this happening, and I was like, for sure I have to book the tickets.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you enjoy
Yes.
the endurance, 8-hour endurance, and
Yes. Yeah.
you like sports?
Yes, I love cars, and I love just being able to be here, and just being able to come to China, being able to have real good competitions here in China, it's an awesome opportunity for me. So I don't need to travel other places in the world. I can live here, I can enjoy my stay here in Qingdao, and then enjoy good sports from around the world.
So I also wish you enjoy your holiday in Shanghai.
Yes, you too, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, nice talking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to Kelly Dung, chatting away there to young Wesley, an American motorsport fan who's been living in China for the last 10 years. Very good work indeed. Living in Chengdu. That's a city I can say I've actually been to now. I was there for the World Games back in August. For those who are not aware of what the World Games is, that's one down from the Olympic Games with some amazing sports as part of the competition, including moto surf, which was the reason I was there. Billiards, karate, pool, snooker, and even tug of war are involved in that particular competition. Definitely worth going back and having a look at it, where Chengdu became the center of world sport in August. Great to see those fantastic competitions. It really was absolutely amazing, those 2 weeks. I got to spend a few days in Chengdu, having an absolutely fantastic time on behalf of the moto surf community. It was really cool to be part of such a fantastic competition in the World Games. We had an absolutely amazing time that week. And of course, some really exciting escapades and some exploits as everybody put on such an amazing display there in the moto surf category. Looks like we got a driver limbering up to take over from Sergio Sette. I wonder which driver it's going to be. We're about to find out. It could be Rio. It could be David Pun once again. Or it could be Wang Yibo. So the car comes to a stop, dead on its space there. And it looks to me like it's going to be Rio who takes over from Sergio Sette. That'll do nicely, as Rio will get back behind the wheel for the second time. And with an hour and 35 to go, there may not be another member of the team going out. So Rio, the man from Hong Kong, who's been very instrumental in making this all go according to plan. He did a fantastic job earlier on, and it's great to see him putting on a great display. He was very strong indeed earlier on. They clearly decided, right, it's time to get a little bit more firepower back in this Audi. Not that there wasn't any from Sergio Sette. Fans in the stands staying loyal. If they're wearing green, it is 10-1 that they are fans of the Uno Racing Team car. what's the betting that you'll be able to buy a small die-cast version of this from the likes of Mini GT or Spark models or Solido or something like that in the weeks to come. Currently running in P10, hoping to stay there. But now that Rio is behind the wheel, well, anything's possible. Got to wait for the mandatory minimum pit stop time to be completed, then the lollipop will be removed and they'll get the command to leave. The Ferrari has made its way down pit lane, so that's a change in personnel, as it is for the Climax Racing team as well. There goes Rio in the Uno Racing team car. There's still several laps down though. The big move is going to come from the Ferrari. Where is David Chen on the out lap in the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari? Is it still David Chen behind the wheel, I wonder, or has he changed for another car? Well, there is the Origin Porsche of Liu Ye, and where is the Ferrari by comparison? We need to see where the two cars are in relation to each other. I think the Porsche is ahead, but I wouldn't want to guess on that, as the Ferrari has reminded to me by Irish. That's an amazing nickname for a car that's got Garfield written all over it. There is the Porsche. We look back behind the Aston Martin, and there's still no car in sight. So we're waiting to see when David Chen comes through the third sector. Will it be behind the Origin, or will it be ahead of it? I think it's going to be behind it. It might even be behind the parking park by Z-Speed BMW as well, as in comes the 678 car. That is the Gaha Racing of Zhang Huilin. Zhang Huilin's lap times have been about 10 seconds off the pace of everybody else of late. That was the same during his first stint as well, though, so clearly his stints are not going to be as long as his colleagues around him. So we'll see what the lap times are when the Ferrari comes through. A 45.81, just fractionally behind the parking park by Z-Speed. So David Chen is right in behind Zhang Zhendong in the BMW. We could see a very juicy battle kicking off for second place any moment now. Chris Banner pointing out that his tape job needs a tape job. How many more rolls of tape do these cars need? Hopefully not too much more. So back into the race action the car will go, and with an hour and a half to go behind the wheel. Endurance racing is very much about a marathon rather than a sprint. You've still got to race the car as hard as possible. You've also got to make sure that car is going to reach the checkered flag. We know already that two cars are not going to do that. The Z-Speed BMW of the number 27 crew, they had damage at the 69th lap of the race. And so they're not going any further, nor are the Honda FK7 TCR team. After just 14 laps, their car had a burst engine on the back straight. But the number 27, we didn't really get the chance to talk about them much in detail. But that's a very strong trio of driving in the car, unfortunately. It's a shame that the Z-Speed team are out. The team made up of Yang Haojie, the CEC double winner at Chengdu and Tianfu this year. He also raced in the China GT Championship for 33R and in TCR China this year as well. So footed man is Yang Haojie. Also Jiang Nan, who was the man who did a fairly decent job on his stint. 2 podiums in China GT this year for 33R Harmony, and was also second in the Sepang 12 Hours TCR class last year. So driving a GT3 is a big step up for him. And also Tang Zihao, who of course is the TCR Asia race winner in the Cup class in 2025, as well as taking on the TCR China Challenge class and coming up with podiums in the process. So the battle will still rage on for Rio now that he's behind the wheel of the Uno racing car. But look at this, the battle for second place as Zhang Zhendong is trying to shake off the man who is now behind the wheel of the Ferrari. There is a driver change, and it's Liu Kaixun. So this will be exciting now, because Liu Kaixun is a driver that has fireworks written all over him. 3 times a winner in the Pro-Am category of Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia this year. 1 in the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia last year. Give him any racing car and he will do wonders with it. In the last 12 months, he has raced a Porsche, a Lamborghini and a Ferrari out here in Asia. Not many people can say that. And what a lifestyle that man must live. Absolutely incredible. So, Amanda Jane is watching along in the UK, thoroughly enjoying the race and supporting Team Uno 85. 5 minutes to 9 o'clock. I hope you haven't missed the school run. Just tell them to walk, it's quicker. Hour and a half to go then in the Shanghai 8 hours as the Ferrari of Liu Kaixun gets back up to speed and tries to charge after Zhang Zhendong, the 4-time Chinese touring car champion. So let's see if there's going to be one final sting in the tail here. At the moment, the Origin Porsche leads the way by 22 seconds after a very tactical pit stop. Ferrari is right on the tail of the BMW of Parking Park by Z-Speed. Zhang Zhendong versus Liu Kaixun. So the Ferrari's still going strong up at the sharp end of the field. That's how exhausted the teams are, watching along and kicking back. Some drivers have told me that it's actually harder to stay awake during an 8-hour or a 12-hour than it is during a 24-hour. I'm not quite sure how that works, but the team have told me that some of those races are actually harder over 8 hours and 12 hours than it is for 24. I guess partly because in a 24 you've got more time to make up ground if you lose some, but even in terms of your energy levels, apparently for a 24-hour it's easier to find the energy levels than it is for an 8 or 12 hour. I don't quite understand how that works. But don't worry about my energy levels, folks. I thought about this very carefully before getting into the commentary box. I decided to go to bed 6 hours before the start of the race. Woke up, had a nice hot cup of peach juice. It's very good for the throat. A nice banana and some very nice breakfast bars. They've been keeping me going all the way. I shall have an unbelievably large bowl of ramen when this is all over. But everybody else is going to enjoy this right the way to the finish line. 5 minutes to 1 a.m. for Des Renee. Been watching straight out of work. Good for you. I'm sure you don't have anything important to do tomorrow. 8 to 12 hours is tougher than 24, asks Evigens. Perhaps because of there being more time for recovery between stints. Almost certainly the case. But certainly you've got to remember as well that this isn't an 8-hour race for the drivers and mechanics. It's closer to 12. Because you've got to get up, get to the circuit, prepare the car, get it to the grid, stand it on the grid, make sure it's A-OK. Then at the end of the race, not only have you got to have the podium ceremony, but you've also got to start the pack-up procedure for going home. So it's more like a 12-hour race than an 8-hour race for these guys. Maybe wants to know, how many drivers do you have for a 24-hour race? Again, it very much depends on the organizer. For Le Mans, it's a statutory 3. For the Nürburgring and Spa 24 hours, you can have 4 drivers. Depending on the lower end of a 24-hour race, some teams at some events will let you have 5 or 6. But again, it very much depends on the type of event it is. But for the Le Mans 24 hours, you only get 3. Have a think about that for 5 seconds. Now, those are real racing drivers. 1 hour, 26 minutes, and a whisker over 15 seconds still to go. Going to be a really exciting battle for this car to try and hold on to now. They've got a 24-second lead, but if there's one full course yellow, if there's one safety car, then their lead evaporates in a heartbeat, and suddenly they're running scared from the cars behind them. Although fair credit to the Chinese driver, Liu Yi, who's been really solid since he got behind the wheel of this car. His teammate may have coloured himself in enemies for the little incident they had earlier, but don't be too hard on Gu Meng, also known as Jason Gu. 4 podiums in China GT in 2025, 2 GT Sprint wins in 24. He's also a content creator in his day-to-day. He's the man behind Beiji Talks Cars. So he's not the most avid professional of the drivers in that crew, but this man, the 33-year-old from Taizhou in Zhejiang, Ye Hongli, also known as Liu Yi, he's been racing in Asian Le Mans since the 2017 season, raced in the GT World Cup at Macau, and has also been part of the GT World Challenge in Asia for almost the same length of time as his Asian Le Mans campaign. A very sturdy man to get behind the wheel of that car, and it would not shock me at all if they keep him at the wheel for the remainder of. So Desmond also wants to know how many 24-hour races are there. One of the big races, we've got the 24 Hours of Daytona in California. My apologies, no, Daytona is not in California, is it? There are 2 Daytonas. There is one in California, but there is another one in Florida, and that's where the Daytona 24 Hours takes place. I'm tired, bear with me. The Daytona 24 Hours taking place in Florida on the Daytona Speedway every January, I should say. It's the Sebring 12 Hours that comes after that, about a month later. Then we have the 24 Hours of Le Mans that takes place every June. That's where you'll see a lot of movies being made about it, a lot of stories written about it. Even some famous racing drivers have gone and taken part in it in the past, not just from the world of racing, but also from the world of Hollywood. The likes of Steve McQueen, Michael Fassbender, and Patrick Dempsey have all had a crack at the Le Mans 24 Hours in the past, including the Olympic athlete Sir Chris Hoy. He also took part in the Le Mans 24 Hours. There's been a lot of movies made about it, including Steve McQueen's own Le Mans film, Ford versus Ferrari, featuring Matt Damon and Christian Bale back in 2019. And also, quite recently, the Gran Turismo movie based around the life of a real-life driver, Jan Mardenborough, who went from the video gaming world into professional racing driving as a Le Mans 24-hour competitor. It's one of the most famous races in the world. They say of the Le Mans 24 Hours, you can fit an entire Formula One season into a week. And I would absolutely agree with that. I got to commentate on the Le Mans 24 Hours back in 2016, and it is like walking around in a giant Lego set. The other big 24-hour race that takes place in the year is at the Nürburgring. So the Nürburgring 24 Hours, which uses the old configuration of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, a car that was originally designed, built and conceived by the dictator Adolf Hitler to aid the automotive design of the big brands such as Auto Union and Mercedes-Benz in the 1920s. And now it is one of the most prolific race circuits on the planet. 100 years on since its design and birth, drivers refer to it as the Green Hell. Very beautiful part of Germany it's in, and every racing driver, especially every racing driver on this grid, would dearly love to take part in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. We're looking at the Frankenstein Racing Mercedes, the car that's being shared between Piquet, Louis Brett and Zhou Yiran, another very talented movie star who is behind the wheel of this Mercedes at the moment. And with an hour and 22 minutes to go, it'll be fascinating to see how far into this race this car will remain. Currently, the Mercedes is currently running in the hands of Louis Brett up to 6th position. They have risen very well indeed over the last 2 hours. So P6 is where this car currently finds itself. Where is it in relation to the race leader, I hear you ask? Well, the gap is 2 laps. So they are looking good still for a podium in the GT3 Silver Am category, but they've got to make sure they don't lose ground to the car that's 2.5 seconds behind them. The 326 Racing Machine from Audi of Zhu Shiyi. See there watching along on the inset monitor. Zhou Yiran is watching on at the moment, just trying to keep an eye on things. Efis Jens points out on the stream, I was fortunate enough to go to the Nürburgring for DTM this year. First race he ever visited outside of Belgium. It's a vast circuit, but wow, it's massive when you see it in person. It totally is. I will never forget the lunch that I had at the Nürburgring in 2023 with the legend that is John Watson, former Formula One race winner, won the 1976 Grand Prix for Penske, and promptly shaved his beard off. It was a bet that he had with his manager, and he never grew it back. One of the many fabulous stories about this sport. Don't get me started on them, otherwise we really will be here until Friday. The Gaha Racing BMW about to set off on its way again. The 168 making its pit stop, and it's going to be Chen Shugang who takes over that car now. We've not heard much from Chen Shugang in this race. I wonder if they've just decided to leave his stints until the very end. But a very talented driver is Chen Shugang, GT Sprint Challenge, GT4 Am winner at Shanghai, that he shared with his teammate Wang Chen. of course, they're sharing that car with Chen Xiaokei, who has raced in Lotus Cup China this year, Hyundai N Cup last year, and a former race performer in winning mode in both the Pro and Master categories at the Lincoln Co Challenge Cup back in the day. Fourth member of that team, of course, is Liang Jiatong, who's been a winner this year in both Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia and the GT World Challenge of Asia as well, and won twice in the GT Cup at the Macau Grand Prix back in 2022. Jens points out, John Watson mentioned, certainly miss him for his commentary for GT World Challenge. So much wisdom and amazing stories. I couldn't agree with you more. 3 of my greatest ever weekends in motorsport that I spent as his commentary colleague in 2023 at Monza, Spa and the Nürburgring. I will never forget them. Very special moment for a man who was never a racing driver first, only watched motor racing as a fan on a sofa. Getting ready to go. This is Shi Wei, the only female driver in the race, getting ready to take back over command of the Jiangxi Racing Team Aston Martin Vantage. She did a great job in her first stint, actually, stayed largely out of trouble, although she did get pitched off the road in one of the earlier stints. The other team got a penalty for it, and she's been absolved of blame and everything. She's a great driver as well, winner in the Lotus Emirate Cup of China 2025. Competed in CEC last year as well as the Ningbo 4 Hours. So a very talented young lady is Shi Wei, who's known to her fans on social media as Tiedu. Right, this is getting spicy now. Now that the Ferrari is up to temperature, they have caught up to Zhang Zhendong on the parking park by Z-Speed BMW. It's time for Garfield to pounce. Can the BMW scamper away from the Ferrari? You know what? That nickname is going to stick from now on. Up to the first corner. BMW trying to work its way through. Vivian Leigh wants to know, what is the difference between the 7 different colours? It denotes different classes of racing that these cars are in. So currently we've got a GT3 Silver Am car leading the entire race. 2 GT3 Pro Am cars in pink behind them. The leading GT3 Am car is the yellow car in 5th position. The leading GTS Silver Am car is currently 11th in the hands of Chang Chen Xiong. And then we've got the leading car in the GTS Am category, that is Che Xiaoyi in the 650 Incipient Racing Porsche. So all 7 of those different colours denote a different class of racing. So we've got 7 races in one race, as it were, although technically we've only got 6 because the TCR car dropped out of the race on lap 14 with a massive engine blow to the Honda FK7 TCR car, with the Macanese driver Chong Chi-on at the wheel down the back straight. Go, go, Garfield, says Jiazyan on the stream. And it looks as though he's up for the scrap. This is the car that won the Sepang 12 Hours in Malaysia back in March, don't forget. So this is where things are going to get very interesting as the BMW drifts quite wide through the hairpin. You start to get the sense that it's feeling a little vulnerable here. Zhang Zhendong in the Park and Park by Z-Speed BMW under intense pressure now from the Ferrari. Liu Kaixun has got himself up to speed now. And the man who's been a race winner this year in the Pro-Am category of Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, driving the Lamborghini Huracan, an even more lurid racing car than the Ferrari 296, I should say. But what an opportunity he has got in front of him now to snatch this second place away from Zhang Zhendong, the 4-time Chinese touring car champion, 2015, 16, 18 and 21. Now racing in TCR Asia, this BMW M4 is definitely a much more tricky beast to tame than a TCR. Certainly a lot faster and certainly a lot heavier too. But who's going to crack under the pressure first? Will it be Zhang Zhendong, 4-time CCTC champion? Or will it be Liu Kaixun, driving the 33R Ferrari that won the Sepang 12 Hours 7 months ago? Jiazyan was so proud that she'd seen the Garfield car up close, parked in real life at the auto show in Malaysia last April. It is very cool when you look at it up close. I can only slightly top that, and that was being in the pits after it won the race in Sepang, when you saw all 47,000 of the flies that it had picked up over the course of the 12 hours of racing. and you can still smell the slightly charred rubber on the tyres after what had been an amazing stint by the Malaysian Yazaman Jafar in the closing stages. It looks like Liu Kai-shun is going to try and emulate him. He's starting to look for that gap on the inside of Zhang Zhendong. No point going for the overtake when you're too far back. You can certainly start to step up the pace. Omar Mohammed says, kudos to the commentator for reading comments on the YouTube amongst the flood of hearts from the fan base of Team Uno. They have got a solid team and they are pushing hard. Fair play to the crew from Uno Racing with Rio now at the wheel. They've made their way up to 10th position. They fell as far as 19th at one stage, so great work for them to get back into the top 10. Through to the hairpin, bit of a twitch from Zhang Zhendong. Liu Kai-shun swarming all over the back in the Ferrari. Two very different cars, very similar in terms of build. They look very different. The BMW is quite a lot taller than the Ferrari, but the BMW has the power on the straights. The Ferrari has the mechanical grip in the bends, and that's what makes this battle so even. Up to the right-hander. Looking for the gap on the inside. On the inside. But that BMW is so much faster off the turn than the Ferrari is, but the Ferrari can carry a little bit more speed through the corners, and a little bit too much taken there by Liu Kai-shun as he kicks up the gravel on the way through. Down to the braking zone, headlights ablaze for Liu Kai-shun. Any trick he can pull out of his sleeve. If he can pull that rabbit far enough out of the hat, he can pull off a magic trick on Zhang Zhendong. But fair play to this man up front. Liu Yi, or Yi Hongli if you are Chinese, has done an amazing job up in front of turning the fortunes of this Origin Porsche car around. They had headaches earlier on when they were penalised for the contact with the Uno Racing Audi. But ever since then, they've handed the car to the other members of the team. They've taken the penalty, they've hampered their progress, they've worked together to rebuild the progress as the Ferrari really starts to eat into the gap now. Liu Kai-shun trying to get that move on the inside of Zhang Zhendong, who goes out wide onto the marbles. Got to be careful now, down the back straight, and they've got some slower traffic to navigate. BMW pops out from behind the Porsche Cayman first. That's the 650 of Che Xiaoyi, who is currently second in GTS behind the Pointer Racing Mercedes. There is the Pointer Racing Mercedes. The 56 car is only a few seconds off the road. Big charge up the inside from the Ferrari. Liu Kai-shun executes the move perfectly into the hairpin. Not a lot that Zhang Zhendong can do about it. He gets alongside him trying to get back on the exits, but there's a BMW in the way. Oh, the irony. As the BMW drifts wide out of the final turn, that finishes off the move for the Ferrari, and there's a nudge from the BMW down the straight. What are they playing at? This isn't NASCAR. You can't get away with that kind of stuff here. A little bit of frustration there from Zhang Zhendong, and the Ferrari drifts wide through the first hairpin. Oh, the fury is starting to rise amongst both drivers. Zhang Zhendong fed up that the BMW's superior power isn't a match for the Ferrari's mechanical grip. And Liu Kai-shun clearly hopping mad that he suddenly had a radiator grille shaped like a BMW in his rear wing. What's going on? Nothing in it between these two at the line. There's a little bit of savagery still to come in this duel, isn't there? You can just tell. Meanwhile, Shi Wei gets ready to get herself aboard the Aston Martin Vantage to take over from Liu Taiji. Very talented racing driver is Shi Wei. Has a great social media following as well. Give her a look and you can follow her progress through the motor racing world. Races in pretty much everything out here. Lotus Cup, having been a winner in the category. Very able driver indeed. I have to say, there seems to be much more of an equal opportunity for racing drivers at this level amongst the female contingent than there is in Europe. And I think that's to do with the fact that the attitude is slightly different about motor racing in Asia compared to European motorsports. Certainly in my experience in the last 2 years of living out in Asia, what I have seemed to have witnessed firsthand is that in Europe and America, there's a lot of nepotism. It's a lot about bringing finance to a drive. If you've got money, well, we'll put you in the car. Can you drive the car? Well, we'll sort that out later. You'll pay the bills, and that's what matters. Or your friend has given you a drive because dad put some money in or something along those lines. In Asia, what I tend to find more often is, can you drive the car? Good. Let's go racing. And so there's a lot more opportunity for women at this level than there is for men. Certainly in Super GT, there have been more opportunities for the likes of Miki Koyama and Lilu Wadu in the last couple of years. There's the move from Liu Kai-shun. He almost didn't manage it on the exit, did he? Just kissed the grass on the inside apex. And look, that windshield wiper is actually bent out of its position. They haven't used it, but that's the superior speed that Ferrari has been using. It's actually bent the windscreen wiper out of shape in a straight line. So that just tells you how fast these cars are actually going. If you put so much strain on them for such a long period of time. There's a problem for the BMW! The parking park Z-Speed car is slowing for Zhang Shendong. The BMW's in trouble. Oh, big disaster. So the BMW having a major problem. It looks as though they're limping. They're going to have a problem and get back to the pits. Yep, smoke coming out of the car. What has happened to the BMW? In all forms of motorsport, particularly in endurance, you never know. You never know what's going to happen next. And for BMW, it's their first bit of trouble. Now, if I'm the BMW team, I get Eric Johansson to wake up. Get him on standby, because when this car, which may have a decent problem here that could take quite a long time to repair, he's having to come off the racing line, and that's no good because he's on the marbles down the back straight. Listen to that. That is a very ill-sounding BMW indeed. So now we'll try and find out what happened to that car. And it's an interesting point that's made by Ibalzar. That little tap down the straight might have punctured the radiator. On the car, much damage, but it looks like all of the damage is coming off the left rear of the car. Might be bodywork rubbing against the wheel. Maybe a slow puncture developing for the BMW. Whatever it is, it's costing them a chance of the victory here. It's not over yet, but it is possible. Vivian Lay, fabulous name by the way. Vivian Lay wants to know, can the in-person audience hear my commentating? I don't think so. I'm fairly sure that they could during the Sepang 12 hours, but not during the Shanghai 8 hours. I think they get the benefit of a Chinese commentator trackside. And into the pits comes the BMW, and it's looking pretty nervy now for the parking park by Z-Speed squad. Driver gets out of the car. Nobody's there to take over. They pull the seat out, but they're going to put Eric Johansson behind the wheel. It wouldn't shock me at all to put the China GT champion in the car. There is Eric Johansson finishing off, getting ready. They've got time to look at the car. And in goes the newly crowned China GT champion, Eric Johansson, the 28-year-old from Vaxio in Sweden. Won the first 4 races of the year in China GT this year. Where did he win them? Right here, Shanghai International. So they're taking the wheel off and putting the new wheel on. I don't see any damage to the old wheel. Maybe it's a slow puncture with that car, but potentially they're looking under the car to try and figure out if something has collapsed. Maybe it's a drive shaft issue. Well, we'll figure it out. I think we'll find out the answer if there's something aesthetic with the car that's wrong or whether it's mechanical with the car that's wrong when they send that car back out again. The outlap will be very telling. And now we'll get to see whether this is going to be a headache for the BMW that puts them out of the race or whether it's just a temporary blip that gives them a chance to regroup. Certainly for the moment, Akash Nandi and Liu Wei will get the chance to move ahead of the BMW. So let's find out. They get the chance to go. Little dust and brush up of the windscreen wiper, no rain. Now the blue flag at the exit of the pit lane just reminds the driver there are fast cars on track coming, so just beware that you're going to have to be a fairly slow car in the mix of all this. In GT racing, certainly in this particular event, the blue flag is only being used at the end of the pit lane. Certainly in Formula 1, the blue flag is used to get a slow car out of the way of the car in front. That is not needed in GT racing. The onus is on the faster car behind. If you need to get through, you need to get the move done. As there is the Enzo Fortis Racing by Absolute Audi of Akash Nandi passing the pits and getting ahead of the BMW. So that's third position gone for the BMW crew and the Malaysian team from Enzo Fortis by Absolute Racing that picked up a couple of class victories at the season finale on home soil in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Championship last month are now able to go for outright podium. Of course, it will also be second in the Silver Ram GT3 category. But the BMW is out in front of them by the look of it. Oh yes, they are out in front of them. But they are out by nearly a lap behind them. So that annoying sojourn for the parking park by Z-Speed BMW has cost them a lap. Any chance now of going for the victory? Almost done. I say almost done because you just don't know what's going to happen in this last hour. In China GT this year, across the 8 races that have been part of the championship weekends, we have seen all sorts of drama. And those races last 55 minutes. Well, we've got an hour and 3 minutes still to go. There's more smoke coming off that car. I think there's a bigger problem here for the BMW. He's back in the pits again. If anybody's going to know that there's an issue with that car, it's going to be Eric Johansson. He comes straight back in. There's more problems than meets the eye for the BMW crew. So there is our answer. Are they going to be fighting for the victory now? No, sadly not. This is clearly what is potentially going to be a terminal issue for the Z-Speed Parking Park BMW crew. This is a new team, of course, for Eric Johansson. He's getting straight out of the car. There's no point. Forget it. Forget it. It's undrivable. I think that might be game over. What a shame. The team that led for so long, they got the original pole position into the garage and out of the Shanghai 8 hours. What a disappointment. It was looking so good for the BMW M4. And now, almost certainly, that car is out of the race. There might be something they can do to put it back into the race again, but any chance they had of winning in either the overall or the GT3 Pro category is now long gone. However, if you're a fan of the Uno Racing team, your hearts have just gone into overdrive because that could elevate their team into second in Pro-Am. Depending on how long BMW stays in the pit, if they lose 8 laps, then suddenly the Uno Racing Audi moves up into second place in the category. So now the victory in Pro-Am is almost guaranteed to be the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari, unless they hit trouble as well. If they hit trouble, then it could suddenly be the most unbelievable racing comeback in history for the Uno Racing Audi, because they're still circulating. Admittedly, they're currently on lap 163 compared to the Origin Motorsport Porsche on lap 171. So there's an 8-lap gap between those two cars. But hey, if this BMW is going nowhere for a while, suddenly they're going to move into second place. What on earth happened to the BMW? No doubt we'll get one of our reporters on the case. Nick Zhang, Kelly Dung, and Chloe Yang reporting for us down in pit lane. Still myself, Jake Sanson, on the commentary. And we're going to be there for the entirety of the last hour. It looks like the wins are almost set in stone. Almost, I say. because I know what motor racing is like. It can change dramatically in the last hour. But certainly for the Origin Porsche team, they look on course to win overall and in the Silver Am category. But they are only 40 seconds ahead of Liu Kaixun in the Ferrari, which now leads in GT3 Pro-Am. The GT3 Am leaders are the Climax Racing Audi, currently in 4th overall. The GTX Silver Am leaders are Level Motorsport in 11th place in their Mercedes. As round the outside goes, the Gaha BMW still trying to recover in the hands of Ye Zichao, now running in 9th position and currently a minute ahead of the Uno Racing Audi. And then the leaders in GTS, well, that's the Pointer Racing Mercedes of Alan Lowe. And then the sole GTC car of Zhang Meng, running in a very beautifully judged race. But they've had some problems of their own for Zhang Meng in the 610 Racing Porsche. So they are no longer ahead of all of the GTS cars. They've actually lost 2 laps to the leading GTS. They've just about got time, I think, to get back ahead of them, but it wouldn't shock me if they stay down. So we continue on, doing a fair job. As now we're looking at the race leader, Leo Yi, in the Origin Porsche. 39 seconds ahead of the Ferrari, or the Ferrari as it's now being known by our fans. The Garfield car in 2nd position overall and leading in the Pro-Am class, looking good for a victory. They won't win overall, but they'll win their class in back-to-back events, and that will have to do for the 33R Harmony Racing team. Unless something untoward occurs for the 87 Origin Porsche, and they've come close a few times, don't forget. But the Jigglypuff Porsche is out in the lead of this race. I can't believe I got to say that. Jigglypuff leads Garfield. In through turn 1. And Leo Yi round the outside of the Porsche that is currently leading the class in incipient racing. Well, is almost leading, 7.4 seconds back from the leaders now. What an amazing comeback Che Xiao Yi has brought in for the team. Chris Banner definitely gets a high 3 for being here for the last 5 hours. It ain't bad. Next year, you'll just have to go one better to be there for the 7 hours so far. But now we go into the final hour of the Shanghai 8 Hours 2025. Let's have a look back over some of the highlights from the last hour. On a circuit like the Shanghai International Circuit, the home of Formula One since 2004 in China, we were always going to have some big battles. This was a pretty tasty one. Sergio Sette Camara pushing too hard in the bid to get ahead of the Ferrari and very nearly ruining the team's race after they had just managed to get back into the top 10. But there were more problems to come as Liu Kaixun got the overtaking move on Zhang Shengdong in the BMW. The fight back was a little bit too aggressive for anybody's liking, particularly for the team themselves. A little bit of a nudge may have done more damage to the team than first realised. But everybody is just going through the motions as we enter the final hour here at the Shanghai 8 Hours. After the quiet and calm of the Sepang 12 Hours, despite how exciting the race was, this one has been chaotic and full of carnage. But in the last hour, it looks like things are finally settling down to the checkered flag. But now that I've said that, you can guarantee that the last 45 minutes or so are going to be absolute pandemonium here at Shanghai on the international circuit. But there's still going to be a very solid race to the flag. We've got 7 hours done. And so far, it's the Origin Porsche that leads by 40 seconds to the 33R Harmony Ferrari. The HZ040s by Absolute Audi from Malaysia, a minute and a half back from the leaders. Climax have been lapped, so too have Frankenstein Racing twice. 326 have had so 3 times. The Parking Park by Z-Speed BMW has so far lost 4 laps. And if they lose 4 more, then the Uno Racing team, made up of David Pun, Rio, Sergio Sette Camara and Wang Yibo, are going to move back into 2nd place in the Pro-Am class category. Just 2 cars have retired from the race so far, the Z-Speed Wuhan BMW and the Mogan Team Track Day King Honda TCR. Everybody else is still going. We've got 2 cars still being worked on down in their garages. Lili Chow in the Climax Mercedes. That car hasn't moved for quite some time, it has to be said. And so too for the second of the Mogan Team Track Day King cars, namely the Mercedes GT4 in the GTS category. They haven't moved for a while either. And the fifth car that might not be going anywhere further is the BMW M4 of the Parking Park by Racing by Z-Speed team. We just don't know how many laps they're going to lose, and we don't know what the severity of their incident is. That's the problem. So back out onto the course again. We've got the battles between the Audis that have just about survived all of the onslaught. There is the 37 Win Here Harmony Racing Audi that has climbed all the way to 15th despite losing 14 laps at the beginning of this race. They've made back just one of them, but it's going to be very little compensation for the team from Win Here Harmony Audi. They're still going to have to do a heck of amount of hard work here to get a podium, unless we don't see the BMW back out on track again, in which case they'll inherit the podium. The car they've just overtaken is the Treble 7 Climax. That's the car that is leading the race in the GT3 AM category. Currently running in 4th place for Liu Wei in the Climax machine. That's the other Audi. And they're ahead of Roy Tang in the 610 Racing Porsche and the Gaha Racing BMW of Yates Xiao. That's what the podium is going to look like in GT3 AM at the moment. Only 5 of the 6 cars are still racing. One of the GT3 AM cars has retired. That is the number 27 Z-Speed BMW of Tang Zhihao. That's the Wuhan community car. So their race came to an end quite a long time ago, unfortunately. But it's certainly being a really exciting run for all of the contenders. And we continue to find our way further forward here. Up to the far side. This is the Frankenstein Mercedes going around the outside. Louis Pret is going to make this one look easy. Around the outside of the 86 Mercedes of Bian Fengjun. Having a great race now in 5th position and looking good for a podium in Silver Am GT3. Despite the little love tap that they're getting from the other Mercedes. Civil war. Civil war at Stuttgart, perhaps. Obviously had all sorts of difficulties for the Ingolstadt 4 rings. Now things are looking pretty tricky for the Mercedes crew. 2 cars having slightly too close a run there. They got very lucky indeed, I have to say. Lan Yungyue points out, I think it's fair to mention this race has been far more entertaining than the last few F1 races. Well, we like to think we can put on a good show. Certainly been very entertaining across all 7 of the classes for various different reasons. In the TC class, we don't have a race anymore, sadly, because on lap 14, we had a massive engine blow for Qing Chi On's Honda FK7 TCR car on lap 14. Race over and class over, of course, because nobody else was competing in that category. In the GTC Cup car for Zhang Meng and the 610 Racing Porsche 911 crew, they've made their way back up into 16th position, having made up some time. And they're now only 2 laps away from the leading GTS car. That was the car they were hoping to beat. They just wanted to be ahead of the leading GTS. On 1 lap, they've been able to do that, but they've had a few melees since then. In the GTS categories, there are 2 classes, GTS and GTS Silver Am. The Silver Am team are the leading car at the moment in GTS for Jiang Qinxiang in the Level Motorsport Mercedes, and they are currently running in 11th position overall. And we've also, of course, got a big push from the GTS crew in the Pointer Racing Mercedes, number 56. They are the leading car in GTS, only 8 seconds ahead of the incipient Porsche of Jake Xiaoyi. Third in GTS is the car of Yang Chunlei, the Ultimate Racing Porsche, currently ahead of the F1 Academy wildcard from back in Shanghai, Shi Wei, who is racing in the Aston Martin Vantage for Tianjin Racing Team. And her lap times are looking pretty good at the moment. She's lapping 3 seconds a lap faster than Yang Chunlei in the Ultimate Racing Porsche. So they still have a chance of a podium in GTS with a fair amount of time to make up. This is looking miserable for the BMW crew in the Parking Park Racing by Z-Speed team. They are about to drop down out of the top 10. And if that happens, then the Uno Racing Audi is going to be promoted into second position in the class, 9th position overall. So there is the Origin Porsche of Leo Ye, currently lapping in the 201s, faster than everybody except James Yu in the 326 Racing Audi, who's managed to crack into the 2-minute 1.3 mark on the last lap. There's the Ferrari, looking good for the Pro-Am victory in GT3. And there is the car that's looking good to be promoted up into second place. All it's got to do is pass the pits 2 more times with the BMW going nowhere, and they're up into second. So now Rio continues to work his way forward as the light starts to fade here. 49 minutes to go. Well, you don't need stand verbal language to know that that's looking pretty hopeless for the BMW crew. All the drivers getting pretty restless. Eric Johansson, newly crowned China GT champion, comes over and says, is there any joy? Is there anything left for the car? It's not looking likely. The body language there, talk to a mechanic that's tried everything they can to get it running. I have a feeling it'll be back to the factory. They'll have to try and replace whatever part it is that's broken. Not something that can be done in the garage by the look of it. And so, Rio, in the Uno Racing Team Audi that he shares with David Byrne, Wang Yibo and Sergio Santacamara, is about to move back into second position in the Pro-Am category, albeit in 8th position, but it will feel like a fairy tale for them after what have been 4 dejected and very painful hours for the team. They did not want to be in this position, but it's certainly looking like that they are going to work their way back forward now. The Gaha Racing BMW has gone forward. I think somebody's gone to get Wang Yibo. Look, we might have a chance in this one of finishing second. I think we're about to take it back. Into the pits comes the leader. Leo Ye in the Origin Porsche comes in. So depending on when the Ferrari comes in, I think the Ferrari may take the lead of the race here. It will be brief because they will obviously need to make one final pit stop themselves. But of course, it'll be down to who goes into the car in the last stint. So here is the 85, the Uno Racing Audi, out of the final turn and passes the pits to the roars and the cheers of the fans who have worked out the situation, as through goes the Uno Racing Audi and is promoted to second position in Pro-Am. It may not be a win, but second position will be a great return on the investment for everybody in the team. A very challenging battle for all of the contenders as the Porsche goes through the motions of what could be its final fuel stop. Jay Xiaoyi for the incipient racing team, hoping that they can do a better job in the closing hour. But it looks to me as though this car is pretty much on the course for the victory. They're actually about to be caught up by Liu Gaoliu in the Win Here Harmony Audi. That shows you how much progress they've made of late. And it looks like their car is going to move up into third place in Pro-Am and steal a podium after the nightmare they've had. But out onto the circuit goes the Origin Porsche, formerly in the hands of Leo Ye. I didn't see who's taken over that car, but I'm sure it's going to be revealed very shortly. So Leo Ye, who obviously had a very solid run in his stint, now hands over the car. The Ferrari has gone past the pits to take over the lead for the time being. But the 87 Porsche still looking good for the win overall. Never, ever, ever give up, because you never know what's going to happen to your rivals. You never know what's going to happen to your car. All it takes is for one car to fall by the wayside, and suddenly the fortunes will change. So down in the pit lane, we've got the 87 car, the Origin Porsche on our screens. They are leading in the GT3 Silver Am. They were leading overall. After the pit stops, they could be again. Let's enter the pits.
好的，我们现在是来到了87号车组，采访的是车手顾猛，来给我们分享一下你今天的比赛，自己感觉自己跟队友跑得怎么样？
我队友肯定是展现出了非常绝对统治力的实力，所以我们现在一直也保持在领先。当然现在不能话说太早啊，因为场上8个小时的比赛，什么都有可能发生。所以我觉得保持住我们的速度最重要。现在。
那你觉得参加这次8小时耐力赛，你个人最大的收获是什么呢？
我觉得收获肯定是这么长距离的比赛，提升自己的速度肯定是第一位的。那么其次，8小时的比赛对于车队或者整个车组的考量就是尽可能的少犯错。那当然可能我自己开比赛也会比较急，所以利用这一次比赛好好的去提升一下自己的心态啊，去提升一下自己的圈速吧。
是的，那我相信每一位车手参加这个比赛都各有收获，那也预祝你们车手比赛成功。
好，谢谢。
好的，谢谢。
Thanks to Kelly Dunn for conducting that interview down in the pit lane. I am told that it is still Leo Ye behind the wheel of the Origin Porsche. They elected not to change drivers at the last pit stop. Perfectly within their rights to do so, provided that they adhere to the minimum or maximum mandatory driving times of the drivers around them. But certainly the Jigglypuff Porsche back out on the circuit and running a very smooth race now to the end, as long as everything goes according to plan for them. But Liu Kaixun is now leading in the Garfield Ferrari. Jigglypuff versus Garfield. It's like the nightmare cheese-induced offspring of two video games that should never meet together. But Garfield versus Jigglypuff is the way it looks at the front end of the field in GT3 Pro-Am and Silver-Am. Never did I think those words would be in the same sentence, but that's exactly what we've got. Frankenstein Racing in the Mercedes, still doing a fair job here, up to 5th position in the hands of Louis Pret, Zhao Yiran and Shige. So a very solid race battle continuing on, but it's the Ferrari, as they've been christened by the fans in the stands. Excellent display for our contenders up at the sharp end of the field. And as Envio Fiubo points out on the YouTube stream, it's the animation war at the front end of the field. Garfield versus Jigglypuff. The big cat versus the pink Pokemon. There in the background is the Aston Martin, currently being driven by Shi Wei, the F1 Academy wildcard in China at the beginning of the year. Very talented racing driver is Shi Wei in her own right. She raced and won in the Lotus Emira Cup at the beginning of this year in China. F1 Academy wildcard, raced in the Ningbo 4 Hour, has competed in China endurance in many different categories, has a great potential to move forward. There is the Frankenstein Racing Porsche for what could be its last pit stop of the race. So still, we battle on, getting to our final pit stop phases, 40 minutes to go. You can see there that the car has just overshot its marks, but in GT racing, it's not that complicated an issue. You just need to keep things flowing to the middle stages of the race. I'm not sure who's behind the wheel of the car now, whether they've kept Louis Pret behind the wheel, or whether they've elected to put either Shige or Zhou Yanan at the wheel of the car. But certainly the team is looking good for, at the very minimum, a second place in the category now. But Akash Nandi in the HZO Fortis racing by Absolute Car, doing a fair job to continue the battle. There is the Climax Audi, currently in 3rd position for Liu Wei, staying out a little bit longer than their counterparts, so they're elevated up into 3rd place. But it really is going well for Akash Nandi in the HZO Fortis by Absolute Car that's just had a pit stop. So that car could well be on course for a 2nd or 3rd overall, depending on how the merry-go-round of pit stops continues. But wonderful to see anybody running at the top end. Still taking your comments and questions. UYC says any car could blow an engine now. They certainly could. We certainly had a big engine blow in the first hour of the Honda FK7 TCR. That blew on only the 14th lap, would you believe? And there have been mechanical problems to strike many cars. Some have been repairable, some have not. Certainly for the Z-Speed BMW crew in the Wuhan car, the number 27, that car is game over for them. They only completed 68 laps. But it's looking like the sister car, the Parking Park Racing by Z-Speed car, is not going to go any further either. If they stay in the pits for another 2 laps, they're going to lose the 3rd spot on the podium to the 37 Win Here Harmony Audi that had 2 misfires, 2 anti-stalls in the first part of the race. Now, what's going on here? Well, that's one way to get past the competition. It's not the smartest way for the 86 Origin car. So Bian Fengjun makes himself a real enemy against Roy Tang in the 610 Racing Porsche. There is Roy Tang, the Singaporean. Was that an overtake, or was that just simply shoving me out of the way? I think that's Roy Tang's question to his team over the radio. Did we see that? Don't we think that's a little bit too aggressive? So it sounds nice and easy if you're Rita Umar. Drive safely until the finish. But this is sports car racing. Just because you're driving safely to the finish, that doesn't mean somebody else won't get tripped up. Somebody else won't spin in front of you. Got to keep your wits about you. You're tired. You're hungry. Your energy levels are dipping. You can't even remember your name at times. You're concentrating so hard on what's going on. Very easy to make mistakes in these situations, especially when you've got so many great drivers to go up against. Lan Yingyu wants to know, did your son love the Pokemon cars pictures? I haven't asked him, to be fair. I'll double check. Yes, the answer is, it is indeed Jigglypuff. And he's also told me that it's not a Charizard, it's a Mega Charizard. Or at least one of the Mega Charizards. Anyway, apparently there's 2 variations. It's the only time in history when my son has taken an interest in my motor racing commentary career. More cars with Pokemon, please. Love you, son. Thanks, buddy. Now, the leaders at one stage are now about to lose their position on the road to the Akash Nandi. Absolute Audi, as off the road goes the Mercedes behind them and rejoins. So Liu Ye, who is currently a lap ahead of the HZO Fortis Racing by Absolute Audi, loses position on the road to it. So that's a slight concern, because that could be the beginning of the end for that Porsche. If there's a problem that's developing, they've got to be careful. So now you're going to have to see if there's a little bit more to come from this battle. Akash Nandi getting through. Is that the beginning of a big problem for Liu Ye and the Origin Porsche? The race battle got away in the last hour. But we'll have to see if it's going to be history repeating itself like in Sepang. Ferrari took the lead in the last hour and held on to the finish. Is it going to be the same in Shanghai? Has the Oye got an issue with the Origin Porsche? Why would the Akash Nandi HZO Fortis by Absolute Audi car find it so easy to get ahead of the race-leading Porsche? The answer is, I don't know. But certainly Akash Nandi was snapping quicker on the last lap than the Porsche. The Oye dipping into the 2-minute 3s, while the leading cars are on the 2:02s. So they're currently going a second a lap quicker than the 87 Origin Porsche. Don't tell me that they're in trouble. This could be tricky. Got to keep it going all the way. But this could be a very tricky end for the Origin Porsche team. It's not over yet, folks. We're going to be pushing right the way to the death. And for Akash Nandi, that puts the HZO Fortis by Absolute car into 4th overall. 2nd place in the class. There is the Ferrari that leads the way, ironically enough, being chased down by the Uno Racing team car of Rio that has now worked its way into 2nd position. You're looking at 1st and 2nd in the Pro-Am category. Annoyingly for you, especially if you're an Uno Racing team fan, is that the gap between them isn't a couple of seconds, it's 8 laps. But these are the first 2 cars in the class. Down the back straight. And these two cars can essentially sit together for the last 35.5 minutes of the race. But how far into the race can the Ferrari go before it needs to make a pit stop? If they make a quick splash and dash, they might just be able to make something of this final stint. Let's see what happens. Are they coming into the pits? No, they carry on. So if the Ferrari can go the distance, as Rio went a little bit wide there. Problems down in pit road in the BMW camp. Oh no, wait, that's the 37 of the Win Here Harmony Audi. They have just, by the way, moved into third position in the Pro-Am category. Remember their nightmare first hour when they had 2 anti-stalls in the first half an hour? That cost them 14 laps while they got it repaired. Well, they are now just 13 laps down, and they've moved up into third place in the class. It's not what they wanted at all from this race. They are currently in 12th position. They wanted to be fighting for the overall podium, but they're still looking good to take some silverware from this race, at least in the GT3 Pro-Am category. And they're certainly now ahead of the BMW of the Parking Park Racing by Z-Speed crew, which looks to me as though it's not going any further. What a shame. So there is the Ferrari staying out in the hands of Liu Kaixun. How much further into the race can they go? If they can last 34 minutes without refueling again, then this car is going to win the race. If they do have to pit again, they've only got 59 seconds on Leo Ye in the Origin Porsche, in which case it would almost certainly go the way of the Jigglypuff Porsche for the overall victory. So will it be the Garfield Ferrari, or will it be the Jigglypuff Porsche? 33R Harmony versus Origin Motorsport, the team formerly known as R&B. Look at the marbles that have come off the tyres down the straight. That's what all those little black dots are on the road. Ferrari gets out of the way of the GT Cup car just in the nick of time for the braking zone. And the Ferrari rumbles on. That's the climax Mercedes. Right, we could get a full course yellow here, and that could change the entire race. If the Ferrari can wait until the full course yellow, they can get so much closer to the Origin Porsche on the pit stop. They can give themselves a quick splash and dash. But they've come into the pits now. They've come in now. If we go full course yellow, the Ferrari is right in the hunt for the victory again. And it's the age-old story of motor racing. Ferrari versus Porsche. Oh my word, this could be the game-changing moment in the race. The climax Mercedes is down and out on the sidelines. It looks like the 85 Uno Racing Audi is not going to have a driver change, nor is the Ferrari. It's a quick splash and dash under full course yellows. The Ferrari can steal the win. We wait to see where the Origin Porsche is. They're coming through sector 3. If we get full course yellows any moment now, the Ferrari's going to get out in front of the Porsche. Where is the Origin Porsche? They haven't made it through yet. They're at the line. The Ferrari's in front. The Ferrari has made their smash and dash pit stop. There is the Origin Porsche in the last 35 minutes of this race. The win, the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari has done it again. Just like they did in Sepang. Full course yellow. There's nothing that the Origin Porsche can do about this. The 710 Climax Mercedes comes out and parks on the circuit. I can't believe they've done it again. The 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari never counted out. The Ferrari has got itself into the position where it can go back to back for the race win. Absolutely incredible. And now they've done a smash and dash. They're under full course yellow. They're not going to run the gauntlet. They're going to have fuel to get to the end. They can push harder in the closing stages. And the Porsche will not have much of a response here. I know what the Uno Racing fans are going to be thinking. They're going to be thinking, karma. But the Ferrari has nailed its strategy to perfection. So the yellow flag, for those who don't know, mean there is no overtaking. They have to stay in their positions without overtaking, as out of the car gets the 710 of Elias Seppänen. The Finn walks away from his car. It's game over for the Climax Mercedes. If you're a fan of Mercedes, this has been a horrendous 8 hours for you. Apart from one car, ironically enough, and that is the Frankenstein Mercedes. Currently with Zhou Yiran at the wheel. And he's on course for a potential podium in the Silver Ram category. He's just got to catch and pass James Yu in the 326 Racing Porsche, 326 Racing Audi, sorry. As Elias Sepinen, under full course yellow, gets out of the car and walks away. That's the race over for Climax. Certainly in the Mercedes it is. It was already hitting the bricks anyway. They had dropped to last place. They were trying to make it to the flag. With half an hour to go, I don't think they're getting back out again. But what an opportunity now for the Ferrari, the 33R Harmony racing car with Garfield on the bonnet. I think that moniker is going to stick, to be honest. But how they have turned this race around and just quietly got on with it. They've not been particularly dramatic. They've not been pushing harder than they need to. They've not been the fastest car. They've just been the most consistent car. What was that I was being told by Dan Wells in the Lamborghini Trofeo Asia paddock a few weeks ago at Sepang? It's better just to go relatively quickly, not the fastest car out there. Just keep the car plugging away. And there is the Origin Porsche that slumps down to second place. They cannot believe their luck. What a dramatic turn of events, and we've got less than half an hour to go in this race. Has the Origin Motorsport Porsche got a response for the 33R Harmony Ferrari 296 before the end? Or are the Ferrari crew going to do the unthinkable and get the job done in both the Sepang 12 hours and the Shanghai 8 hours? That is why we love this sport, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. 8 hours, you sit there and think, oh, it's just going to go on and on and on. It's just going to be endless. It's going to be dramatic. It's been edge of your seat stuff since we went to green. Such a long time ago now. 7.5 hours ago, we started this race. And I knew going in with all these potential maladies, with all these cars on the grid, with all these different classes, with all these different points to prove, this was going to be a nail-biter to the last. And boy, were we right. 28 minutes to go. And even though the Ferrari is leading, it's not done yet. The Origin Porsche can still get back into it. All it takes now is one slip-up, one trip over a back marker. And the race suddenly turns around. Nothing like a midweek endurance race, eh, folks? God bless the Mid-Autumn Festival in China. God bless the Shanghai International Circuit. And God bless sports car racing. Shanghai 8 hours, the perfect way to have a holiday in China. And they've come from far and wide to be here. So have you to tune in for the entirety of this race. It's going to be a nail-biter to the last, but I tell you what, this could still go down to the wire because there's only 11 seconds under full course yellow between the 33R Harmony Ferrari and the Origin Porsche. When we go back up to speed again, and we're now going to safety car to tighten up the field, this could be a sprint now to the finish. So the safety car is going to wave it by until the Ferrari. There it is. So the safety car doesn't actually have to do that much hard work here. This is going to be a relatively fast restart. There is the Porsche in the background. It's only got 4 cars between them and the Ferrari. On this restart, it is going to be fever pitch. Who says races were long, dull, and boring? No chance. So there is your top 3 in each of the classes. Yu Kai-shun in the 33R Harmony Ferrari will win that class pretty much whatever happens now because they are 8 laps clear of the Uno Racing Audi. But the Win Here Harmony Audi has got themselves up into 3rd place, the fastest lap of the race from Andy Dung, and he's got behind the wheel of that car to end the race. In the GT3 Silver Ram, it is still the Origin Porsche that leads the way and probably will till the end, ahead of Akash Nandi in the Absolute Audi and James Yu holding on to the 326 Racing Team podium ahead of the Frankenstein Mercedes, which has a slim chance of getting it back, made better by this safety car because they're now on the lead lap. And of course, everything's going to tighten up. So the chance for Frankenstein Mercedes to close up on James Yu in the 326 Racing Audi just got 1,000 times better. In GT3 AM, it is Liu Wei in the climax. Audi in the lead ahead of the 610 Porsche. And then behind them, it is the 678 Gaha BMW 2 laps back. In GTS Silver AM, it's still Level Motorsport, who's led the way pretty much for the last 7 hours now in that class, ahead of Heitze Yu in the Zenith BMW and Chen Xiaokei in the Gaha BMW behind them. And then in GTS, it's Huang He in the Pointer Racing Mercedes ahead of the incipient Porsche of Che. And unfortunately, on this occasion, the safety car isn't really going to improve the chances of the Tianxi Racing Team's chances for lady driver Shi Wei to get onto the podium ahead of Yang Chunlei for Ultimate Racing. So under safety car, let's head to the pits.
好的，现在站在我身边的这位车手呢，就是来自 Climax Racing 的777号车组里面的一位成员李东辉。刚刚呢也是完成了非常精彩的一节比赛。那么想问一下，因为比赛还剩大概半个小时就要结束了，那么你可以总结一下刚刚今天的比赛吗？
对，今天的比赛呢，就是我们在昨天其实排位的时候拿到了总别的杆位，然后今天也是如愿在就是 AM 的杆位在发车，然后呢头3个小时其实安全车频发是状况非常多的一个情况，然后我们前面的策略也是尽量保证的安全去完赛，然后呢，包括我们快的车手也安排在了后面的2棒去进行比赛，然后去能争取的追更多的时间。然后因为我下车的时候已经到了全场的第5，然后也顺利交棒给我们的吕薇，然后现在也获得了一个非常好的名次。
好的好的，因为我看到你还把这个家人带在身边，有没有什么想要对家人和队友说的话呢？
就是祝愿大家都可以安全完赛，然后享受比赛。
好的，也希望在比赛的最后阶段呢，一切都可以顺利的结束，加油
Thanks to Chloe Young down in the pit lane. She's been working hard along with our on-the-spot reporters, Kelly Dong and Nick Zhang. But now we are getting ourselves ready as the safety car is in at the end of this lap. And we'll only have 23 minutes left of the Shanghai 8 Hours of 2025 with the big 2 crews from 33R Harmony Racing in their Ferrari 296 and the Origin Motorsport Porsche to battle for the victory in the closing stages of this race. The safety car lights will go out. They do so now, and it's now down to Liu Gaixun. Can the Ferrari make it back-to-back victories, or will the Porsche steal the win back? This is now essentially a sprint race to the flag between these 2 cars. In the background, the cars are still trying to catch up to the leading pack, which they should just about do before this restart. But now it all comes down to 2 men. Liu Gaixun versus Liu Ye. A 22-minute sprint race around the Shanghai International Circuit in GT3 cars. Liu Gaixun drops the hammer in the Ferrari. And off we go. But there's 4 cars in the way between the Origin Porsche and the Ferrari. But we're on cold tyres. Anything can happen. As we come out of the final turn for probably and certainly hopefully the last time in the Shanghai 8 Hours 2025, it's green, 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 green at Shanghai International. And it's Ferrari versus Porsche, the age-old rivalry. So Liu Gaixun takes the lead into turn 1, no problem at all for him. There's a bit of traffic to navigate for the Origin Motorsport Porsche. With Akash Nandi in the absolute Audi right behind the Origin Porsche, but a lap away. Good start from the Ferrari. Good start too for the Origin Porsche, but he can't afford to trip over those BMWs. And look in the background, we've got the hard-charging Win Here Harmony Audi. Andy Dung is great in these sort of conditions. He can make up some good time here. And he's actually going to be up on the same lap as Zhang Qianshang to get into 11th position. Lights ablaze for the Porsche. Get out of the way, Rio! Side by side. And he really had to work hard to get that one done. Rio was not going to let him have anything he didn't want to give him. And there is Akash Nandi in the H to No 40s by Absolute Audi. Trying to dive his way forward. Now the Porsche is all over the back of the Mercedes. Get out of the way. I'm trying to catch the Ferrari. Who cares? I'm in my own race, mate. But he does move aside and let him go. So the 86 Mercedes of Yan Fengjun obeys the command. I'm surprised they didn't hold them up for longer. But of course, those are the two cars in the same team. So at the earliest chance to get away, they will support. So down the straight, this is nail-biting stuff in the garages between the Origin Porsche team and the Ferrari. Only 3 seconds between them. 8 hours of racing, and it comes down to 3 seconds. That's what the best motorsport will give you. Unpredictability and a finish right to the death. After 8 hours, we are still here. We are still close, and we are still on the ragged edge. Down the straight, Liu Kaixun leads Liu Ye by just 2.7. Either driver makes a mistake, the other one is going to take the victory now. They've just got to keep the pressure sky high for the rest of this race. But of course, the tyres have got cool again. They've got to try and heat them up. There goes Rio round the outside of the 86 Origin Mercedes of Yan Fengjun. And round the far side now, there is the Origin Porsche trying to close up on the number 50 Audi that's in the road in front of them. That is the car belonging to James Yu in the 326 Racing Team car. They don't want to lose too much time to the Frankenstein Mercedes behind them. Where is the Frankenstein Mercedes for the record? Because they've still got a place to try and go for on the podium. I think the gap is going to be too much in the last 19 minutes, to be fair, for the Frankenstein Mercedes. They're going to just miss out on the podium unless there's a big disaster befalling one of the cars in front of them. Akash Nandi in the Absolute 40s Audi is too far ahead to really be a problem. And James Yu is 19 seconds up the road, so they need a really dramatic end to the race here. But with 18 minutes to go, it's Ferrari versus Porsche all the way. Just 2.7 seconds cover the two leading cars after nearly 8 hours of racing. This is why GT3 sports car racing is so good. Down the back straight, just the number 50 now between these two cars. James Yu, who's in his own race, don't forget, in the GT3 Silver Ram category. The car behind him is a car he's racing against, but he's got no chance of beating him because there is 3 laps between these two cars. But the car 19 seconds behind them does have a chance of eclipsing them for the podium. And that is the car currently being driven by the Chinese movie A-lister, Zhao Yiran. Oh, a bit of an off there for Rio. Rio's gone off in the final turn. But it's okay. Second in GT3 Pro-Am is still pretty much nailed on for them, because they are several laps clear of Andy Dung in the Win Here Harmony Racing Audi. He's just completed lap 177. The Uno Racing Team car is 4 laps ahead of them. 17 to go. Minutes, that is, not laps. These laps will take about 2 minutes each. So, doing the quick math, I think we're going to end up with about 8 to 9 laps left of this race, depending on what happens in those closing 16 and a half minutes. But the Ferrari is making good work of it. What are the lap times doing? Liu Kaixun just did a 2:02.0. Liu Yi did a 2:01.6. He was nearly half a second quicker. Can he make up the 2.3 second deficit before the end? This is going to be so tight. But the Porsche is gaining on the Ferrari. That's what you need to know. They can follow in the wheel tracks of James Yu in the 326 Racing Audi. But this is time now for Ye Hongli, also known as Liu Yi, to push forward. Out of the turn, back straight. What are the sector times? Quicker in Sector 1 by 1/10 of a second. Quicker in Sector 2 by 2/10 of a second. The Porsche is raining down on Ferrari's parade. The gap is going to be less than 2 seconds at the line if it keeps going like this. That Audi really needs to get out of the Porsche's way if they're going to challenge for the victory. They come forward. Get out of the way, man. I'm going for the victory. The blue flag waves for the Audi. In the closing stages, I think we all want to see what this battle is going to give us. 15 minutes to go, and the gap is down to 1.7 seconds. The headlights ablaze to try and get that number 50 out of the way. The Win Here Harmony Racing Audi is under investigation for too short a pit stop time. Because of course in GT3 racing, if you're only just joining us, you have to be in the pits for a minimum mandatory time, which is set by the regulations. You've got a minimum mandatory for tyre change, you've got a minimum mandatory for driver change, you've got a minimum mandatory for refueling. So if you're under that, you're going to be investigated for an illegal timed pit stop. Finally, Leo Ye gets ahead of James Yu. And so now there's nothing but daylight between Liu Kaixun and Leo Ye. Ferrari versus Porsche. Either driver makes a mistake, the win goes the other way now. Who will get it done? Will it be Maranello or Ingolstadt? Ferrari or Porsche? This is so difficult to predict now. Liu Kaixun holding his nerve. Just got to keep it clean now. You cannot afford to run into hot water. We're not quite going to reach 200 laps, but we are certainly going to have a very tight finish to the end here as the Porsche closes in the first sector. A tenth of a second quicker in sector 1. 4 tenths quicker in sector 2. They can see the victory. It's right there in front of them. So will it be the Ferrari or the Pokemon Pink Porsche? Garfield versus Jigglypuff. Big mistake for Leo Ye. You can't afford to run the gauntlet of track limits this late in the race. If you pick up a track limits penalty now, the win is gone. 10-second time penalty for the 37 Win Here Harmony Audi. That will change nothing as far as the podium in the class is concerned. But the gap is down to less than a second. 9 tenths between Ferrari and Porsche. 33R Harmony versus Origin. It really is nail-biting stuff. If you've got a seat for these last 13 minutes, I guarantee you're only going to need the edge of it. Can Leo Ye put the Ferrari driver Liu Kaixun under enough pressure to force the mistake, or will he have to go for it? The Ferrari is so close to getting the double. The Sepang 12 hours and the Shanghai 8 hours. Can they get it done twice, or will Origin Porsche steal the win away from them in the last quarter of an hour of this race? Yet again, it comes down to the last 15 minutes. Look at the nerves in the pit lane on the inset. Origin can barely look. The team, once known as R&B Racing, they rebranded at the beginning of 2024. And this team that engineers so many different racing programs out in Southeast Asia. They run teams in Formula Regional Middle East, in F4 Southeast Asia, in Lamborghini, Super Trofeo Asia from time to time, and certainly in China GT. This is the team that really wants a big win. This would be such a game changer for Origin Motorsport. But for 33R Harmony, this would be the clean sweep of big enduro victories in Southeast Asia. The Sepang 12 hours, plus the Shanghai 8 hours. This is so tight now. 12 minutes, and it looks like the Porsche's gonna eat up the Ferrari. Can Liu Kaixun hold on to this? They've only got 11 minutes, but the Porsche looks so quick. This is going to come down to gutsy, determined driving. This is the lap where the Porsche finally gets to challenge the Ferrari for the win. 4 tenths of a second, 11 minutes to go. Into turn 1. Liu Kaixun running wide, but gets the line back to hold the inside from the Porsche. First big attempt for them could be the hairpin at the foot of the hill here. They get back on the power. And Leo Ye looking for his move on Liu Kaixun. Liu versus Ye. First big defensive move from the Ferrari. Porsche's not close enough yet to really gung-ho. But you've got to time this right. The Porsche trying to outfox the Ferrari as they sweep through the left-hander. The Ferrari is good on the bends. The Porsche is good in a straight line. And they've got that really long straight coming up. That big dive into the hairpin. And yet again, these two great brands meet. Ferrari versus Porsche. They are irresistible, intertwined in motorsport folklore. And it's going down to the wire here in Shanghai. Left-hander. Back on the power, careful. Don't overcook the throttle now. You know the other driver's going to give you so much pressure. 10 minutes left. Down the back straight. And surely there's going to be the first whiff of an overtake here for Liu Yi. But I don't think he's quite going to be close enough to show it up the inside line. Liu Kaixun holds his nerve. Will there be a big launch forward from the Porsche? Yes, there will! He goes for it, but surely he's going to overshoot. The Ferrari gets back on the inside and takes the lead back. No, you don't! What a season finale this is for the Chinese GT calendar. The championship already wrapped up, the Shanghai 8 hours with only a few laps left in it, and the battle is right on. Porsche can try again. Got to look after these tyres. The winner is going to be the one who can look after their tyres the best. The light is fading. The Ferrari is poised, but the Porsche is hungry. Back out of the hairpin section once again. Back on the power once more. Ferrari versus Porsche. 33R Harmony versus Origin. Where is the move going to come? Will it be the hairpin again? But Ferrari can be so cunning here. Liu Kaixun can coax Liu Yi into the move. It doesn't matter that he's been able to catch up to the Ferrari. It's now the smart man that wins this race. Look at the pressure coming from Liu Yi as he puts two wheels on the gravel. Just about saves it. But this is the toughest race Liu Yi has ever had to try and keep up with this Ferrari and then make a move. Back straight coming. So much closer to the Ferrari. Surely it's a foregone conclusion. But if Liu Kaixun can inside line, he can hold him at the braking zone and keep that inside line for himself. 7.5 minutes to go. Jie Xiaoyi in the incipient Porsche in front of them. It looks to me as though the Ferrari will hold on one lap longer. The Porsche really trying to keep Liu Kaixun guessing in the apex. Very tight out of the turn. Could he go for a move into turn one, maybe? Lips in the final corner. Everything else is completely irrelevant at this point. It's now time for Ferrari versus Porsche. 0.4 of a second again. 7 minutes left. Turn one. Get the radius tightened up. There's a Porsche in the way. Could this be a headache? Not enough of one. Ferrari gets away with it. So does the Porsche. This battle will not be destroyed by a back marker. But it looks like Liu Yi got a better exit than previously. This could be the chance. Liu Kaixun's got to hug that inside line on the inside. He'll try. He'll dive for the inside. The move is there. The Origin Porsche gets in front. But the Ferrari's slow in, but fast out. There's still door to door. And this time the Origin Porsche finishes the move. They've got the lead. Much to the dismay of the team from 33R Harmony. But the Ferrari won't give up. Liu Kaixun is going to try again. Nobody's celebrating yet. This isn't over. But the Porsche's got to maximise that long end pace to get away from the 33R Harmony Ferrari. It's not over yet. Now Liu Yi becomes the hunted rather than the hunter. But is the car quick enough to get away? Or have they used their tyres? Origin are delighted. But will it last for the last 6 minutes? For the moment, it looks like it will. put a bit of a distance between himself and the Ferrari. But all it takes is the traffic jam that's coming up. If they get held up in the wrong part of the race circuit, then suddenly this is open again. They've actually locked up down to the hairpin. The Ferrari's not done yet. But we've got slower cars in front. 5 minutes left. The Origin Porsche has taken it, but both cars are still scratching it. Liu Yi has taken the lead of this race in the final 10 minutes, with Liu Kai-shun and the Ferrari still there. But all Liu Yi's got to do is place enough back markers between himself. Big washout from the Ferrari, trying to go round the outside at turn 1, and surely that puts the race victory to bed for the Ferrari. I don't think he's going to get another shot. All Liu Yi has to do is keep putting cars between himself and the Ferrari at the critical point. And it looks to me as though the Origin Porsche has snatched this victory. We've still got 4.5 minutes left. That's 3 laps in my book. But don't count this out for Ferrari just yet. I've seen races in China GT this year settle on the last lap. It's not done yet. There's a lot of flotsam and jetsam in front of them, a lot of traffic to navigate. If the Porsche gets it even slightly wrong, it goes back in the favour of the Ferrari. And the Ferrari's getting through this traffic slightly quicker than the Porsche. This isn't over. But Liu Yi certainly quicker at the moment than the Ferrari. A 2:02.5 on the last lap compared to a 2:03.8. Maybe the tyres were just not quite enough for the Ferrari. Maybe they should have considered changing the Ferrari tyres as well. But then that would have conceded the win for them. It would have conceded the lead for sure. It was a brave gamble to only go fuel rather than tyres as well. It gave them the lead under full course yellow, but they had no idea it was going to go to a safety car. That would have put this on an equal playing field again. But the Ferrari would have had better tyres. They'll be ruining not changing the tyres at that final pit stop, because the safety car would have neutralised it. Yes, they'd have lost the lead, but they'd have had fresher tyres than the Porsche. As it is, the Porsche has fresher tyres than the Ferrari. And with 3 minutes to go, it's going to be Liu Yi that has the better car. 1 second between them. 3 minutes to go, but it's not over yet. Just because they've made the move, just because they've got some space, they've still got some traffic in front of them to negotiate. The final 2 laps of the Shanghai 8 hours, and can you believe this has gone right down to the finish? Absolutely extraordinary. 2 laps remain, and the Ferrari is doing its best, but getting stuck in traffic at the crucial moment has really given it hard work. Only 1/10 of a second slower in the first sector though. Ferrari hopes are still alive. There is the Climax Audi that's going to come through for the victory in GT3 AM. All 3 of these cars are going to be winning cars in their respective classes. It'll be the GT3 Silver AM winners Origin, the GT3 Pro Am winners Ferrari, and the GT3 AM winners Climax in the top 3 overall. So quite literally, in the top 3, everyone's a winner of their individual classes. The GTS Silver Am victory is going to go the way of Level Motorsport in the Mercedes number 15. The GTS win will go the way of Pointer Racing Mercedes in the GTS number 56. So even if Mercedes couldn't triumph in GT3, at least they will in GT4 in both classes. And the GTC car will come through 15th overall after only being 15 laps down from the leaders. That's not too bad, given the circumstances. There is the leading GTS car in the Silver Ram category, driven by Chang Qianxiang for the Level Motorsports Mercedes team. What a conclusion, though, as the light almost disappears completely here. It's getting very dark indeed, but no matter, headlights ablaze for every car as the Climax Racing team come through for what will be 3rd on the road. A good effort from every car. There is the 56 Pointer Racing car that is leading the class in GTS in the AM category. But what a way to finish. An amazing duel. We go into the last lap. Liu Yi is only 1.3 seconds ahead of the Ferrari. It looks like they've burnt down their tyres. The Ferrari is even to it. They did so much hard work on the tyres, trying to get ahead. So now they've just got to be comfortable. There's the only GTC car in the mix. They will finish 15th overall, and they'll be very happy about it, I'm sure. But the Origin Porsche, crucially, is still that couple of tenths of a second quicker, even though they burnt the tyres trying to catch them, and then burnt the tyres more trying to get ahead. It will be, surely, a victory for the Origin Motorsport team on lap 198 of this Shanghai 8 hours. One less yellow flag, and we would have got to the 200 mark. But no one will care tonight for this incredible team. The number 87 Origin crew, they've had adversity, they've had penalties, they've served them, they've bounced back. And for Zhu Meng, Liu Hangqing, Wan Bo, and the man at the wheel, Ye Hongli, they never gave up, even though they were the guilty party early on. They paid their penalty, they served their time, and they fought valiantly to catch the Ferrari and make themselves the heroes of the hour. With just 10 minutes to go, out of the final turn will come the 87 Porsche, the Origin Motorsport crew, with Jigglypuff on the bonnet. Garfield won in Malaysia, Jigglypuff will win in Shanghai. It's the Origin Motorsport team, triumphant in the Shanghai 8 hours of 2025. With one lap remaining, I'm told. The time runs down. I didn't realise we were going to have an additional lap. There we go. That's my biggest mistake of the year so far. So we're not done yet. You get a bonus lap to take you through. I mean, if it goes away from them now, then goodness me, what a disaster it would be. 1.9 seconds is the gap, but they've done enough to extend. In the background, it will still be a victory for the 33R Harmony Ferrari. They will come through for a victory in their class. Jason Lowe, Zhang Yaqi, Deng Yi, my apologies, Chen Weiyan or David Chen, Zhang Yaqi or Dennis Zhang, Jason Lowe of Malaysia, and Liu Kaixun will bring that Ferrari home to a brilliant second position total. The Porsche's still going at it, despite the fact that they've got a win in their pocket. But this is a bit of a fairy tale for the Origin Motorsport team. They've had so much hardship over the last few years. They don't get it right every time. They didn't get it right earlier in the race. But after fighting back from the penalty, taking what was due to them, they will now bounce back and get the job done in fine style. They get to mount the pit wall. The crew have already headed over, and it will be a victory for Porsche. Ferrari won in Malaysia. Porsche surely will win here in Shanghai. In Malaysia, it was a furry cat of Garfield on a Ferrari. Now it'll be a cuddly pink Pokemon on the pink of Porsche. Brilliant result, as it's Origin Motorsport that wins at Shanghai in the 8 hours. A magnificent race. What a battle all the way. Origin wins in the Porsche, both overall and in the GT3 Silver Am class. Ferrari is second overall for 33R Harmony, but they triumphed in GT3 Pro-Am. And in third place, in the last dying moments of the race, something has happened to change third position overall. Something's gone wrong to the climax. Oh no, it's bounced back again. There was an issue with the transponder by the look of it, but it has been corrected. The Climax Racing Audi does come home in third position, the Treble 7, to win the GT3 Am class. Second in GT3 Silver Am is HZO Fortis Racing by Absolute, ahead of the 326 Racing Audi. Sadly, there is no fourth place finish. There is no third place finish for the Frankenstein Mercedes. They do not come home in third place. They have to settle for fourth. Second place, though, in the GT3 Pro-Am category is the Uno Racing team. Second place for that crew, driven by Wang Yibo as well as his teammates, of course. So the crew that is made up of David Pun, Wang Yibo, Sergio Sete Camara, and Rio, who crosses the line for them, will come home in second place in Pro-Am. We're just waiting to see what's happened with Zhou Yiran as they now come through in 6th position. So that is 4th place in the Silver Am category in GT3. They just missed the podium, I'm afraid, but it will do. 2nd place for the crew from Ferrari in the 33R Harmony Racing team, but they still win their class. What an amazing battle it was, right the way down to those last few laps. The Shanghai 8 Hours gives us an absolute sizzler right to the end. Now you're probably wondering, why are the cars intentionally running off the racing line there? Why are they going onto the grass and why are they going onto the gravel? Well, that is to add some stones to the wheels because it adds weight to the car when they are weighed post-race. Here's the winning move from Liu Ye on Liu Kaishun. The first one didn't work. They put the Ferrari up against the ropes though. From that moment on, they knew their days were numbered. Here's the onboard again. Smart from the Ferrari. Let the Porsche overshoot and take the lead back again. That was very scary for the race leader. So just wait. Just take a little bit more time. Look at the emotions in the Origin Porsche crew as they take the lead and then lose it again. Ferrari claiming the lead back. Then comes the winning move. What a charge from Liu Ye on the inside line of the Ferrari. And the emotions back in the garage, well, they must have bubbled over with joy and relief. What an amazing last lap battle. It's agony for 33R Harmony, even though they take the win in Pro-Am. But that's what it means to the crew at Origin to snatch the win in the closing phases. What an amazing showdown the Shanghai 8 Hours gave us in 2025. Last year, it was rain all the way. This year, we had so much fun in the sun. And now, of course, come the celebrations, and there are going to be plenty of them. We've got so many podiums to talk about here because we'll have the overall podium. We'll have the GT3 Silver Am, the GT3 Pro Am, the GT3 Am, the GTS Silver Am, the GTS, the GTC, and we might get the TCR podium after all. I don't know. They only completed 13 laps, so I don't know if there will be a TCR trophy to give them at all, but maybe there might be. It's China. We like to celebrate our victors in all circumstances. Back in March, it was a Garfield on a Ferrari that took the victory. Now it's a Jigglypuff on a Porsche. The fans are ecstatic that they not only got treated to their superstar drivers, Wang Yibo, Zhou Yiran, and Pang Hongchun, but they were also treated to an absolutely mesmerizing showdown at the very end of an incredible 8-hour sports car race. The fans get their glimpse of Wang Yibo, so they're happy. But motorsport fans rejoiced because the Shanghai 8 Hours really took us down to the wire. What a tremendous end. A stunning, stunning drive from both crews. They both win because they win their individual classes. But what a thriller, right to the wire. As Origin Motorsport triumph in the Shanghai 8 Hours of 2025. Congratulations to the 4 drivers who put on such an amazing show. And there is the team that finished 3rd overall. The winners in GT3 Am. The Climax Racing Audi. 3rd overall, but they won their class. And that's what it means to them too. The party can begin here at Shanghai. And there is a very proud Li Dongsheng to the left, celebrating with his son. Absolutely wonderful scenes here. There is the Garfield Ferrari. I'm sure they'll be so disappointed. But they take the victory in Pro-Am at both the big Southeast Asian Endurance Classics, the Sepang 12 Hour and the Shanghai 8 Hour. but they came so close to making it 2 overall wins back to back. They lost the win by just 2.2 seconds after 199 laps and 8 hours. That's tough to take. But a fabulous result and a fabulous battle to the very end of the race there, as the Origin Motorsport team finally get their victory. They'll have a chat, no doubt, to Chloe Yang very shortly. But what a result. Origin versus 33R Harmony, Porsche versus Ferrari, down to the wire. And on this occasion, it's a victory for Porsche over Ferrari. So let's have a word with the winning team, Origin Motorsport in the Porsche, with Jigglypuff on the bonnet, and we'll head down to the grid to have a chat with Chloe Yang.
Now the racer stand beside me is actually the championship who just won the game just now, and they're from Origin Motorsport number 87。那么现在站在我身边的呢，就是来自 Origin Motorsport 的刚刚拿下上海8小时耐力赛冠军的4位车手，可以分享一下今天的比赛吗？
非常荣幸，我们第3次获得了这场比赛，然后我们赛前再一次又没有预料到我们会赢，主要是感谢我的队友，他太快了，所以给我的时候就第一了。最后呢，我们策略有一点点小失误，但是好在我工程师给我换了1支轮胎，所以我们有一点点优势可能，然后我们顺利完成超越。
Okay, the racer just mentioned that because it's actually a teamwork stuff and they really have a great cooperation, so he actually thanks to all the teammates. And also I need to say congratulations to for all of you that you also gained 第3次这个冠军呢，在这次这个比赛中，非常的恭喜你们蝉联这次冠军。那么呢，有没有什么对于未来的一个期望呢？
如果说未来的期望，那就是年底的亚洲勒芒吧。对，就是这也是个耐力赛，是世界级别的耐力赛。然后我们车队会第2年参加这场比赛，我6还有一个德国的保时捷的长队车手。那我们会再次挑战这个应该是全世界最顶级的耐力赛。
多多支持，
希望我们可以有好成绩。
好的，好的，我也把最好的祝愿送给你们，再次恭喜你们，希望你们这个年底的比赛一切顺利，好吗？加油 ！Wish you all good luck. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thanks, Chloe. The team that really had their back against the wall here to try and fight their way back into supremacy after the couple of incidents they had earlier in the race. They didn't let the penalties get to them. They dug deep. They found a way back, and they put on a sensational job. Excellent performance from the crew from Origin Motorsport Porsche, and the dynamic combo of the amazing drivers they put together for this one. Liu Ye, Bob Yuan, Liu Hangchen, and Jason Gu coming through to take the victory in fantastic fashion. You can hear the fans already going bananas for Wang Yibo, Zhou Yan, and the rest. And it's second position for Wang Yibo on his debut. Not a bad run for him in endurance battles. He's done only sprint races prior to this. And they can be very proud with the way their race ended up. It's not quite Zhou Yiran's debut in endurance. He did the Abu Dhabi 6 hour earlier this year. Back down to the pit lane for the crew in second place with Chloe Yang.
The racers stand beside me are also won a really good result in the competition just now, and they're from 33R Harmony Racing, number 33. Okay, so now I'm going to ask you if you can share the competition just now. 你们可以分享一下今天的比赛吗？
那我先来吧。今天的比赛其实非常的惊险刺激。首先就是由我发车，然后一路带开，一切都非常好，直到第一个 FCY 安全车，然后因为策略，因为种种原因，然后我们的车主又有很多受罚，然后之后就又交给了其他车手在这个中段进行驾驶，所以说一直都很紧张。
Okay, David just mentioned that the competition is really intense today.
我觉得我们今天执行的策略，是按照我们理想的去执行的，就是中间可能疏忽了一些小细节，然后犯了一些错，后面 也有一个很好的窗口，然后最后一个 stint 我可能也发挥失误了一点点，然后没有守住第一的位置。
我觉得没事儿，真的是特别特别精彩那个比赛的最后环节。请问需要分享吗？
也没什么好分享，他们俩都说完了。不过，
那可以说一个就是对未来比赛的一个美好的祝愿吗？
下次拿全场第一啊！这如果是要说感想，在比赛前夕是做了很多准备的工作，而且遭遇了很多，不怎么说啊？不好彩啊，不好彩啊！所以引擎坏啊，换引擎这些东西，所以很开心可以拿到这样的成绩，谢谢整个团队。如果没有大家的话，我们应该不会有这样的成绩。谢谢。
非常感谢你们今天真的是特别特别精彩、刺激的一场比赛，也希望你们之后的比赛一切顺利，下一次这个一定拿到自己非常理想的成绩，加油，一切顺利。Wish you all good luck and congratulations to them all together once again. Thank you.
Thanks again to Chloe Young, managing to have a word with the guys from 33R Harmony Racing in the Garfield Ferrari. It will hurt tonight to come so close to the win and miss out on it by just 2.2 seconds. You'll analyse every single moment where it went wrong, where they let time slip, where it all came away. Would they have beaten the Porsche if they had changed tyres at the last pit stop as well as put a splash and dash of fuel in? Would they have lost too much time to come back with the final safety car? They'll go at it over and over and over again. But the best team won. It has to be said, after such a close run race. 33R Harmony will come back for more in 2026 for sure. And there will be even more battles to come. Hypercardiac wants to know what race I'm doing next. Well, this weekend I've got Super Formula duties for Motorsport TV and F4 Saudi as well. We'll talk about that later.
The racer stands
Here's Climax
beside me
Racing.
is actually the team also won a really good result in the Just Now competition, and they're from Climax Racing, number 777. 可以分享一下今天的比赛吗？因为其实是特别精彩的一场比赛。
我来吗？真的说感谢车队的策略啊，策略真的是一点失误都没有，然后每一个队友都尽力完成他们的一棒，也是没有任何失误。我就觉得很不容易啊，因为我们真的不是一个很快的车组，我们只是想争夺一下自己组别的位置，但是最后有幸站在全场第3位。哎呀，只能说，好幸运啊！
只能说你太谦虚了。
就是虽然我不快啊，但是我很绅士，我让 Pro 都是打灯的哦，所以没让我的同志们请反省一下。
So gentle. Okay, is there anyone who would like to share?
我们今天属于策略做得非常好，刚才吕薇说了，而且我们也有比较好的运气。然后最后呢，我们4个人的发挥都非常的稳定，我们没有犯任何的错误，没有 spin， 也没有撞车或者说是出去的这种情况，所以这个结果我们非常非常的开心。
你先来的。
作为 AM 车组能站在全场领奖台，确实非常非常开心，然后也觉得大家非常非常牛逼，非常非常不容易，然后非常非常幸运。OK。
注意言语。
我觉得大家的表现都很好，然后这个结果有一点点意外，但是这确实是我们777这么多年磨合下来的成果，就是在大家都在频繁犯错的时候，我们一直坚持到最后。感谢车队，感谢我所有的队友，还有我的教练、我们的工程师、我们的技师，我觉得他们付出了很多。我们只是在做我们应该做的事儿，但是在我们背后其实一直是有很多人在支持的。然后也感谢吕薇能就是以中国非常非常厉害的 AM 车手，还能跟我们一起参加这个比赛。777 forever。谢谢。
They just mentioned that because they're quite satisfied about the result in this game, and it's more like a combination of luck, teamwork, and also great cooperation, and also supports from all the team. So let's say congratulations to the team again, and wish them good luck in future races. Thank you.
Thanks, Chloe, and well done for getting the word with all the drivers. She'll get her interview. She won't back down from it. Too right. A big congratulations, by the way, to Nick Zhang, Chloe Young, and to Kelly Dung, who have been an integral part of the broadcasting team to keep you up to date with everything going on at the beginning of the race, in the middle of the race, and during the race itself with the pit stops, and of course post-race as well. We've heard from the top 3 teams. Now all we need is the race result. It's all provisional, of course, but the Origin Motorsport team get the win by, look at that, 2.2 seconds after 8 hours over the 33R Harmony team. Climax Racing come 3rd, and all 3 of those cars are class winners. H040s by Absolute are 4th, ahead of 326 Racing and the Frankenstein Mercedes, just missing out on a GT3 Silver Am podium. 610 Racing, Gaha Racing, the Uno Racing team bounced back to 9th in front of the incipient Porsche, number 51. As incipient, Audi number 51, I should say, sorry. Class winners from Level Motorsport in 12th, as well as for Pointer Racing in 13th. The 610 Racing GDC car came home in 16th, and the Sol TCR car failed to make the flag. So too, sadly, did the parking park by Z-Speed BMW. They retired after 168 laps. Elias Seppänen parked out on lap 113 for them in the last half an hour. The Mogan Team Track Day King car for Mercedes only lasted 79 laps longer than their TCR counterpart. And the Z-Speed BMW car retired after 69 laps. So what an amazing event the Shanghai 8 Hours gave us here in 2025. The Mid-Autumn Festival promising a special holiday event. Midweek motorsport, that'll do for us. Tuesday qualifying gave us a very exciting battle, and Wednesday delivered in spades from the beginning of the day to the end of the evening. 8 hours of non-stop motorsport, magic from lights out to checkered flag. The battles were intense right from the outset as the Uno Racing car took the lead early doors. The spin from the X-Uno Absolute Audi took the first of the big moments in the closing phase of the hour. Problems for the 37 win here Harmony right from the outset, but there was contact and melee galore as car after car picked up the piece and hit trouble as they battled relentlessly for supremacy. The one car made itself very strong and prominent throughout in each of the GT3 classes. In GT3 AM, the Climax Racing team kept themselves in the hunt with very careful, considerate driving, as many teams fell by the wayside. The 33R Harmony team plugged on in the Ferrari, only really coming good until the final 2 hours. And the Origin Motorsport Porsche, no matter what was thrown at it, including their own mistakes, managed to fight their way back into a triumphant victory. But many teams hit trouble through the course of the race. Frankenstein Mercedes didn't colour themselves in glory for most of it. Shi Wei upheld the female honours for Aston Martin, despite their difficulties. An amazing comeback from the Uno Racing team, who dropped as far as 19th at one stage, working their way back to P9. Problems for the Z-Speed BMW that threatened to take the win from pole position. Climax Mercedes fluttered to a halt in the last half an hour. There were comebacks galore. There were amazing battles, concluding in the most amazing dogfight between Porsche and Ferrari, with Leo Ye of Origin managing to triumph after one failed move and one perfect one on Liu Kaishun in the Ferrari. Intimidation, big teamwork, cooperation and sheer speed to give us a nail-biting climax to an amazing Mid-Autumn Festival bout. So for the victory, it's Leo Ye and the Origin Motorsport crew at the end of an amazing charge. They win GT3 Silver Am. Pro-Am goes to the 33R Harmony Ferrari. And the Am category for Climax Racing. What a great battle. 8 hours. And the gap only down to 2.2.
女士们、先生们，现在即将进行的是2025上海8小时耐力赛颁奖仪式。首先，让我们邀请获得全场冠亚季军的车手登台。获得全场季军的车组是777号，来自 Climax Racing 李东升、李东辉、周丽媛、吕薇。获得全场亚军的车组是33号车组，来自332 Harmony Racing Jason Law、张雅琪、廖启顺、陈维安。
Second position, of course,
获
for the
得全
33R
场
Harmony
冠
Racing
军的车
Ferrari,
组是
missing out on the win by
87号
just
车
over 2
组
seconds.
Origin Motorsport 刘航程、袁波、顾猛、叶红丽。
But the winning team,
获
Origin
得全
Motorsport
场冠
in
军
the
车队
Porsche
的是
911
Origin
GT3R.
Motorsport。
What a race battle.
接下来有请上海九世国际体育中心有限公司董事长卢岭为获奖车手及车队颁发奖项。
And so the trophies will be presented to each of the individual teams. Climax Racing in overall third position. Second overall for the 33R Harmony Ferrari team. And a brilliant victory at the top of the rostrum for the Origin Motorsport Porsche team. What a sensational race it was all the way to the victory. All three of these teams have won their individual classes, and there will be class podiums for them as well. Stick around, particularly if you're a fan of a certain Chinese actor turned racing driver, because he will be picking up silverware for his team coming home second in the ranks. But of the overall podium, an amazing battle. And can you believe that after 8 hours, all three cars were separated by less than 30 seconds?
有请颁奖嘉宾与获奖车手合影留念。
And so our three teams will celebrate in style. And after an amazing Mid-Autumn Festival, 8 hours of the Shanghai International Circuit, our three teams from Origin Motorsport, 33R Harmony Racing, and Climax Racing for three completely different
感谢我们
manufacturers
的
as
颁
well.
奖嘉宾。
Porsche, Ferrari,
接下来
and
是
Audi
香槟时刻。
will celebrate in the time-honored tradition as the teams get busy with the busy here in Shanghai. A wonderful end to a fantastic battle in the Shanghai 8 hours, as all three crews will get to celebrate a win in their individual classes. And what a way to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with a midweek thriller here in Shanghai in the GT3 category. An amazing showdown. We'll stick around because there are individual class podiums now. And we'll get to see Wang Yibo take his first ever endurance podium. So that is the overall race victory. Now we will go to the next of our class podiums. And I do believe that's going to be the GT3 Pro-Am. That's where we'll see in third place, Win Here Harmony Racing. Second place, Uno Racing Team. And the victory for 33R Harmony Racing. And listen to that crowd. They know exactly what they want, and they're going to get it.
女士们、先生们，现在进行的是2025上海8小时耐力赛 GT3 Pro AM 组别颁奖仪式。让我们邀请获得 GT3 PA 组别冠亚季军的车手登台。获得 GT3 PA 组别季军的车组是37号 Win Here Harmony Racing 邓毅、罗开罗、李涵宇。获得 GT3 PA 组别亚军车组85号 Uno Racing Team 潘君林、王一博、Rio Camara。获得 GT3 PA 组别冠军的是33号 33R Harmony Racing Jason Law 张雅琪、廖启顺、陈维安。
The whole of Shanghai stops for Wang Yibo's first podium in GT3 racing in endurance.
接下来有请颁奖嘉宾，上海九世国际体育中心有限公司总经理王磊为获奖车手颁发奖项。
So all of the drivers congratulate all of the competitors on the podium with them. 2 Audis and a Ferrari. Not a bad 8 hours in GT3 Pro-Am. Commiserations to the BMW team, who were in the hunt for the victory right until that final hour and a half. But there is the moment all the fans have been waiting for as Wang Yibo and his teammates take their first ever Pro-Am podium as a team in GT3. But the winning team, deservedly so, the Garfield Ferrari of the 33R Harmony Racing team. What a great battle it was.
有请颁奖嘉宾与获奖车手合影留念。
And so after 8 hours of fantastic motorsport between these three crews, that is the GT3 Pro-Am class podium, the cars finishing 2nd, 9th and 11th
好，感
overall.
谢我们的颁奖嘉宾。接下来是香槟时刻。
And now they get to celebrate in time-honored tradition as all of the competitors in the GT3 Pro-Am running of the Shanghai 8 Hours get busy with the fizzy. A great conclusion to a fantastic race battle. All three crews deserve to be there. Of course, sadly, so did the BMW of the Parking Park Racing by Z-Speed team. But that's what it means to the fans who all came here to see their superstar, Wang Yibo, on the podium. And he made it. P2. For the 33R Harmony Racing Ferrari with Garfield insignia. Once again, a class-winning Ferrari, powered by the miracle of lasagna. Listen to that noise. It's astonishing, isn't it? He could be made the King of China right here tonight. But of course, we will move on to the GT3 Silver Am category. That will see 326 Racing, HZO Fortis by Absolute, and the overall winners, Origin in the Porsche.
《女士们、先生们，现在进行的是2025上海8小时耐力赛 GT3 SA 组别的颁奖仪式。让我们邀请获得 GT3 SA 组别冠亚季军车手登台。获得 GT3 SA 组别季军的车组50号326 Racing Team 吴怡帆、刘子晨、徐哲宇、于快。 获得 GT3 SA 组别亚军的是5号 HZO Fortis Racing but Absolute Racing Hasik O、Aaron Lin、Akash Nandi。获得 GT3 SA 组别冠军的车组87号 Origin Motorsport 刘航程、袁波、顾猛、叶红丽。
So welcome back to the podium, the Origin Motorsport crew who
接
took
下
the
来有
overall
请
victory.
颁奖嘉宾，上海市汽车摩托车运动协会常务副会长林国平为获奖车手颁发奖项。
And of course, they share the podium in the GT3 Silver Am category with the 326 Racing team in their Audi R8 LMS, the HZO Fortis Racing team by Absolute Racing, the Malaysian team coming through for 2nd position in class. They can be so happy with that, especially considering that for most of that race, their team was treated like a pinball for a vast majority of it. The way they bounced back with their car held together by tape and hope was very inspiring. And of course, the Origin Motorsport team that won the race overall, well, they seal the top spot in both the overall rankings and the
好，
GT3
有请
Silver Am
颁奖
category.
嘉宾与获奖车
It's
手合
Origin
影留
Motorsport
念。
who are triumphant. Guess what happens next, folks? Some of the teams are about to get very wet indeed.
好，感谢我们的颁奖嘉宾。接下来是香槟时刻。
Some teams want to run away and celebrate with their team, but certainly for the team that finished up in third place, the celebration for the 3T6 racing team, who very sadly, well, Frank Anastasiades racing fans just denied them of a podium by only 96 seconds. So nearly a rostrum for Zhao Yuran after his debut in endurance earlier this year in the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. It wasn't to be for them today. They will have to settle for P4. They'll be back in 2026, I'm sure. But certainly in the GT3 Silver Am category, just as exciting as in GT3 Pro Am. Next up will be the podium ceremony for GT3 Am, and that will see a BMW, a Porsche, and an Audi, an all-German manufacturer on the podium. So with all three German manufacturers represented then on the podium for the GT3 Am category, let's hand over to Kelly Dung to announce the teams onto the rostrum.
女士们、先生们，现在进行的是2025上海8小时耐力赛 GT3 AM 组别的颁奖仪式。让我们邀请获得 GT3 AM 组别冠亚季军车手登台。获得 GT3 AM 组别季军的车组678号高哈 Racing， 张慧琳、吴世瑶、包俊斌、叶思超。获得 GT3 AM 组别亚军的车组610号610 Racing， 李天铎、汪洋、林伟富、林伟雄、邓天富。
By the way, did you see that skyline over Shanghai? Pink sky at night.
获得 GT3
Racing
AM 组别冠军的是777号 Climax Racing， 李东升、李东辉、周丽媛、吕薇。
And back to the podium comes
恭
Climax
喜获奖
Racing.
车手，接下来有请颁奖嘉宾，上海九世国际体育中心有限公司工会主席吴毅峰为获奖车手颁发奖项。
And so to the top step of the GT3 Am podium for Climax Racing, second for the 610 Racing Porsche squad, and third for the Gaha Racing BMW M4 GT3 quartet. A fabulous battle across the three major German manufacturers in this race, and a wonderful end to the 2025 Chinese GT sports car season. Now all they've got to do is prepare for 2026.
有请颁奖嘉
Three
宾
podium
与获
ceremonies,
奖车手合
potentially
影留
4
念。
still to come.
好，感谢我们的颁奖嘉宾。接下来是香槟时刻。
And so the celebrations in style again for the GT3 Am category. Climax Racing, 610 Racing, and Gaha Racing. Audi, Porsche, and BMW. A great end to the weekend for all three crews. They'll be back for more in 2026, I'm sure. And now we get to celebrate with the GTS Silver Am and GTS Am category cars. And there'll be a podium trophy for the GTC winning car. And there may even be one for the TCR category. I'm not sure if they'll get one based on the fact that their car retired on lap 14. But they almost certainly will. Everyone's a winner in the Chinese GT camp, and certainly in the Shanghai 8 hours, we've got a whole host of winners. So while the podium is being reset, we'll have some more class podiums shortly, but a reminder that the 2026 season kicks off at the Shanghai International Circuit on the 17th to the 19th of April 2026, with races to be held at Shanghai on the V1 Shanghai International and in November next year at Sepang in Malaysia.
女士们、先生
2026 is going to
们，
be
现
a
在
very
进
busy
行的
year.
是2025上海8小时耐力赛 GTS SA 组别的颁奖仪式。让我们邀请获得 GTS SA 组别冠亚季军的车手登台。获得 GTS SA 组别季军的是168号 Gaha Racing 梁家彤、陈书港、王晨、陈小科。 获得 GTS SA 组别亚军的是53号中保宝马 Zenith Racing 李宗林、李宁、贺泽玉、李俊。
And this podium will consist of 2 BMWs and a Mercedes. Gaha Racing, Zenith Racing, and the winners, Level Motorsport.
15号 Level Motorsport 陈君华、刘维志、张千尚。
So great to see everybody making their way to the rostrum in the GT3 AM category. In the GTS Silver AM category, my apologies. And so we celebrate the GTS Silver AM trio of teams. The Gaha Racing BMW squad number 168 in third. The 53, the Zenith Racing BMW in second position. Number 53, still the greatest racing number in the world. Disney fans will know what I'm talking about. And the Level Motorsport Mercedes, number 15. For the Level Motorsport Mercedes crew, it is a triumphant victory in the GTS Silver AM class.
有请颁奖嘉宾与获奖车手合影留念。
And so as the photographs conclude in the GTS Silver AM category, the boys can celebrate in fine style here at Shanghai. Don't worry folks, we only get to do this a couple more times. Now that was a proper Lando Norris pop of the champagne bottle. We like that. A few more of those please. The teams really get to celebrate in fantastic fashion here on the podium at the Shanghai 8 Hours. There will be more from the GTS AM category, where we're going to see Ultimate Racing, Incipient Racing, and Pointer Racing come forward. 2 teams running Porsche 718 Caymans, and a victory for the GT4 variant of the Mercedes AMG. Those cars finishing in 13th, 14th, and 18th, respectively. And they will be the final podium where we'll see 3 cars on the podium. The last 2 classes will only see the solo car that's entered. Don't forget that if you want to follow things on our social media, you can do via the social media page, Shanghai 8 Hours. Like it, subscribe to it, and you'll get next year's event all wrapped up and ready.
AM 冠亚季军的车手登场。获得 GTS AM 组别季军的是718号 Ultimate Racing 杨春雷、张文燕、张邦贵、王浩浩。
Ultimate Racing, 3rd position in the GTS AM category.
GTS AM 组别亚军的是650号 Incipient Racing 吴振龙、车少一、朱金武、何博峰。
2nd place for Incipient Racing.
获得 GTS AM 组别冠军的是56号 Pointer Racing 黄辉、黄伟波、卢军杰。
And the incredible team from Pointer Racing to come through and take the victory in the GTS AM category after their race-long battle with Incipient. They only beat them over the line by a single second.
上海情愫赛事策划有限公司 CEO 邓大为为获奖车手颁发奖项。
And there is Davide De Gobbi, the man behind Top Speed Promotions that put this race on, as well as assisting with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Championship, and of course organising and running the China GT Championship, the Formula Regional Middle East Championship, the F4 Middle East Championship, and the F4 Southeast Asia Championship. Top Speed put on so many great races over the year. Their next big category, of course, is the F4 UAE Trophy that will top and tail the motorsport season a week before, during, and a week after the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix.
有请颁奖嘉宾与获奖车手合影留念。
So a great end to the Shanghai 8 Hours, the last big sports car event in the China GT calendar for 2025. But the calendar next year will be very busy.
感谢我们的颁奖嘉宾，接下来是香槟时刻。
Of course, if you want to watch along with more in 2026, we recommend that you follow the social media channels Shanghai 8 Hours and China GT.Championship, because that is where Wang Yibo and all of the other competitors will be returning. If you like and subscribe to those channels on social media, you won't miss a moment of the 2026 season when we get to do this all over again. And of course, as I mentioned in next year's championship for China GT, we'll be visiting Shanghai in April, Zhuhai in May, V1 Tianjin in June, the Shanghai Circuit again in September on the first weekend of the month, and then to Sepang from the 27th to the 29th of November, the first time that China GT will leave its native land. So next year is going to be bigger and better than ever.
2025上海8小时耐力赛 GTC 组别颁奖仪式。 让我们邀请获得 GTC 组别冠军的车组99号610 Racing 王嘉浩、甘尔夫、张猛、刘超。
And so for the GTC competitors, 610 Racing, they finished off in 16th position overall.
接下来有请颁奖嘉宾保时捷体验总监张福林为获奖车手颁发奖项。
They will once again receive their trophies for the performance. As the sole GTC car in the race, they obviously take the GTC trophy. But that will be quite an incredible performance from them. 16th out of the 25 cars that started. Certainly a lot better than a lot of people would give them credit for.
"好，感谢我们的颁奖嘉宾。接下来是香槟时刻。
Looks like the team are forcing each other to stay so that they get the mother of all soakings on the Shanghai 8 Hours podium. As the 610 Racing team in GTC get busy with the busy. Love it. Wonderful scenes down here at Shanghai International.
再次恭喜各位获奖车手！2025上海8小时耐力赛颁奖仪式到此圆满结束。
So we conclude the coverage of the Shanghai 8 Hours 2025. A fantastic race battle. If you want to keep up to date with what's going on in China GT and for the Shanghai 8 Hours in 2025, all you need to do is follow the social media pages Shanghai 8 Hours and China GT.Championship. We'll do it all again next year. We've got the Sepang 12 Hours in Malaysia, the Shanghai 8 Hours in the Mid-Autumn Week Festival next year, of course, again. And a 5-round calendar for 2026 that will take us to Shanghai, Zhuhai, V1 Tianjin, Shanghai again, and Sepang in November. The biggest season yet of China GT will be in 2026. A massive thank you to Nick Shang, Kelly Dunn, Robert Yang and the entire Race TVCN team for all their great work, the marshals around the course who were sensational as well, to all of the team from Top Speed Race Promotions who gave us a magnificent race battle. I'll be back in action this weekend for the F4 Saudi Arabian Championship at Bahrain International and of course on Motorsport TV duty for the Formula Championship in Japan. For myself, Jake Snowden, and from everybody watching, thank you very much for joining us for the 2025 running of the Shanghai 8 Hours. We'll do it all again at the Mid-Autumn Festival next year. Bye for now.